Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
HobbyMaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on HobbyMaker.
When you purchase anything on HobbyMaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with HobbyMaker.
Hello there, good afternoon and welcome to HobbyMaker. I'm very pleased to be spending the next few hours with you. Got some fabulous shows coming up, and this hour, my playmate for the hour is the lovely Carla. How you doing?
Hey, lovely face, are you all right?
I am.
We get to play with the things today.
We do, and we have got some fabulous things to share with you. Now, this is kind of following on from the introduction of this amazing machine, which I know you love, and I know you're going to love even more. But also, if you did invest in this tool a little while ago when Carla launched it, we have got some new bits, loads of stuff, loads of wonderful things that you are going to be able to take advantage of. Now, I will warn you, it's all on the website, so if you want to get in nice and early, you can do, but don't worry, we will be taking you through everything. And if you've not seen this fabulous tool before, then don't worry, Carla was going to be telling you everything that you needed to, well, you need to know. I mean, straight away, my ears pricked up because the word button is in the title. Now, of course, it's kind of a bit of an Americanism, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So it's a badge maker. Let's be frank. In the UK, it's a badge maker, but it's an amazing badge maker, and it doesn't just make badges. Now, the bits that we've got for are pretty much badges, but you can go across, and we're going to keep getting things in for this. So it's a tool that keeps growing with you and your needs. There's things like hair clips, rosettes, magnets, mirrors. There's all sorts that you can make with this one machine, and it's absolutely brilliant. So we'll start bringing you more and more, but we've got some brand new stuff for you today. It's amazing, and you're going to have, and also it's a really stupid price, which we like.
We do a good price. So if you didn't grab it last time when we had the kit available by itself, then you can get hold of it again now. Now, this is brilliant. We're bringing the details in to start with, and I have to say it is worth every single penny of the price that's up on your screen. In the summer, I had a hen weekend to accommodate, and we were looking at getting badges. And I have to say, when we went off to try and find somebody to make badges, we were looking at, I think it's about £3 a badge.
Oh, yeah, listen, these are businesses. Go on Etsy and see what people are charging for badges. It's become massive. I don't quite know when the change happened.
I don't know. I think it's a promotion. I mean, I've got my little Santa badge on today. We have Santa badges for all sorts of occasions, don't we? Birthdays and all sorts.
Well, I also think we're suddenly in a world, certainly with social media, where things can now be personalised.
Yes, yeah.
You know, 20 years ago, that was super expensive, wasn't it? But now we can personalise things, and this button maker is going to give you all the options for that as well. It's just brilliant. It's brilliant.
Now, the tool, obviously the main tool that you need is on your screen, but it's a kind of like a starter bundle. So we don't just get the tool to you and that's it. You've got to go off and find all the bits and pieces to work with it. It comes with some bits and pieces, and we've got lots more bits and pieces for you to look at. So Carla, what do we need to know with regards to this?
Yes. So the first thing that you're going to need are your plates that allow you to die cut, and die cutting is part of this, and you're going to get that in the box. You're also going to get the medium button maker as well. So you'll get these elements in there, and you'll get the tool with the handle, and I'll show you how to put it all together in a second. But you're going to get the lot. So as soon as you get this home, you can start making badges.
I love that. And that's the key thing.
Immediately. Yeah.
You want to have everything that you need to get started. Now, let's address that price that's on your screen. It's a good price, but I have to say, we drop our prices here at Hobby Maker, as you know, and I think it'd be a lovely idea if, yeah, there you go, drop behind £100, which I think is brilliant because it's going to be one of those tools that kind of grows with you. So you start off with what it comes with, you may add to it, which we've got some fabulous things to share with you, but this is a tool, almost a tool that you will find yourself using regularly throughout.
Yeah, it's brilliant for card making as well, because to put a little badge on a card is just a super awesome thing. Two of the things that we are bringing you today, which are brand new, they're not badges.
Oh, okay.
There's something else upon us, which is very, very exciting, especially for card makers. Things are about to get shaken up.
Oh, I like it. A little bit of a cryptic clue there. So the details are on your screen. If you're wanting to get involved, then you can do. Now, the ability to get hold of this is on split pay as well, so you can take advantage of that, which makes it a very affordable way for you to get hold of this. Now, we don't have huge quantities of these. You've got your 3 split pays on this one, which are working out at £33 per month. So why not get it into your basket, get your basket checked out, and you know that you've got a fabulous tool, potentially a Christmas gift to yourself, or one of those situations that you're buying this because you know that you've got things coming up in the new year. Well, that price on your screen, just shy of £100, gives you those 3 split pays, should I say, of £33. It's all right, I'm having a different conversation. We're not stopping at that price. Oh, okay, it's going low. Now, we are incredibly limited with regards to this, so if you have taken advantage of it already and you've got it into your basket, then you are going to pay that lowest price along with everybody else. Now, this is our final price on this one. Oh, my word, less than £80. You're saving, well, it's £26.66, should I say, on your split pay, rather than £33. But you've got everything in. It's all boxed up as well, so it's a fabulous gift as well. Kids love making badges for all sorts of occasions.
So do grown-ups. We just like doing the thing.
That's
it works both. It works for kids and it works for adults, obviously. It's slightly different to the ones that we would have had as children, you know, that were a bit sort of clunky. This is an actual tool. It is a tool for making badges, and it's incredibly popular. There's really good reason why, because it's so easy, and you also get to do a magic trick when you're using it, which is really exciting.
I love magic.
I like magic tricks. But it's just really good. It's a really good tool, and it makes awesome things, and you're going to see that as we go through. Plus, it's so easy to make. But while they've got it that price, and I went upstairs this morning and I was like, how many split pays are you going to give me? And they were like, meh. I was like, I want 3. I want 3 because I want everyone to be able to get it.
Yeah.
But then they were like, well, we've got very limited stock, and I was like, So I managed with the 3 split pays.
Yeah. And I have to say, I am hoping that one of these is left at the end of the show, because I shall certainly be shopping for it. I've been doing my research with regards to these tools because, as I say, it's the hen do that kind of got me started with this, and realising that when you've got a tool, you will use it, and it kind of enhances everything that you're doing. So there's loads of ways you can be able to use this, and not just for your badges, as Carla alluded to just a few moments ago. So you're going to get your main tool, as you can see there. That is going to have the circle cutter in there. You're also going to have your kind of medium size to start with. And then, of course, you can go larger or smaller as you go on. You're going to be able to get hold of 5 of your shells. They're included in there with your pin backs as well. And you've also got the mylar in there that's going to enhance the designs as you go. And, of course, then the freedom to create, because once you've got all of the tools there, then you can go on and design your own pieces as well. I know how clever you guys are with regards to things like your graphics programs and making your own little kind of badges. So you are going to have so much fun but you have to get involved. We're busy on the website. We're also busy on the phone lines as well. So if you can manage to shop online or via the app, might be a good idea to do so, because you can kind of sneak in before everybody else. And everybody that's popping this into your baskets are checking their baskets out because they realise what a fabulous deal this is. We're not looking at basket hoggers in this out. You're taking advantage, and it is a 20% that you have taken advantage of already. So let's see it in action, because I think some people might want to see if it is
See it working.
Yeah.
It's really easy to use. Right, when you get it in your box, this is going to be separate, and it is just a screw on. But I think it's always useful if you know what you're doing as soon as you get it back. If you're anything like with me, I want to play immediately as soon as I've got the things. And so you're just going to screw it on, and that is your lever. That's your lever press. You can see it removes this, it pulls it down. Okay. And that's going to do a variety of different sort of methods as we go through. Then on the bottom, you've got a swing platform, and this platform swings out. Now, inside here is a magnet, and up here is a magnet. It's all based on this magnet system. So one here and one here. What that means brilliantly is that we can keep changing tools. And that means that we are memory keepers, or we are makers, can keep bringing out new tools, because the system is not solid, if that makes sense. We've got interchangeable pieces, and that's a bonus. That's a real dream. When you get it home, you're going to have these two white pieces. They're going to be your most used. You're going to use them all the time, and that will take you across every single other tool that you get. You're always going to use those. Then you're going to get these, which are going to be creating your medium-sized buttons, or badges as we call them in the UK. That's going to create. So you've already got that, and in there you will, as far as I know, already get some badge inserts in there. I think you're going to get at least 5 in there. I can't remember off the top of my head. So literally you start creating. Now, you can create anything you want, and you can create as many badges as you want. Obviously, it's unlimited. And with anything, we are memory keepers. There's a free angel policy on it because it's a tool, right? But you've got to make sure, obviously, with your pictures. Now, that just sits on there, and it just sits. Like it seats. It's magnetised, so it's not going anywhere. The trickiest point of any of this badge making piece is getting your top piece in. They've got nodges cut out of them here, and that's going to align with the little nodules here. So you're going to have to just work that out. You can see that, and you've got a gap here. And all you're going to do, place it in the palm of your hand and let it magnetize up. Okay, and that's the first part of the badge making process. When we're demoing, these processes take longer. However, when you're doing it at home, it's super quick. So I'm just going to choose a piece of cardstock here. Now, I've done little printouts for brooches and badges before. Hayley's got some examples of this. But what's really beautiful about this is, and you'll like this, doesn't just do paper badges, it also does fabric badges.
Oh, I like that idea.
So you can do a little cross stitch, tiny little wee cross stitch, and you can make a brooch from it, a badge from it. So the mylar that makes it shiny is an option. You don't have to use it. I'll explain it as we go through, and we'll certainly use some mylar as we're going through, but you don't have to use it. So if you want to make a fabric badge, absolutely, you go ahead. I like paper badges, and I'd be honest with you, I quite like them matte. So it depends. It depends what you're looking for. So you're going to take your die. So this piece here with the black on the back has got a die inside it, and that's going to cut all your paper. You can sort of see a line running around the centre there. That's going to be the size of the paper it cuts. So you're going to, for me, I just find it easier to just take this, put it onto my paper. And obviously, if I've printed something that I'm going to do, it'll be centred. For something like this, where I'm just using a piece of cardstock, I can just trim around it and get a nice area.
So when I heard you say die, I thought, oh gosh, I'm going to need a die cutting machine as well.
Does it for you.
Oh, okay.
So these are your die plates. The white ones that we've put on, that's why you're going to use them again and again, because they're your die cutting plates. So I've just trimmed round to the sides, so I've not got a huge amount of wastage, because we don't like wastage. But the one great thing about this machine, all the paper waste that you've got at home, those little scraps, make badges out of them. So I'm just going to place this in, so swivel it round, and now it's seated, and then I'm going to grab the handle, and I'm going to place that down, and I'm going to push. And you'll hear it crack.
Okay.
Okay, and that's it, die cutting.
Do you need muscles on top of your muscles?
No, you've got to put some pressure on, but if you do it with 2 hands, I'm not the strongest human in the world, it just cuts through it. If you're unsure, just turn it and do it again. So on the bigger ones, and we'll come to the love heart and stuff like that, once it gets bigger, I always rotate mine. And that's just going to make sure that pressure is even all the way through and that I'm going to get that cut through it. But you can just see here, as we pull away, that gives me my little die cut. Now on this one, I have not put the pressure on the other side. And so what we're showing you here is how, when you rotate, you're going to get it. Okay. Now mine's going to go off kilter, obviously, because I've just moved it. I'm not worried about that because we can cut and we can cut and we can cut.
I have to say our desks are rather high as well, aren't they? I think if you're at home, you're probably going to have something that's more of your waist.
You can hear it cracking.
You're up here somewhere.
The little ones, as a rule, I have to say, the little ones usually go through first time, the smaller ones. It's the big ones because you're asking a huge surface area, aren't you, that you're pressing down on, and you need even pressure through that, so you rotate it. And will tell you that on their website as well. That's just fact. Okay. You need to just rotate it round. Now, once I've got my little die cut out, I need to make a badge from it. So the way I'm going to use, obviously, my machine again. The way we do that is we swing this out, take those white pieces away. My die cutting is done. Now I need to actually make a badge. I'm going to bring in these two pieces. Now it very clearly says on it base and top. Okay, you can see the markings on it. It's all embossed into the plastic. So you can't get it wrong. You know your base is your base. You know your top is your top. Now what I like to do, and it's up to you when you get it home, that it's obvious where it's going to get seated because the shapes are the same. Now what I like to do is go in where I know it won't fit and then rotate it. And it'll just drop in like that.
You hear it.
So it drops, so I then know it's placed absolutely. My first nodule on this, my first go on this, I need it on A. Now you can see it rotates from A to B. So I need to be able to go A and then to B. So A first. The top one is going to be seated, obviously, in the top, same way that we did that other one. And you're just going to keep going until that magnet hits, and then it'll drop. Oh, okay. And I need that to go to A as well. It's really important that you start A and then you go to B. Now you're going to need a badge insert and you're going to need the back for your badge as well. So what I'm going to do, where I've got my little piece sitting here, I'm going to put my badge top on there. And I'm going to put my little die cut on top of it. This is how simple it is. Now, mine's just a scrap of paper. I'm not really worried about it, but if you've done it exact, and it's say, for instance, somebody's name, there's two lines on here that are going to help you line this up to perfection. That is the top, obviously, and the bottom. So if I put my little dough there and my tree, and I straighten that up, I know it's going to be right when I go through the machine. So it's that easy. Now I need to actually make that into the badge. So I'm going to bring this over here. And know I'm on A and A, which is my first part. And we're going to press. And it'll ka-chunk. Ooh, okay? Yeah. Now, there's the magic trick. Because I made it disappear.
Magic.
Because I'm Debbie McGee. I'm Debbie McGee. So then it disappears and it's really exciting. Right, when we're doing the back of the badge, so you back the pin. You know, you see the pin on a badge, don't you? Because we tuck it in. That's got to go to the bottom. So where I've got my safety pin, so to speak, at the very back here, that bit has got to face down in my machine. All right? So I'm just going to place this, and I'm going to make sure I've gone to B, because B is my next process, and I'm going to line that up. So the back is the back. So there is lined up with my badge, my pin, okay? Because it's lined up, it's going to fit. That's it, exactly. I'm going to turn that round. Make sure that I've got B on both of those. You're always going to line those together. And then ka-chunk.
Okay.
Pull. And there's my badge.
Oh, there it is. Oh, Carla, that's amazing. That is, what a professional finish as well.
That's my little badge.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's gone crazy.
Can you see why this is such an important machine? Because, yes, I can put a badge back on it. If I took that safety pin out of it, and it's got the holes to do that, and I put a magnet inside there, suddenly I've made fridge magnets. Suddenly I've made a ton of other stuff. Suddenly I've got stuff for cards. I can start personalising cards with birthday numbers, with different things, with all the papers I love. Suddenly we're not just having a toy here. don't make toys. They never have made toys. They make badges, they make tools. And those tools are the things that CSQ are crafting. It's why I'm a fangirl of We Are. Always have been. I love We Are. And it's such an amazing thing when they bring out a new tool. I had a conversation with Gwen yesterday. who shouted at me when we were in the green room, and she thought I'd been ignoring her on social media. I hadn't seen the stuff that had come through. Have got a new tool coming out, and I'll be bringing it to you, I think, on New Year's Day. And Gwen, who is
I know
the
the one you're
demonstrator
talking
here,
about.
messaged me, and she was like, have you seen it? Have you got it? What, have you got it? Have you had a go with it? That's the pull of We Are. That's the massive pull, because they're
Amazing.
tools, and we as demonstrators use loads of them, especially things like this.
I love it. Now, of course, everything that you need is in the box. So you're going to be making those badges of the size that we saw just a few moments ago. But don't worry, you are going to be able to grow with this. So getting started, you've got 5 projects. We have got additional elements you can add into your basket at the same time as well. And if you have already got the press, then we have got new bits for you as well. But these are so popular. All comes together in the box there. And you can use it with your paper, you can use it with your photographs, you can use it with fabric. You will use it with so many different scenarios, and there's some fabulous badges here to share with you before you start looking at the other sizes as well, because as time goes on you will invest in additional plates that will allow you to do your larger badges as well as your smaller badges, your oval badges, your little tiny button badges that I remember collecting in the 80s all over my jacket. But these are the larger versions. So just to give you a size for size, this is the size that you're going to receive with your machine. I think that's the one that we saw Carla working with just a few moments ago. That is the larger one, and we'll have a chat about these in a little while. You've even got funky shapes with these, so you've got these fabulous little oval ones, which are brilliant if you're wanting to put more information on there as well. And again, you have got all the bits and pieces that are going to allow you to create with these, but we're going to get really creative with these as time goes on, because we've got shakers that we're going to be sharing with you, shaped badges as well as time goes on. But the thing is, you need a tool to get started, and that's why we are encouraging you to take advantage of this amazing price, because what we've done is we've dropped the price as far as we possibly can do in order for you to invest in this kind of system. And it is a system that you will find yourself working with as time goes on. You will invest in the additional plates, the additional dies that Carla spoke of, and then obviously you'll have your refills of the different pieces that you'll go for as time goes on. So that's our round badges taken care of. In your medium size, it's accommodating all of that. And you know what? One thing that I love is they started with the medium, because they could have very easily started off with the small ones. And quite often you find that with a company, they'll start off with the small ones because you naturally want to get larger. But with this one, if you just want to keep it just as it is, then brilliant. That's all you need. Yeah. But then you've got the different kind of add-ons that you can go for as time goes on. Talking about the brand new stuff, that's what we're going to have a little look at. And Carla's spoilt for choice, because we've got so many fabulous things to share with you. Now, we are talking about puffy badges in a few moments, or puffy buttons, whichever you want to phrase it. And this is something that if you've already invested in the tool, you'll definitely want to get hold of it. But equally so, you might be shopping as a starter today with the kit and fancy getting some additional ones. Now, we've got the details on your screen. I will give you a warning, that's not the final price on this one. So if you want to get involved, please do so. The details are there, GXXC90. So puffy badges, what are puffy badges all about?
The little puffy, that's so exciting. Look, it makes my brain scramble when I can make things like this.
Oh, look at that.
It is the cutest.
Like
look at the dimension on it. And then the way it works is also, hold on, it's got, look, a wee little adhesive backing.
Okay.
So you take that off and you can stick it on your cards.
Oh, wow.
It's so exciting. So you can do little toppers for your cards.
Isn't that rosettes with those, couldn't you?
You can make all sorts with it. This machine's amazing. I'm going to do something that goes against every single rule of live shopping television ever made. So just bear with me 1 second. One of the things, I'm going to show you some examples of what this can do as well as the puffy, and we're going to come back to the puffy because we did this before. This is where you're going to go with it because the puffy is an extra. We can also, in the future, not right now, let you make rosettes.
Oh, wow.
I can also get you to make little hair clips.
That these are this is what Carla's got.
Sorry, it's in my... It's
all the hands.
This is not what you can get today. This is where you're going to grow to with this machine. Rosettes, hair clips, keychains. There's some little mirrors as well. Paper clips.
Oh, wow.
Now, you start thinking of matching office stationery and things like that. Now, the reason I'm showing you that, I know, like, there's nothing worse than going, why are you showing me something I can't own? You are going to grow and expand with this machine. And then we get to your puffies. And these are incredible and so easy.
Well, I saw the scalloped edge and I thought, well, I don't know which ones it is that you get. You're going to get both of them. You're also going to get the press as well that is going to allow you to actually create with these as well. So I think everything.
I've got it in my paw.
Is that a different thing then?
No, that's it.
That's it, right.
But it'll still be boxed.
Do you know what? And there is, because I mean, we've got lots of packets here and it's kind of like figuring out which is which, but everything appears to be colour-coded.
Yep, it is. It's
So
all
that
colour-coded.
keeps it simple, doesn't it?
It does. It makes life easier. I don't know if you can see that far on my desk, really, but I've got all of mine lined up here. Oh, yeah.
And you will find as time goes on, you'll have different kind of colours for different scenarios. So with this one, we're kind of looking at that We Are Keepers look with that kind of teal blue, isn't it? That light blue. So you're going to get all three of these boxes with these. So you're going to get your puffy button press, including your inserts and your refills, all for £49.97.
Such a bargain.
Or are you? Because as I mentioned, that price is going to come down. Now, we are going to be bringing that price down for everybody that gets involved. So if you have already got involved, then you know you can be paying that lowest price along with everybody else. So with this one, have we got a clock on this one? Oh, okay, right. So this is to get you ready, okay, because we're going to drop the price down, which means it'll go absolutely crazy. It always does.
If you're a card maker, this is for you.
Absolutely. Now, you're going to get all three of these. You're also going to find on the packaging, you've got QR codes, so you're not left on your own with anything, are you, Carla?
Tutorials for everything from We Are. Everything has a QR code on We Are Memory Keepers. Just scan it with your phone as if you were taking a photograph. It'll give you a link. Go there and it'll show you exactly how to make everything, in case I mess it up.
Not at all. Now, of course, the beauty is it's working with that main unit that you may have already invested in. If not, you will need to invest in that, and we've got a cracking deal for you today. Lots of you are adding this in alongside. You're almost making your own bundles, which is lovely because you can make it in the way that you want. So all three of these boxes coming together mean that you're going to be able to make your puffy buttons or your puffy badges, but of course utilising it with the tool that you may have already means you are further extending its usability. Each time we see these shows, you will see more things that you can add to it, which I think is really good fun. Oh my goodness, look at that, less than £30. Oh, you like that one, Carla?
I like them apples. Look at that. You're getting so much in here. There's so much to play with. This will take you on a lovely journey. You wait till you see the shaker and then the puffy. We'll do the puffy first, but you wait. The shakers are ace.
I love it. Oh my goodness, it's gone crazy. Now, there's lots of people watching this show because they invested in the tool previously and potentially used all the goodies that came with as the bundle to start with. So now you are going for those kind of extras. You've seen how easy it is to work with it. You want to use it more, you want to create more things with it, and that's exactly where you are at the moment. And that's why so many of you are getting involved. We don't have these shows as often as we would like, so take advantage while you've got the opportunity. And of course, the beauty is you could take that opportunity at the same time as investing in your press, which we do still have available at the most amazing deal as well. So yeah, keep checking those baskets out. I will keep you updated. So is it as simple to create with these as we saw previously?
So creating the puffy stickers is way easier than creating a badge, and a badge is simple to make.
Oh, right, okay.
There's much less to do. Shall I show you?
Okay.
Shall I show you? Put your whites in. They come with your machine, same as we did before, so top and bottom, let it magnetise and do its thing, okay? Then we've got a wibbly-wobbly, what's the word I'm looking for? A wavy die,
So
okay?
Scalloped.
Scalloped, that's the word I was looking for.
Good word.
So I've cut round it just as I did with the other one, just, you know, as you do. So the same process goes. We're going to die cut this. So obviously yours will be a bit lower down. Try and get it as central as you can. That'll give you the best pressure. If you feel you need to rotate it, absolutely do. So I'm just going to press onto this. And you normally hear a little creak, but I am a little bit taller than the machine today. Plus I've got a thing underneath me that's like a foamy thing, which has also raised me several feet.
Yeah,
so hopefully that'll have cut. So it's going to cut your little scallop shape out, right? Okay, so you've got your scallop shape. So that's that done. That's the hardest bit of this process. Just end of. And then it comes with this, which reminds me, I don't know, of something when I was a child and I cut. Is it something with Polly Pocket that had a lip balm in it? I can't remember.
It's like a little compact.
Yeah. And so you open it, You've got the two pieces, okay? So we're going to put this one, the base. So the one that's got the logo on is the top. So we're going to take the little scallop that we've got, make sure we've got it ready, and you're going to take one of the little scallop pieces that come with these. On the inside, you won't be able to see it, I don't think, on the camera, but there's a little cutout on the middle of this, and I'm just going to grab hold, make sure I've got the right side. Just pull, can you see?
Oh yes, it's just inside.
And it's going to come away, and I've got like a shiny circle. Place that down on a flat surface, take your puffy thing, okay, and just pop it into that circle. Easy as, okay? So that's all we're doing is lining it up. Now on the outside, somewhere along here, let me put my glasses on, somewhere along here, there's a little line, just, there it is. You can see it clearly under normal lights, but studio lights are never your best friend. Remove that.
Okay, right.
Okay. And then we're going to place that into the little wee scallop base. Just like
a little pastry case.
So it is like a little pastry case. And that's that bit done. Then I'm going to put my picture on. And I'm just going to place it in, just on top, like so. Pop my lid on. Put it into here. Put it in, press. Pull it out. I've got a puffy sticker.
Oh, that is fabulous.
It's so
brilliant.
How simple is that?
Oh, I love it. And you can really see, can't you, with that matte finish where that puffiness is.
And then you just stick it on stuff.
That is brilliant. But you could stick that with the backing onto a card,
so
the recipient can then use the sticker themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's so many things that you can do with it, right? You know, they're just really lovely. And listen, kids' cards and stuff like that, birthday parties for the littlies, brilliant. But for us as card makers, for crafters, they're so just feel it. It's so tactile.
Fabulous. I mean,
so lovely.
I'm very much into my planners, and things like this would be absolutely perfect for you. Also, as well, I know some people are a little bit nervous about the safety pin backing that we saw, especially when you're looking at young children and birthdays and little badges to celebrate their birthdays. Then that is something they could actually stick to their garment rather than actually having a little kind of safety pin. Love the way that you can fussy cut to the exact positioning that you want, so you can make that centerpiece of your sticker. But you can really see where you've got that puffiness there, that elevation in the middle there, really creating something different. And that is the beauty of this, really good fun. Now in this bundle, just to reiterate, you are going to get the press. So you're going to have the piece that actually sits within the machine. So that's the bit that we saw Carla working with to start with. So you've got your different sections there. You've also got your QR code. So help is there. If you kind of get this home and it might be weeks before you manage to actually get started with it, then don't worry, you've got that on there as well. In addition to that, you've got your puffy stickers as well. So of course you've got the stickers which are giving you that raised element. You've got loads in there. You're going to have loads of fun with regards to that. So in there you're going to be able to make those puffy stickers. You've got 30 of those. That's what I was looking for, the number. So 30 of those you're going to be able to create, which is phenomenal. But then we are going on to your shaker inserts as well. We've not even seen these yet, but you can see you want these. You want these. You're going crazy. With regards to these, now these are these in the bundle. So you're getting 15 within here. So you're going to get all of these. The tool, and you've got those kind of starters, well starters, 15 and 30s, not starters, there's plenty in there. But you can get additions of these if you're wanting to as well. So if you're wanting to go for your sticker refills, which is the one that we've got here, so you want more of those circles, we have got them available, not huge quantities, because lots of you have been going for them within the bundle. Normally you'd be paying $14.99, but on this occasion, they are not $14.99. No, hold on. Oh, the shaker. Oh, the shaker. Right. So which is that one? I'm holding up the wrong one. That one. That's the one. Sorry. So that is the shaker. So those are the details that are on your screen. So that, well, you can kind of understand where it's going with this, can't you? So this time you've kind of got that little shaker element in there. You can kind of see the little windows, as you can see in there, and that raised element. So you know what this is going to be, but we will see it in action in a few moments. So you're going to get these as a bundle that we spoke of a few moments ago, but more of these are available with the details on the screen. Don't forget, though, you will need that part. Though you will need that part, and that is coming as part of the bundle. So if you haven't got anything, then you need to go for the bundle, but then you can go for extras of those with the details that have just been on your screen. Does that make sense? There's a lot to cover in this show. But then we've got the refills of the puffy stickers. So if you're wanting to make more of those and you've already got your cutty outy bit and your pressy bit and you want more of your puffy bits, well, these, the phrase, I didn't expect to be using these phrases when I got up this morning.
Not this many times in a day.
Not this many times. So if you wanted more of your puffy stickers, now these are those elements that are going to create that domed area that we just saw in action. You can get 30 of those, but just to reiterate, you will need to make sure that you have got that as well. So if you've not invested in that already, go for that bundle of 3 and then you are ready for all of the eventualities. And if you do like the idea of doing more of your puffies or more of those shakers, then you can obviously go for those kits as time goes on as well. So it's all on the website. So if you want to kind of scroll through everything, you can, but we're just going to pop the details up for that bundle there. So that's all 3 of those, $29.99. You're going to be able to make 30 of the puffy stickers and you're also going to be able to make 15 of your shakers. Talking of which, shall we shake it, baby?
Let's do a shaker because it matches in with those puffies and they sort of come together. So let's try and compartment everything so that you know where you are when you get home. Remember, as far as Hobby Maker is concerned, every single show gets put onto YouTube, so you can refer back to this.
That's a good point.
And just subscribe on the Hobby Maker YouTube channel, hit the notification bell so you know when they're live, and you'll get updated, but you'll be able to scroll back and go through all the demonstrations so you can do it when you get home, just if it makes it easier for you. So same thing, we're using the same tools. It's that same scalloped edge. I'm using some grey and white because I love it on the paper. It doesn't matter what paper you're using. Now, for those of you at home who are sensible crafters, you will have things like glitter. Do I have glitter? No. Why do I not have glitter? Because I'm scared of glitter. So I don't have glitter because it scares me. So I'm using some dried flowers in this, which to be fair are a little bit too big, but I'm not going to worry about those. Glitter is frightening to me. Right, you've got these. These are your shaker ones. Now, very clear which side's which, okay? Can you see there's some acetate inside?
Ah, yes, yeah.
Right, well, this bit protrudes upwards. The acetate is at the bottom. So whatever you're putting in, be that glitter, be it little beads, whatever it is obviously going to sit in the bit that's the pocket. So we're going to put that inside here.
So are those already constructed? We don't have
all
to do
done.
anything. Oh, fab.
There's none of the things. It's just all done with those.
Love
so it's
it.
all ready. So we just get to just put that straight into here, and it's got the little window there. So then you're just going to put in whatever you want to put in, and that can be anything. Now, before I do that, the one thing that I would be remiss to do, you're going to have to do that same thing where you've got the little cut line and you're taking that adhesive backing off. Put your glasses on, Bagshaw, so you can see what you're doing. I was totally in the wrong place then. So we're just going to get this and remove.
Okay.
Okay, then put that in. Okay, so it just sits and you want it to be straight. Don't do what I'm doing here and foil your little edges. There we go.
It's not like a top or a bottom or anything. It just sits neatly in there.
Just sits, you can't get it wrong because it sits as it sits. I'm just going to use a couple of little floral petals in here.
Okay,
I really love dried flowers. They just please me a great deal. They're not really made for this, I will say, but they
Could be a pressed flower though, couldn't it?
I
if you
just
wanted
love
to?
flowers.
Yeah.
Like there's something about little petals and they smell divine, right? They're just really beautiful. Now, the difference with this and your puffy sticker, this time your image is gonna go face down because it's gonna be the thing, bless you, the thing that sits behind whatever you're putting in as a shaker. So if you were putting glitter or you were putting beads or something like that, you want the image behind it, don't you? So you're gonna put this one in upside down and then it's exactly the same process. So I'm just gonna pop that in. I'm gonna put the top of my machine on, just like so. And then I'm going to bring in my button maker, turn it, compress it, and then I got a little shake. Mine's not going to shake very well because it was flower petals, but I still am very excited. Now, can you see? I've got my little...
encapsulated it.
Okay, so you've got your little flowers in there. Now, the great thing about this is it's designed where there's a rise just around the edge. Can you see?
Yeah.
Why is that there? It's because if you're using a card, use a die that's the same size as that to cut a circle out, a little aperture. You poke that inside it so it protrudes from the card. And then whatever you've got on your card detail sits in front of it as such, and that sits at the top of your card just protruding through. It's so beautiful. They're so gorgeous. I love them. So just think of a flat piece of paper with a little hole in it, and you would just glue that behind.
Like a little window.
Like a little window, and it will sit in your card perfectly with a little die cut circle inside it. So you can make the most glorious cards with this. Suddenly we changed our card making a little bit, and I know we've made shaker cards for years. The problem with shaker cards sometimes is they've got to be a certain size because the shaker foam tape is quite chunky, right?
Yeah.
This is all done for us. All of those techniques are taken away. So we've got these little flowers, we've got these little beads. If you've got seed beads at home that you've made jewelry with, they're going to be absolutely brilliant for these. Aren't they gorgeous?
I love it. What a clever idea. And of course, the beauty is you are going to get those fabulous little starters. So you're going to get 15 of those if you are going for the bundle that's on your screen. You're going to get the tool that will allow you to actually do that encapsulation. That is part of the bundle. So those are your shakers. But don't forget, it is a bundle, so you're going to be able to make your puffy stickers in there as well. So all 3 of those components coming to you for $29.99. Now, if you do want to make more of the shakers, then they're $8.99. We mentioned those earlier on, and you can get hold of the stickers as well. So you can kind of make your own bundle, but make sure at some stage you've gone for that part, whether it's in the bundle or however you've got hold of it. You might have it already, but then you do need to make sure you've got that, because that is the tool that you need to work with those. If you've yet to shop for any of it, then $29.99 will get you everything that you need, and then you just decide on kind of your refills as time goes on, which is what we've got in stock as well, so you might as well go for those. Now, something else you might like to consider is this one, and this is brand new, and this is loads of fun. I mean, little hearts. Now, this is the ability for you to create those, so you've got your press included with this one as well. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, then you can do. Now, obviously you can see the tool, so it's the same tool that we've been using throughout. These are just additional elements to make you get the most out of it, and Carla's going to be taking us through this one in a few moments. Now, this is brilliant because this is quite a sizable badge that you can be able to create with these ones. So it might be that you're thinking, oh, I want to go larger than the standard. Well, you can do, and this is the beauty. You are going to start looking at shaped projects. So the little heart you can see here. There's other shapes we'll be telling you about in a few moments. It's got little squares coming up in a little while as well. So it's all about extending the usability of that investment that you're starting off with. And if you are looking at investing, then we have got the tool on the show as well. Some of you already shopped for it last time that Carla was here. I think it was around September time, and took advantage of the bundle that we had available. So now you're shopping for extra things to craft with. Now, this is the actual insert press. So this is the piece that you're going to need to actually cut out your shapes. And then we have got the ability for you to get your button pieces that will work and allow you to pop those badges into place. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of this, the details are on your screen. Now, with regards to this one, you're looking at 2 1/4 inches with regards to the size. So good sizes with regards to these, but absolutely beautiful, beautiful heart shapes with these. And this is in addition to the others that you've got as well. I love the fact that they're thinking of so many different variations.
I know.
Carla.
Well, listen, it's frustrating when we get a one-trick pony, especially when, you know, you buy it and you're like, oh, this is amazing. And of course they look amazing. You know, we are, of course they do. But if you buy something and, you know, you've put it in and you get it, and then you're like, I want to do other things with it. And this, you know, this is it, isn't it? Because we suddenly get all of these different options. And I think when we live in a world where things like Etsy and not on the high street do exist, and we can sell and we can keep selling and we can set up shops and all of those things, these are a great little side hustle.
Yes.
To just make a bit of cash, because you just sling some badges out, you know, do them in sort of themes and those sort of things, and you've got them. But then also, like you were saying, hen do's, kids'
Loads of
birthday
situations,
parties.
yeah.
There's a million things that we use these for, and the love heart ones are stunning.
Now,
Same process.
These, I mean, the hen do that we went for, in a box, I've got everything that I needed, really, because we could put on there bride-to-be, it could be mum-in-law-to-be, bride's mum, all those different things. Now, I have opened the box up because I wasn't entirely sure, but what you've got here, you've got your cutting tools, which you can see, and I noticed a number 18 on there. And the number 18 means because you're going to be able to create your badges in here as well. So it has got everything you need in there. It's not just the tool itself. It is one of those situations where you've got the badges, 18 of those in there. So straight away you're going to get started. We have got the additional inserts as well. So if you want to go for extras, then let me just mention these to you as well. So you can shop for those. We'll come to those in a few moments. But less than £20, you are again ramping up your creativity with your button press. These are as easy to use as we've seen already?
Yes, so the difference with this one and the other ones is the die cutting process. It's probably not going to cut it in one fell swoop. You are going to have to rotate it. We're talking a big surface area. You want to make sure you've compressed it in every single area on the heart. But other than that, the process is exactly the same. So you've got your die. And also, can I just say the colours are really beautiful. Isn't it gorgeous?
Love
Just
it.
like really, really beautiful. So you've got your die of your heart and we're going to cut your paper and that could be anything you want it to be. Wouldn't it be lovely with photographs in it of family and
what
stuff?
a lovely idea.
That'd be really
yeah.
nice. Really, really pretty. Now I've cut a piece of paper out that's roughly the same size. I have watched people struggle very much on YouTube when they cut a piece of paper that is a square around something. My strongest advice I can give you, when you're cutting your paper, try and get it as near to the die as you can. The die is going to cut the actual shape. But if you're already using something that's a big surface area and then you've only got a small area here, if you're trying to struggle with a piece of paper, you might knock it. So my best advice to give you is try and get it as close to the size of the die. It just makes sense, right? So you've got your white pieces in as normal. Remember, that's your die cut in plates. Now, if you look at where I don't think you're going to be able to see it properly, but the sides of my heart are just protruding. Now, the actual die cut is actually smaller than those edges as well. So that's not really that much of a problem, but it gives me an idea of where I need to compress. When you're at home, your best bet, I think, me personally, is to protrude it. So I've got this here. I'm going to cut that piece and I'm going to keep rotating. So I can cut. Can you hear it cracking?
Oh, yes.
And then I'm going to lift and I'm going to rotate and I'm going to do 4 rotations probably. So one here, rotate, cut. You can just hear it clicking and it's the die going through the paper. And this is just the big ones. Usually on the small ones, you're not going to have these issues, but I want to make sure because once I've taken it away, it's difficult to line it back up. Not that, I mean, listen, they're scraps of paper on the whole, but if you've just done a beautiful photo that you've printed, last thing you want is for it not to go through and for it to mess up. So we just take precaution, right?
Just as Carla's doing that, I'm just going to reiterate something that I've noticed on the packaging that I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea with regards to this one. I mentioned about there's 18 on here. It's 18 pieces within the box. So that is made up over the different plates that were spoken of and the badges. So finished badges, you're going to be able to make 6 of these because the 18 includes all the different components. Yeah. So I didn't want people to think, oh, I'm going to be able to make 18 badges with this, just so as you know, when I reread it. I read it long before. So there you go. Apologies for that.
Once you've die cut, this is what you've got. You've got that lovely heart shape there, and it's got this wee notch in it that you can see just going through. And that's going to help us. The great thing about these, as opposed to circles, is you can't go wrong as far as getting everything lined up is concerned, because it's a set shape. You ain't going anywhere with it. It can only go in one way, right? So you've got your machine here. I can take away those die cutting plates now because I've used them. And now I'm going to put in with my heart. Exactly the same. You've got a top and you've got a base, and it tells you base A and B, top A and B. So I'm going to put my top piece in. Like I say, this is your fiddliest bit. So you're going to get it and you're going to place it and it's going to drop. That magnet has held the inside, the rest will drop. Then I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to make sure that's on A. Listen, the amount of times I forgot to do A and B doesn't even bear thinking about.
So what
see that drop?
Should you get it lined up? I probably shouldn't ask really, but what happens is it doesn't form a badge.
It just
properly.
won't work. It just won't form a proper badge. So you've got to make sure you do your A and your B. It works in a certain way. And so they couldn't be any clearer than to say you've got your A part and then you've got your B part. But my memory is so bad that sometimes I'm like, why is that not working? And then I'm like, because you didn't do the things. Right, top of the heart looks like this, and that's going to go into my base here. Remember, I'm working on the A part of my process. That is the A part of my process. I'm going to then pop my heart on top. For those of you who are wondering about Mylar, let's put one on. That's just a piece of plastic. It will come with it, and you'll get those.
Is that the bit that does the shiny bit?
That does your shiny. Okay. So that's going to sit on top of there. That's now in place. I've got everything lined up on A. Check, check, and triple check. A's are lined. It's really, really important. It's a big part of the process. I'm going to have to just draw this slightly further towards me just so I can get the compression on it.
No
so apologies for a second. I'm just going to pull it here. You want that ka-chunk.
Oh, gosh,
all right?
that's a good chunk.
So once it's ka-chunked, it's disappeared. We Debbie McGee'd. all right? You're looking for your magic trick. That's A. A is your magic trick. B is your finish, all right? You need the badge, the safety pin, to go at the bottom. This bit needs to compress into the badge. So that's then going to sit here. But my most important job, B, B. That has to happen, okay? That's then going to line everything up inside here. B and B are now together. You're going to ka-chunk again, okay? Once that's compressed, you pull it out, and there's a shiny, shiny, beautiful badge.
That.
Shiny, shiny.
Beautiful.
Pretty, pretty, beautiful badge.
That is fabulous. Oh my word, I love the hearts now. Each time you use something different, that's my new favourite.
You can have that, Hayley. There you go. You can have my heart.
Thank you. But how amazing is that? I'm just going to check it over, to be honest. Bit of quality
Isn't it
control.
beautiful? Bit of quality control.
Absolutely perfect, though. Absolutely perfect. Beautiful. And that shiny finish really does give the difference. Now, I will mention the refills. The refills will allow you to make 9 further badges. Don't forget, you've got 5 in the starter kit that we were looking at, which does include all of the different kind of components and the presses. Here, you can actually create all your different bits and pieces with these. So just if you're wanting to get hold of these, and then do make sure you are popping those extras into your basket. So those extra baskets, many of you are adding these in as well. Yeah, it's all right, Becky. It's just, yeah, all sorted, don't worry. Bless her. Coming to take care of me, bless. You're going to get 27 components in there. You're going to need 3 each of those components, as we saw, to make your 9 finished badges. So there you go, £8.99. I mean, £8.99, that's £1 a badge.
It's amazing.
And
you can sell them for £3.
These are the larger ones, the ones that I was looking at. You know, when you see, you think, oh, that's a really good price. But I'm just going to check the measurements. They were little tiny badges. You couldn't see any information. Badges of this size, if you wanted to add your personalisation, that you got plenty of room there. And even if you're only using these for one occasion, it will kind of pay for itself, because that's what you'd normally be paying somebody else to do it.
Think of Christmas.
Oh, yes.
Think of Christmas Day, of everyone in your family gets a badge.
Yeah.
And
put it in a cracker.
Put it in a cracker. Actually, do you know what would be really... You know that game that people play where you put your phone up and it's got somebody famous on it and everybody guesses? If you did a badge on everybody's hat, a Christmas hat for everybody, like a Santa hat, and then they get a random hat and they put it on, and that's the game. That would be really cool. I
think it'd be fun to put jobs on there. So chief washer-upper, tidy-upper. That's it. So that is brilliant. So don't forget, you are going to need that tool in order to do the hearts, but then you've got your refills as well. So shop for both of those. Now, another one that I need to tell you about. Which one are we looking at next? The square. So the square is brand new today. Again, you're going to get the tool. You're going to be able to create your 5 badges. I think it is with this one. I've noticed a bit of a pattern going on. Yep, 5 badges. And you've also got your presser, and this is going to help you create. I love these. These are brilliant.
Aren't
because again, they're just a good size to work with. Less than £20 again. You're going to get all the components in there. The badges.
Pardon?
You can put budgies on there if you want. The badges, that's a Brummie badge, a budgie.
Is it?
It's a Brummie badge.
You keep going, Gil. You keep going. We believe you. Thousands wouldn't.
You've got the pin on the back there, and of course you've got that fabulous laminated look with the kind of mylar that's going to go in, and you're going to get all of those. We have got refills available, but you will need the tool to get started. So make sure, if you've not got this already, then you've got the details on your screen in your basket. Again, I will reiterate, you will need the actual badge maker, the button maker itself. If you've not shopped for that, amazing deal we're doing for you today. But then in addition, get yourself some refills, because the refills will give you the ability to make a further 10 badges. So you've got all your components in there, 10 badges, £8.99 again. We're kind of keeping the same prices across the board. But again, don't just shop for this, because you will need the actual tool itself. So those 2 need to go into your basket if you're wanting to create 15 badges. 10 from your refills, 5 from your original set. But the refills on your screen there, if you fancy getting hold of those. So definitely. Similar sort of idea, I'm guessing.
Yeah, do you want me to show you?
Oh, I don't know. Do you want
I
to have
don't
a
mind.
look?
It's up to you. Do you want it?
Can I very, very quickly mention as well, we've got ovals as well. But before we do all of that, because we're running out of time, I'll be as quick as I can. The machine itself, you're going to need the badge making machine. Now, we're calling it a button maker because American kind of terminology, it's a button badge. in the UK, obviously we tend to call them badges. So you've got your tool there. Now this is going to allow you to create projects straight away. So you can be able to create your badges using your photos. It could be that you're going to be using fabric. It could be paper from your stash. It could be things that you're actually printing off yourself and really personalising. Now it's a tool that's going to open up a whole new area of crafting, because we're looking at different types of badges, but in addition we're going to see things like key rings coming with these. You're going to see things coming like fridge magnets, hair clips. There's going to be lots and lots of possibilities as time goes on, and we will bring these to you as time goes on. Obviously there's a lot. We don't want to bring it all in one go and bamboozle you. Invest in the tool to start with, get to grips with creating your badges, and then grow with it as time goes on. And that is the beauty of this. Amazing deal on your screen. We were looking at in excess of £100 originally. I think it's closer to £110. We're taking it down to £79.99.
I've demonstrated this machine for 2 years, 3 years, and I've never seen it that price.
No.
We like it when they do.
Way less than £30 on those 3 split pays, so a very affordable way for you to get hold of it, and loads of fun to be had. And the fun could start literally with the badges that you've got in there, but lots of you are shopping for the other goodies that we've got. So your heart-shaped badges, going crazy now. The square ones, again, crazy. But don't forget, we have got ovals as well. So I don't know whether we'll get much of a chance to have a look at these, but I'll very quickly mention these. So the oval tool is going to allow you to create those oval or shaped badges. Of course, when you're putting them on your clothing, you could have them that way around if you want to, but obviously the pin badge will need to go in the right way. So there you go. So the tool itself will allow you to create your cuts to put your badges together. And again, you're going to be able to create 5 straight from the box. Again, we've got refills. So can I suggest you go for the refills? And that will allow you to make a further 10 badges, and do shop on the website for that. So we've got the squares that I think we're going to have a look at, and the ovals, but everything works in a very similar way, can't it?
Well, it works in exactly the same way, really, when you're looking at those bits. It's only the puffy stickers and the little shakers that are different today. I demonstrated the oval ones back at Halloween, so the last time this was on over at Halloween.
Okay.
So if you do want a reference to it, it's there, but also QR code on the back. That'll take you to We Are Memory Keepers. It'll give you a demonstration there as well. So we'll do a quick one on the square. It's exactly the same. I've done the die cutting just because it makes life a bit quicker for us, because I know we're running out of time. But what a joy to bring this machine. Again, it's one of my favourites. There's so many of my favourites. I should stop saying that, really.
They do it so well, though, don't they, too?
I have, honestly, I would say, you know when people get crushes on pop stars and film stars, I've got a crush on We Are Memory Keepers, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. So I've put my base there, and then I'm putting that on top. I'm going to fold this into here and here, so I've got my A's together, and I'm just rechecking that because it's the one thing I'll do wrong if I do anything wrong, and I'm just going to place and ka-chunk. Remember that ka-chunk. Then we bring that through. That's disappeared. The magic trick's happened. It's sitting up there, ready for it to work. And now my little badge, the back of my badge goes down. That's the bit that's going to attach to my jumper. I've got to change to B and to B. And then I can turn this round. B and B are matching. Ka-chunk. Bring it round. Oh, I ka-chunk too hard. Don't ka-chunk as hard as I did.
Okay.
I broke my
Did you have a hearty breakfast? Is that what it is?
I had a bacon and cheese bap on the way here from a service station.
Nice.
It's quite nice.
I love it. Can I just ask as well, because I've just been reading the box while Carla's been doing a demo. I'm going to turn it round because on the back of the box it will show you some of the additional things you'll be able to do as time goes on. On the back here, it's talking about the different sizes of the badges. Now, am I right in thinking it's just one size? The medium circle press comes with this one.
That one comes with that one. Later down the line, if you so choose, you can then get the big jobby, the little jobby.
Right, okay.
You're going to have the medium jobby, which is somewhere. Then you've got your scallops. So these are your different ones. There's your medium jobby. There's all the different ones. We've got the square. You've got the oval. There's all of the things.
It's a whole system, isn't it? Yeah, loads of good fun.
And there's going to be more.
I can't wait.
It doesn't stop here. This is us just bringing it in, pulling it out, and then over the next year, 2 years, you're just going to see this getting bigger.
So many things.
Your main investment.
Bobby pin badges, so little hair grips you're going to be able to make with these. You're also going to be able to, as time goes on, the adhesive foam, we've seen that already, keychains, the rosettes, little mirrors. How amazing is that going to be? Mirrors.
Beautiful.
Adhesive magnets as well.
Have you got the mirror on there? It was
don't
somewhere
know.
knocking about. There was a wee mirror.
You've also got paper clips. So if you get, I'll turn it round. I'm just talking about it. This is where my confusion was because there's a little picture at the top there. But this shows you the different sizes. So you're going to get the Goldilocks one that sits in the middle of these two. But then you can go for the smaller and the larger when we bring them to you. Your little grips, you can be able to make those with your little kind of badges on there. Your adhesive elements. These are all coming. Obviously the foam we've just spoken of today. So that's brilliant. Little keychains. These rosettes. I mean, imagine making those.
Make magnets, make you name it. Listen, as
all of
far as
this.
magnets are concerned, if you've got craft magnets now, you kind of already got their way of doing it. My advice, get a magnet and pop it onto a foam pad and take the safety pin away from the back of your badge so that it's flat. Pop a magnet onto a little foam pad, a little round one, and chuck it on the back. That's going to be a magnet for anywhere. But it just, again, we've increased what we make, haven't we? And so it's never ending, right? We've just got all of the play weight in the world. And I really hope you love it because it's one of my favourite tools.
I have to say, I'm smitten. I'm smitten.
I love it.
Now, can I reiterate, if you are thinking about getting hold of this, we have got a fabulous deal for you. We were looking at over £100 originally. We've dropped that price down, but we are incredibly limited with regards to the stock that we've got. The tool itself, oh my goodness, you're going to have so much fun with this going forward, but not just you, your church groups, your school groups, your family groups, birthday parties throughout the year, all those celebrations. Just because you want to make a badge to award somebody that kind of love that you want to give to them, then you can do all of that. I got the love from Carl earlier. Got a little heart badge. So this is the beauty. You can give these little gifts. You can put them onto your projects. They just enhance that home kind of feel that you create with these. And it means that personalisation, which is key. Everybody loves it. And of course, if you want to make a little business of it, why not? Go for it. Because I know these businesses certainly exist because I nearly bought.
There you go. No, they do, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I say, go on Etsy. The proof's in the pudding, right? Go on Etsy and see what people are selling personalised badges for. All the ones you see with Hayley over there, I've printed out myself. I've just done some design work and printed stuff out. So the point is you've got the ability to do that. You can do whatever you want. Use your AC papers. They're brilliant for these. Get all your cardstocks out. Get your fabrics out because you can make fabric badges. Don't use mylar when you're using fabric. That is strongly my advice. It will not stretch over your fabric. But you can make fabric badges as well. It doesn't have to be limited. Just think of your rice papers, printable rice papers making badges. Wouldn't they be beautiful?
Amazing.
Vellums,
Absolutely.
vellum badges, all kinds of beautiful things that you can do.
I love it. So I think the key thing is get hold of your badge maker while you've got the opportunity. I know lots of you will be checking out your baskets in the break. I just hope there's enough for everybody to get hold of these. And I'll certainly be making my order a little bit later on, if there's any left. After the break, we are going to be back again. But Carla, thank you. I will see you in an hour's time.
You will. Thank you.
Something very different though, so don't think we're making badges. I'll see you in a bit.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Hello there and welcome back. Look, it's the first time I've actually worked with you, Kat, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Me too.
And I have to say, yeah, we've got an amazing show ahead of us. Some very, very exciting things to share with you because we've got brand new stuff.
We have lots of it.
Loads of brand new stuff. So, yeah. And I know how huge fans you are of Hunkydory, so I know you're going to love everything. And of course, they share knowledge as well. And that's what I love about the bundle that we're going to be sharing with you as well. Because I think sometimes we forget, don't we, that people are getting involved at all sorts of levels.
Yes, absolutely. From beginning to all the way through. Creating this book that we're going to show you now, we were given the opportunity to go back and remember things that we'd even forgotten.
Yeah,
so this is the beauty of a product like this.
Now you've got a bumper bundle here, so you have got the new edition. Everything's brand new. Have to say, the little flags there with the alphabet on, brilliant. Need those in my life. Birthdays, whenever people say to me is that they bought a new die cutting machine, what's the best dies to start with? I always say balloons.
Absolutely.
Because we use them for all occasions, don't we? But bringing it all together is this amazing book. And this is brilliant because this is the knowledge and the experience of many crafters coming together to give you loads of ideas. Now, we will flick through this, but in a nutshell, what have we got in this book?
So this is our Hunkydory Moonstone Guide to Die Cutting.
Okay.
So we start at the very beginning for you of like how to use your basic shape nesting dies and all the wonderful things you can do with them. And then we progressively go through the book to more advanced techniques. So using your nesting dies to make frames, using them to make shaped cards, then on to bringing in using them to make frames and more detailed elements on your cards. And we're going to have a look how you can make shakers with your nesting dies. Making your apertures, combining lots of your little die sets together. So we're using a set of nesting dies there. Using your combo dies and your stamps, how they work to put into cards.
Such a clever idea. Love it. You're also going to learn how to apply those techniques as well because there's projects in here too.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
And to be honest, I mean, we say new crafters, but we all have those kind of mojo days where our crafting mojo has disappeared. Then this is going to be the perfect one for you to pick up and have a little thumb through. And then you're going to learn how to use all of the different bits and pieces that we've got on the show. So have a look at these. Now, we've got a variety of dies on this particular one. I mean, straight away, that alphabet, you need it.
Absolutely. Everybody has made a beeline in the studio for it today.
Brilliant.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I love it. We are going to show you these additional nesting dies as well to create that lovely kind of an eyelet look that you've seen. But you can see from the cards that we've got on the display, so many beautiful projects utilising the different components that we've got. I mean, that alphabet set, if you just go for one thing, you need that in your life.
Definitely, yeah. It's a full alphabet with your numbers, and you're also going to get like little additional ones like this as well. I don't know if we've got one out, but just plain ones so you can back them onto plain backgrounds. You can mix up the colours. And you've got to remember as well, all the inner bits of those letters you can take out and use on their own as well.
That's
so
a good point.
It's
Like a
two in one,
twofer,
really.
isn't it? Little twofer, love a twofer. So these are absolutely brilliant as well. So as you can see here, you've got obviously all the different display items. Let me show you the different components that you've got with these as well, because that is the beauty. You are getting a lot of dies within that alphabet set. So this is all part of the bundle. The book, you're also going to get these as well. And when you look at them, there are those ones that you were talking about.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Brilliant idea, absolutely brilliant idea with regards to those. You're also going to get the balloons that I touched on, so your brilliant balloons, which I love this.
Aren't they so gorgeous? They're
That is
such a good
brilliant.
size. There's so many things you can do with them. You can pop your bunting inside your balloons. They're big enough to do
That's
that.
a good idea.
You've got all the bits that you can cut out to piece
There they
back
go.
in. So much fun.
Absolutely, so you're going to get those in there as well. So that is the beauty of that. And you're also going to get those presents. The gifts are included within that as well. So both of those sets. So with those, you're going to get all the different bits and pieces. So the additional bows, so depending on how you want to put your pile of presents together. This is brilliant. Right. Now, let's address some things that are up on the screen. That price to start with. That price is not going to stay the same. You can see the clock has come in now, so that means that price is going to come down, which means all of you guys that have got this in a basket and are checking your baskets out, you're going to pay that lowest price along with everybody else when we reveal it to you in about 15 seconds time. I mean, this strikes me as a must-have set, Kat.
Oh,
I mean,
definitely.
yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I think in not many days, weeks' time, we are going into a new year, and what a new year collection
my
to start
goodness,
with.
yeah.
This is your birthday card sorted for the year. It's your new baby. It's your wedding anniversary. It's absolutely everything. There's something in this set for everyone. And starting with all those fabulous techniques, whether they are new to you or rediscovering them in this book, is an absolute great place to start.
So the price, look at the price, £44.99. That is a phenomenal price. I've got some fabulous finished samples here, but I'm going to grab some of the ones that are over here because these are featuring all the dies that we've just looked at, alongside some of the nested dies that we'll be sharing with you in a few moments. So the balloon, I love that outline.
It is, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely brilliant. Even if you're using it all with your mirror card together, love that look. Brilliant. But again, the different colours. Don't forget as well, if you want your Matte-tastic, we've got some news with regards to that. We've got brand new colours for 2024, which we are featuring within the show as well. But that, I mean, instantly you've got a fabulous card.
You have, yeah. And so universal as well.
And to be fair, when you look at this, you could actually be utilising little scraps that you've got from your stash.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. This die is designed, we'll show you in more detail later on one of the demos, to be snipped into as well, so you can cut out the individual presents. So
Like that
again,
idea, yeah.
if you want to cut it out in lots of different scraps, so you can layer the pieces back on to make all your presents different
Love that,
colours.
look at this with craft card. I mean, how amazing is that? But that says just married. It could be happy birthday, it could be Merry Christmas, it could be Happy Hanukkah, it can be whatever you want it to be, because you have got that personalisation. And also as well, get creative with those dies. This is a clever idea.
Yes, it is. We love this idea. So this is taking your die cutting it maybe for your masking sheet or your mylar, and then using it as a mask and
Like
getting your
it,
inks
yeah.
over it, and then peeling away the original die cut, and you've just got this lovely soft effect left
Do
in the
like that.
background.
That's beautiful. You're going to love this one as well here. Showing you how you can do that. I love the shaker element that you've got with this. And the way that these have kind of been cut, but then set back in again.
Exactly. There is so many ways to use this die set. It's incredible.
These are brilliant. You are going to have so much fun when you get these home. Now, the details on your screen, £44.99. Just to reiterate, you're going to get the dies that will allow you to create all of your sentiments, because you've got your full alphabet, you've got your numbers in there, as well as your blank elements as well. You've also got all of those fabulous gift bags, so that die is included in there as well. You're also going to get that inspiration, so that book is included that's going to give you loads of ideas and inspiration as you go. And everything is brand new. Brand new and amazing. I love it. The balloons you definitely need to get hold of. They're in the bundle, as well as the gifts and, of course, that personalisation element with the little characters that you've got in there for your alphabets as well. Now, If you're wanting to go for extras, let's just mention that because you can get the book by itself as well. I'm being very neat and tidy here, so I know where everything's going. That can go back on that pile. Now, the book itself, if you're wanting to shop for it by itself, because I know lots of you kind of build up the library of books from Hunkydory, and we've seen these on all sorts of different topics in the past.
We have, but this is our first guide to die cutting. I don't know why it's taken us so long, but we absolutely love it.
And it's brilliant. I mean, should we have a little look on the overhead camera at all the different things that we've got in there? Shall I pass that to you? Or you've got one? Oh, you've got one there. There you
It
go.
might have my secret notes in here.
Oh, see. Oh, I'll get ready to throw this one in a case.
So we are, as you can see, we open up and we've got our beautiful Moonstone by Hunkydory guide to die cutting. You've got your contents that's going to take you through. So if you just want to snip to a certain project, you know where to go. And it starts out with as basic as what is a die, and it talks you through all of that for you. Then we go on to die cutting machines, because I think probably this is the most complex part about die cutting machines now, because there's so many different ones out there on the market. There's different ways that you can layer them up. So this displays, it goes through a few different machines and how you can use them, your electronic and your manual.
That's useful information, isn't it? Yeah.
Absolutely. And then we go on to tools that are also really valuable to use with your die cutting machine. So things like your 3-in-1 die brush, your wax paper, your plastic wallets, low tack tape, all those kind of things that you can use with it as well. And then we go on to materials that you can use. So these are all things that have been used throughout the handbook. So you've got an introduction to them before you come across them in your projects.
So no surprises.
No surprises. How to use a die cutting machine, which for some people, I said, this is what you need to know.
It's one of those things, I mean, I'm laughing because it is something that is key, but we forget that people need to know this information.
You do.
Yeah.
And it's not a steadfast guide because, like we said, every machine is different, but what we do recommend in here is always getting your machine and having a play and a practice.
Lovely.
So then we go through some of the essential dies that we've used throughout the book.
Okay.
So you can find them. And then we get right into how we can use our dies. So we've got how to use our nesting dies. So like I said before, you've got your panels, apertures, frames, and then our unique nesting dies, like the ones we are bringing you later
they're
on.
fabulous. I like those with the eyelets.
Yeah, and then we get into all the fabulous techniques, and then we also, along with your technique, we have a demonstration of a card that you can do that. So just let's go through. So there's creating a shape card blank. We have creating frames, creating apertures. And so these ones are just with your nesting dies. Fancy aperture dies and fussy cutting. Then we're moving on to our combos, using stamp and combo dies, how you can make your backgrounds, using them on the edge of your cards. And we have sneaky little second projects up the top as well. I don't know if you've noticed, just for inspiration.
Oh, I've got that card here as well.
Yeah, splitting the card with the combos, using on the edge dies. Using your background dies to create apertures.
It's lovely as well because you get right into the nitty-gritty, don't you, with these photos as well. I love it. And also as well, it's going to give you almost like a new avenue to use what you've already owned, what you've already got in your stash, different techniques in there. That's a nice one.
So things like this one as well that I'm going to hopefully get through to a demo like this one later on. Yeah, it is that one.
Very effective. There you go, my darling.
hopefully I'll be able to demo this for you later. And it's how to use it as an embossing technique. So we're not fully cutting through as a die, we're just using it to emboss. So that's another great technique we can do.
Love it, learning all of these.
Piecing back in with that beautiful balloon die that we saw before.
Wonderful.
How to partially cut using your dies.
Okay.
How to make stamps with your dies.
Now, I found a little card here. What's on the back there? Are those little stamps that
I made this one. So this was me showing what I just actually used. It's just foam sheets. Just like the funky foam sheets. So you just cut them out and then you can use them as stamps as well. It's so clever.
I think that's a brilliant idea. I love that. Incidentally, if you are shopping for the book by itself, it is available. Details are on your screen, but 30% of the stock has gone. So, yeah, you need to be quick with that one. Not surprised, though, because it's a wealth of information in there. It is,
absolutely. And there's still so much left to show you in there. So we go on into snipping into your die. So you'll notice with a lot of the Hunkydory dies, there's little snip lines in. So you can cut away elements or you can decoupage up elements. There's so many fun things you can do. This one's stunning because
that's
it's just in the
pretty.
white, but it's creating depth by die cutting multiple times and then
Yes,
sticking
yeah.
onto each other. How we can get those great shadow effects there by layering up. Creating a picture with a die, which is I love doing things like this. We've got using your fancy frame. So this is the ribbon nesting dies that we brought to you earlier this year. Using your little books with your dies.
They're so popular as well, those,
So
aren't they?
again, I'm going to be doing something like that in our little book show later on.
That's right, we've got another show coming up later.
So more embossing with your dies and sanding back. So this technique, you're going to emboss from the back of your card so it just slightly comes through and then go over and sand so you can get these fabulous finishes on the top.
Oh, look at this.
This is another one creating a picture. This is the owl. So this is just using nesting dies. And you'll see down the bottom here, you're not even using that many. It's a small selection and just building. This is one of my favourite things
That's not an
to do.
actual owl die set.
No, this is just literally
game
nesting
changer.
dies, just our basic nesting dies and building them up to make a picture, which
That
is one
is
of my
clever.
favourite things to do. And then we're finishing up with that one that you showed before, using the stamp, just some extra things. And then again, we've got a product list for you at the back with lots of hints
Is
and
that
tips of what you
brilliant?
could be using.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for taking us through that as well.
worry.
And these are the different examples. I'm going to let Kat get herself ready for her demo as I'm showing you these. And many of these are featured within that book that we've just been looking at. So these are absolutely beautiful techniques that are going to ignite your kind of crafty mojo if you suddenly found yourself that you just don't know what to do. You know you want to craft, but you're not quite sure what you're going to do. Well, these are going to help you well on your way. Learning things like your embossing techniques, learning to create your own stamps utilising the dies as well. That is the beauty of this, and it's all contained within that fabulous guide to die cutting. But of course, that's scratching the surface, isn't it? The bundle itself is featuring the dies that we've just looked at as well on some of those finished samples, and that's where you're going to get the book. You're also going to get the balloon die, the alphabet die in there, and of course the fabulous presents as well. So all incredibly useful. Shall we have a little demo?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so there's quite a lot going on with this one. I've tried to squeeze as much on as I possibly
Okay.
can. So we'll get through. So I am starting with a piece of our craft card. Because
Lovely.
I absolutely love it, as you know by now. I want to make a card blank out of this, a square card blank. So the biggest I can get is if I take this to 11.5 inches and trim off this little bit at the edge there.
Okay.
And then half of 11.5 is 5 3/4. So I'm going to trim it down that way in that landscape position. So that's going to give me a square card blank. And then I just need to go in with my scoring tool, take this to the 5 3/4, and we are going to score down the middle, and we should end up with something that is a craft card. Square card.
Perfect. Gosh,
So this will
that's
fit into
easy.
your 6x6 envelopes absolutely perfectly.
Lovely.
So we are going to go in now. We are going to take our balloon die.
Love this
And we're going
die.
to use this on this card to create backgrounds. So
Wonderful. Now the balloon, obviously part of the bundle, it's brand new die. It is available by itself, so if you are making up your own bundles, then you can do $14.99. But of course, it's in that bigger bundle that we were looking at that's got the discounted price. So do bear in mind that, and also the gifts is included in the bundle. So
absolutely. Now, while I've got an A4 sheet, I'm going to cut my time in half. I'm going to pop my present die on there as well and cut both at the same time. I've got to just get my sheets in the right order.
Lovely. Incidentally, the details are changed on your screen, so if you do want to get hold of the little gift die, then you can get hold of those as well. But if you want both, do consider the bigger bundle, because you'll probably find you're well on the way to getting some of those elements either discounted or as a bit of a bonus, really, because you've got the book and the alphabet banners in there as well. So
So just
Lovely.
run this through.
wonderful.
Da, da, da. And just see how beautiful.
I like your little die cutting dance, brilliant. Do check out some of the other things we've got on the show as well, because just very, very quickly, I'm not going to give you the details, but I must show you these because they are beautiful. We have got these brand new on the show as well, so I know lots of you have found those already, so we'll talk more about those in a moment. Right.
So look how beautifully they pop out of there as well. So we're going to take all those out of there. Now what I want you to do with your balloon one, you only need one of your presents, but with your balloons, I want you to cut that out 2 more times. So you've got 3 sets in total.
Lovely.
When we're finished. And let's just pop our presents out.
And here's that tool that you were talking about in the
It is
book.
absolutely essential.
Now, I don't know if we've got these available. We're going to have a little rummage and see. Quite often there are items that we struggle to keep in stock on our website, to be honest. But yeah, do have a little look. And don't forget, if you've gone for, dare I say, if you've gone for some of those boxes that we saw, you might have a discount code just waiting to be used. So you never know. This could be the day that you're using it for.
So I'm going to keep this bit of scrap for a moment so I don't make too much of a mess. Now, what I'm going to do with these balloons, I'm going to take my Prism glue stick here.
Lovely. We've got a bumper bundle of these on the show as well.
And we are just going to dab all over the back. And this is where that little slight tint of purple comes in really useful to let you know where
doesn't it, afterwards?
It does. It dries clear once it's done, which is the absolutely...
But it is good because you can kind of see where you've been, so to speak.
And the idea, what we're going to do now, is fully cover this background with these balloons to give it that kind of embossing effect. So I'm going to pop that one in the middle.
Nice.
And then I'm going to take my second one. And we're just going to build this up. So I'm pretty sure when I did it originally, we can do this with 3.
Okay.
So what you do is if you pop that one down in the middle and then pop this one off to one side, and then you can cut off the excess and pop that on the other side.
Clever.
And then with your third one, you can individually, you can then go around and see where your little gaps and stuff are. So you can then go and fill in any holes.
Oh, I like this idea.
So then you could go in with this one and say you've got a hole there, just cut out the individual balloon and do that. Just let me grab my scissors. Now, once you've covered your whole background, of course, there's a lot of steps to this card, so I am going to have to jump a few little steps. So you just trim it down to fit, but then you've still got those bits that you can reuse and come back over the other side, and you could pop them down there. And
nice idea. It's almost like making a little jigsaw.
It is, absolutely.
Okay.
And there's lots of room for you to play with. But so imagine we've covered all that now. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in with a white gel pen and I'm going to highlight all these balloons. So I'm going to go on the inside and the outside.
Oh, that's nice because you've almost got like a little channel that you're following.
You have, yeah. And we're going to go all the way around and it's going to create this really, really pretty effect. And then if I jump ahead, please ignore the tape that I've already popped on here for my next element, but you can see just how much.
That is a brilliant technique.
And it's just using it in a different way, but it's so, so cute. So we're going to do that. Next up, we're going to take our present back and we are going to get some white ink me card. Okay. And all we're going to do is we're going to use a pencil just to draw around the outside, just so we've got a back for this.
Okay.
So it's a solid element, so it's not going to show through what's coming out.
Obviously, the fall away from this now, you're getting loads of little tiny, almost like confetti pieces, aren't you?
So if you just draw around with the pencil, again, I'll not do the whole thing, because you know what I mean. And then just cut that out, and you're going to end up with a back. Stick it to the back, cut it out, and you've got a perfect back.
Love it.
We're then going to take the rest of the white ink me cardstock. Now, I don't know where mine have gone, but from the presents, you showed them before, all the beautiful little bows.
These are so cute.
There is a bow designed for every single present on the
You've almost got like a tower of presents, haven't you?
Yeah.
The nice thing is as well that you will see with these little bows, you'll use them on all sorts of different things. So if you've got little flowers that you almost want to make into little bouquets, you could have a little wrap around those as well. Snip into them and just use the kind of the centre point if you wanted to as well. I mean, that's the sign of having a good die set, isn't it? That you can use the different elements in so many different ways. It's the versatility of it all. So that's the beauty of it.
Apart from they don't want to come out. There we go. So there was the present. We'll pretend all those bits are popped out. And again, we just use that same technique with our glue. I just dab it on the back, and then you find the present that it fits on to. Pop it on there.
Oh, that's fabulous.
And you will end up with something that looks like
that looks
this. So I've just
amazing.
finished with some pearls. Right, next up, so you could just pop that straight on there, but I just wanted to add an extra element. I've just gone in with some parchment and one of the circle dies that we showed you earlier.
Nice.
I'll show you them. across the shows, but we're just going to pop this on here.
A nice versatile shape those, aren't they?
They are. I mean, circles and rectangles are so much fun. So we're just going to pop this in the centre.
I like the little kind of like tartan effect you've got on there as well.
Cute, isn't it? And then I'm just going to add, this was foam pads, but I accidentally took the back off and they got stuck to something else. So I'm just going to add a little bit of glue on
Incidentally,
there.
we've got loads of different glue combinations for you on the show as well, so you can add those in at the same time as well. I think the only one that we're missing, that's the one you've got, isn't it, the construction
Yeah,
glue? Oh yeah, I shouldn't have mentioned it. Sorry.
So, pretty much done. All we need is a sentiment.
That is
and
fabulous.
I think we might have something in the show that is going to work perfectly.
Wow,
for our sentiments.
funny you should mention it because we've got loads of fabulous sentiments. There's plenty of choice with regards to these. Now, we'll show you them in closer detail in a little while, but all the flags.
So this is our little bunting here. So I've gone ahead and stuck most of them down. Some of them I will have to did have to repeat cut because of the letters. So I've gone for birthday wishes on this one. So just pop them straight down onto my craft card. Use a little bit of tape just to anchor that last one down.
Okay.
But you can see how well they fit into your strips as
Yeah.
well. And then I've just taken for the back of them all, you are going to have to repeat this one lots of times for the back of them all, but you've just got a very simple plain bunting there that you can use to pop at the back, or you can just use that if you're wanting to write your own words on, or maybe put gemstones on, or
And the repeat
lots of
cutting
options.
is something that you can sit and do while you're watching the TV, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah. And then you've got a little stash of them all built up. Maybe your little drawers that you pop them in, or the little packets. And then when you do come to craft with them, you've got a little bit of a stash there all ready to go.
She was just about to make lots of bunting fridge magnets.
Oh, dear. Although that wouldn't be such a bad thing, would it? It's kind of cute.
That would make that would be
Yeah.
really cute.
Can you imagine some of the little phrases that you could wake up in down on the fridge? Can I just say as well, excuse me leaning across, Kat was cutting out the balloons earlier on. Now, I know we haven't even got Christmas out the way, but what does that remind you of? Little
Little
Easter
Easter
eggs.
eggs, yes.
And that is the fall away from the balloon. So that is going to be a useful one to have in your stash as well.
It is. So let's just take a couple of these little pieces here, just because this is a repeated process, so you know. So again, we're just going to take that little flag and dab over with my glue on the back.
Now the die set for the alphabet set, we've popped the details up on the screen. Obviously we've got bundles, but you don't always necessarily want to go for the bundles, so we like to give you choice here. So you've got 42 dies in this particular bundle because you've got obviously all your alphabet letters in there, but you've also got things like the blank flags, and you've also got your numbers in there too. So £19.99 will get all of those to you. Just to show you that die very quickly, it's that one there that's got all of the different components in there, but it opens up so many different possibilities. And I think the beauty is, as Kat's going to show you, you can use them in so many different fabulous ways. Almost, you've got your ordinals in there as well, so proper little phrases you can be able to make with those, like that one a lot. There's details on your screen for that one.
So all I've done is I've gone ahead and I've cut all them out. Like I said, I've gone for birthday wishes. I've popped a little foam pad on the back of them all and then roped across a little bit of like craft wire.
So cute.
And then we are just going to pop this one. This is the trickiest bit, is getting these.
I mean, once you've invested in the dies, when you actually look at the kind of the materials that have been used, a little bit of craft card, that's all that's been used, a little bit of vellum, and a white gel pen. That's pretty much it, really, isn't it? Which most of us have got in our stash.
So we just got a little bit funky with that.
Like it.
Just finishing it off with our wishes at the bottom.
But that could be any phrase that you like, couldn't it?
It could be anything.
Yeah.
And the beauty is that you can personalise these. So this could be birthday wishes, Sue birthday wishes, Laura
Yes,
birthday,
yeah.
you know, anyone. It can be.
Or like an invite to a party you're invited to, and it all being spelt out with the flags. Pretty much endless possibilities, really, isn't it, when you've got an alphabet set? So, yeah.
So, and I've just used the white gel pen again just to bring out the edges of those bunting because they've got that beautiful spotty detail round. And then we just cut away our excess
Lovely. And you're right, it's like a little stitch detail, isn't it?
It
You've
is.
got there.
So sorry it took a little bit of a while.
Oh, no,
but
I
I just
thoroughly
wanted
enjoyed
to try
it.
and show as much as I could and how well these work
brilliant?
together.
So cute. Absolutely adorable.
Beautiful.
And again, so achievable, and that's the thing, isn't it? The key elements there, beautiful, lovely. And I also love the fact that you've used those gorgeous scallop dies as well, which I teased you with a little bit a few moments ago. Let me get the board to show you exactly what you're going to get with these. So, brand new, and some of the most usable elements you will find within your stash. Now, obviously, you've got your different layering dies. Details popped up on your screen, but not with your final price, so get involved. Don't forget, with your rectangles, you are also going to be able to use those portrait as well as landscape, so lots of different possibilities with those. And we've got some amazing finished samples to share with you with regards to these. So, again, they just work with your sentiments when you're putting them in place from you using your little flags. Circles, such a tricky shape for you to cut in its own right, but again, when you've got the dies, you can do that to perfection. And that's glitter cardstock as well, so all those little tiny holes have been cut away. Make sure you're keeping those. But that's a lovely idea, isn't it? Creating a fabulous background. And of course, the beauty is those circles can be put together in all sorts of different combinations. Still one of my favourites though, craft card. And I think with that one, you've got the simplicity of the card. But again, if you wanted to do that landscape, that would work as well. So the combination price that we've got on your screen of £34.99 means that you're paying just £17 with regards to, oops, a daisy, with regards to those sets. So there's a lot of dies within there. One set has got how many dies in there? 8, did you say, in one of those? So you've got 8 in the rectangles and 9 in the circles. So whatever size sentiment you're wanting to use, and we have got these sentiments on the show as well, then yeah, do make sure that you are taking advantage of those. And the beauty is they are just so incredibly usable. So you can see there you've got lots of different dies in there. This is the one where you've got 8 of your dies, going from your largest one there right up to those little finer details down at the bottom there. And then the circles, a similar sort of scenario. You've got 9 there going right the way down to the little itty bitty ones.
It's so tiny and cute, isn't it?
They're lovely. I don't think I've ever seen nesting dies with all those circles in there. It's a really nice look.
It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah. 10% of the stock has gone. Combination of the two coming together for just £34.99. And I'm guessing if you wanted to actually use them alongside your kind of your smooth edge shapes, you could do that quite easily.
Absolutely. Yeah, they nest into there absolutely perfectly. Yeah, there's examples of that in the book as well, I'm sure.
Of course, yeah, keep forgetting about that. It's going to be a proper little library, compendium of ideas. But do make sure you're getting hold of those, and then you can get involved with those designs as well. So £34.98. If you fancy getting hold of those. Brilliant value for money. And good to know, lots of you taking advantage of those as well. Just having a bit of a crafty moment on my own there, having a little look at those.
Lost in them.
Absolutely lost in the moment there as well. Can I also mention as well, we've got the most amazing bundle of Matt-tastic. Now, I didn't realise there's a new release.
It is
with regards to,
brand new
it's like
on
an annual
Tuesday.
thing. Or is it just something that's recently started? I don't know.
No, we do every year to 2 years. Yeah, we'll have a refresh of the
Okay,
colours and
lovely.
stuff. Yeah.
Now we've got a fabulous bundle for you. I have got it to here. So do we want to share a picture while I go and get it to start with, or shall I just wander off? I don't mind. Okay, shall I wander? I'll be back in a minute. Now we've got a couple of ways you can get hold of this, because we've got a 30-sheet pack, which I will bring. Apologies for all the rustling going on. But then we've also got a double pack for you as well, because we know how you guys love it. So this is the 60 bundle. Now, Kat.
Yes.
This is beautiful. Matt-tastic is amazing cardstock. Look at all of these colours.
Yeah.
2024 colours.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm not going to lie, when I knew we were coming out with new colours, I was a little bit sad because I love my originals.
Okay.
But then when I saw these, I was like, okay, you're forgiven. They are so, so beautiful. There's colours in here that we've never done anything before in... in anything like before in Matt-tastic. We've got some really zesty, vibrant colours.
Beautiful.
We've got some really soft shaded
Really
pastels.
weighty.
We've got shades throughout, colours like a lovely, beautiful selection of greens and blues that work perfectly together. Absolutely stunning.
Now, the 60 sheet pack, you're going to get 30 different colours, but you're going to get 2 of each. So you can shop for them as an individual bundle, but the trouble is you've only got 1 sheet then. And you are going to want to be able to create with these where you've got your multiples in there. So you've got 2 sheets of each one of the colours that we're sharing with you. I probably won't go through all of them because literally we could spend an hour just looking and drooling over these, couldn't we, as well? But some really nice finishes and colours as well. I love that matte finish as well. Sometimes you don't want it to be glossy or sheeny, do you? You just want that.
And it makes it so much more versatile as well, that you can stamp onto it, you can colour onto it, you can emboss it, you can buff it up, you can distress it. There's so many different things you can do with it.
And it's got that white core, so if you want to do those techniques that we saw in the book, sanding that, you can do that with these as well. Absolutely beautiful. As you can see, amazing colours. But let's bring that price. You know how amazing this cardstock is. So you're going to get 60 sheets in total, all those different colours. No way. £14.99.
It's madness.
So how much do we usually do this for a bundle? About 24 sheets, £9.99, we think, something around that region. Yeah. Amazing. And that's for your regular adorable scoreable. So this is your Matte-tastic. So you've got all of those fabulous qualities. So if you're looking at folding these and creating your card bases, you don't have to worry, it's not going to crack, but you're going to get all those gorgeous colours, but 2 repeats of each. We have got a pack of 30 sheets available for you, but you'll only get a single sheet. So it makes sense to actually go for your multiples, because let's face it, if you've only got 1 sheet, you're probably not going to use it, are you? Because you never want to use the last sheet.
That's the problem.
That's the problem that you got with it.
Definitely.
But it's there if you do want it. So yeah, double pack there, £14.99. It's not a double price on there, and you're going to get 2 each of those 30 new colours. We'll just mention though, just in case, and also just to prove what I'm saying, you've got the 30 sheets that are available to you, £9.99. But why would you want to go for that when for an extra £5 you're getting double the quantity? It doesn't make sense. So take those details off the screen. They offend me. I don't want those details. £14.99. That extra £5 will give you double the quantity, but not double the price. So that's the beauty of that as well. Now, I need to do a little bit of a recap for you, because we have been so phenomenally busy, so amazingly busy with regards to this large bundle. It's large not only in the quantity of elements that you've got in there, but the creativity that you can have with this.
Absolutely.
So many different ways you're going to be able to work with these. So what you've actually got, I'm going to strip it back and show you, because when you actually look on the screen, it's a bit tricky to actually see. So you're going to get your 2 die sets. No, you're not. You're going to get 3 die sets. See, I'm telling you fibs to start with. So you're going to get your 3 die sets. Now, your 3 die sets are going to see you with the alphabet set, with your numbers, with your ordinals in there. So all of your different phrases that you're wanting to use for your different occasions are catered for with regards to those. Now, occasion-wise, what do? We give gifts, and that's what you've got with this die set. You've got a whole bundle of gifts with all their corresponding bows on there, which you can put together or snip into, as we heard Kat say a few moments ago. So there's loads of ways that you can work with that. But in addition, you're going to get your balloons, and your balloons is a really clever die, because it's all 1 die, but then it's cutting away those centre circles out, which again you could use in loads and loads of different ways. Now, how are you going to use these? Well, some of the ways you could use them are actually detailed within this accompanying book. Now, this is a brand new handbook, and you know how well Hunkydory do a handbook. We've seen them in the past for kind of stamping and all sorts of different techniques, but this one is dedicated to die cutting. And like you say, sometimes it's one of those things we take for granted, don't we really, Kat?
Absolutely, yeah. So, and it's not one of those things, you might think, oh, once I've read it and gone through it, but it's always there as inspiration on your shelves. We all have those days where we're like, oh, I just don't know what to do. You can be looking at a die and think, I want to use this in a different way, but I'm not quite sure how. Or if you just want inspiration for how a card looks, there are so many different ways you can use this book.
This is it. You'll take inspiration maybe from that particular card there, but then what you'll do is you'll change it. You'll use a different sentiment. It might be Christmas cards that you're making with it. It's loads of fun. But when you've got the bundle, you have got the scope, and that's the key thing. You've got loads loads and loads of different ideas and combinations of how you can use those elements. Now, these have been added in with those fabulous eyelet dies, but have a look at that. Dave, bless him, he's 30 today. Doesn't look an A over 29. So again, I love those outlines being used, but you can have loads of fun with these, Kat. I mean,
You really can.
unusual spellings of names straight away.
Absolutely, and that's something that everybody always struggles with, isn't it? As time goes on, I know all three of my kids, they're not particularly unusual, but none of them are ever on any of personalised anything.
Spellings as well. I mean, we've got a building full of Hayleys, all spelt the same way, but it's one of those names that, you do struggle to actually get kind of personalisation for. Love this as well. Little baby girl, maybe. This is a clever idea. Like this one, Kat, where you've got the different gifts on there.
That's it. So again, it's all layered up in a different way and just extending the die out. There's so many different things you can do with them.
Really clever. The balloons coming back again. That's a nice idea, almost using them like tiles rather than bunting flags. And again, the balloons that you've got there, of course, you can kind of use those. And as you were saying, I mean, you can see there that those flags would sit within those little balloons as well.
Yeah. And those letters have come out of the bunting. That's like your excess from the bunting. So that's so clever.
So just capture those, don't lose them. And there you go. Again, utilising them. I love it. Absolutely brilliant. So, loads of different ideas and inspiration. And don't forget, you can go onto social media, follow Hunkydory, and you'll see these examples out there on social media as well. What are we up to next?
Let's play around with this present die and cut into it like I was saying before. So I've gone in and I've picked out some shades from that Matastic. I've got the naval blue, the pigeon blue, a light blue here, and that beautiful soft grey there. And you can just see how beautifully they all work together. So I'm going to start with my background piece, and let's cut this down to 4.5 inches by 4.5 inches.
A lovely soft grey, that one, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
It is beautiful, isn't it? And then we're going to cut down a section of our cardstock. And again, these dies are so beautiful. I love cutting them multiple times just to put on one card. So with the present here, I'm going to cut it. I'm just going to do one today, but I'm going to cut it again out of the pigeon blue and the light blue just to build all these up. So
and that's the nice thing when you're kind of doing these almost like collage techniques. It's good to have a cardstock that's the same for each of the different colours that you're using, because it's the same weight, it's the same density, it's the same finish as well. So it looks like it's all coming together perfectly because everything is made in the same way. So if you're kind of cross-pollinating brands and styles, then sometimes it looks a bit like a bit of a mishmash.
It does, yeah.
It doesn't look that kind of professional flow from one colour through to the next. So it makes sense to go for it as a bundle. It's only $14.99 for 60 sheets as well.
That's it. You want that cohesion, don't you, throughout?
Absolutely. That's a good word, cohesion. I might pinch that one.
So we take that out of there. You just see how beautifully and easily it falls out.
And all those little fall away bits. I mean, keep all these. You've got little tiny kind of stars and all sorts.
Yeah, absolutely. So you just pop all those bits out, and you can see even these really, really tiny bits, how easy they all pop out there.
Perfect.
So I've gone ahead and I've got 2 more out here. And then what you can do is I'm going to practice what I preach. And as I told you before, you can see all these are like just tacked together at the top. So you can go in and snip these down and cut all the presents out individually.
So this turns them into little presents that could be going on to tags then as well, doesn't it? So not just for your card making.
So let's take another one from the other colour. And we'll cut a few different varieties out. So let's do that one and the bottom one from here.
I suppose as well, if you've just got scraps of paper that will only cover part of the die, you could still use the die and kind of put them all into a little box and then do these kind of collages.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm just going to take these bits out of here because this is the one I'll probably use. So you're going to cut all those pieces down so all your presents are individual, although I'm not actually using them like presents on this one. I'm just kind of using them to decorate a background to get kind of like a graphic kind of like 3D effect.
Okay.
So something a little bit more like masculine. So again, I'm going in with my trusted glue stick.
Wonderful. I think we've got a set of 12 of these on the show, so if you do want to go for these They stick in my mind because, if you excuse the pun, the little packaging that they come in, I think it's brilliant. It's like a little kind of little tray that they sit in.
It's fabulous. No, I've not thought very cleverly about these few that I've cut out here, and I've got lots of similar ones. But what you would do is just go across, and I advise laying them out before you start sticking them down once you know you've got enough. And you create up a background.
It's almost like a patchwork.
Just like a patchwork, yeah.
Nice.
But again, once it's finished, it looks so different from that original die that we showed you.
Oh gosh, the kids will love this, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
If you gave them a pile of these and say, well, cover that card up.
That's it. So you just carry on till your full thing is covered, and you're going to end up with a piece that looks like this.
Oh, I love it.
So then I have just gone in and I've cut down 3 mats and layers, picking up on all the colours that we've already used, and we're just going to stick these down. And then I'm going to put it on a nice chunky 6x, I don't know why I've done that, a nice chunky 6x6 card, just to really make those colours pop. So we'll just go in, layer these up.
Such an effective technique, that, isn't it? I love
But
that.
how different does it look from that original present? There's so many different
Well, you wouldn't
uses
know it was actually a pile of presents
No,
when you
you
look at
wouldn't.
that.
It's just... Again, you could cut all your bows and stuff out and turn them into presents, but I
Yeah,
just
fair
love that you
point.
can do something a bit different with them as well. Yeah, this one goes on here.
A lovely
So
choice
just
of colours.
tying in all these colours, and it just showcases how gorgeously those matastic colours work together.
And it's nice as well, because if you are crafting on a budget, having useful dies, I think, is the key thing.
It
Because
is.
you'll use these over and over again. We're always giving gifts, aren't we? Whether it's a birthday, an anniversary, a wedding. Yeah, a useful one to have. But equally so, it turns it into a background die as well when you see it used in that technique.
And then I've just gone in and I've made up, I've got our sentiments die as well, because we use these a lot in the die book. Our minis, I've gone for Have a Great Day. Again, I've just picked out 2 of my colours, layered that up. We can just pop that simply
I love it. I've got loads of it. Are these all part of the same bundle? Oh, my goodness, there's loads of them. Loads of them. You're amazing. We've got thank
and
you
we're just
in
going to
there.
pop that in the centre of our card.
That's looking really good, like that.
And there we have.
Cute. That is fabulous. Really useful little dies. And again, it's almost like you're using a totally different die set there.
It is, yeah. There's so many ways,
Isn't
which
that
is
effective? I
something
love
that Hunkydory always try to incorporate.
yeah,
That there's
yeah.
more than one way to use them.
And many, many years ago, when I was getting into crafting, there was a very good friend of mine said to me, whenever you shop for anything, you need to be able to look at it and see that you've got more than one use for it. So I think that 3 is kind of the optimum. But I mean, that one you could use in way more than 3 different styles,
definitely.
think you? So, the sentiments, incidentally, as well. Let me just mention these. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 here. So I think I've got more. So these are brilliant. You've got Cheers to You, and each one of these, you've got 2 little dies in there.
You have, so you've got your outer shadow and your words to go on top. So again, so versatile that there's so many different ways you can use them.
Lovely, and again, good sizes as well. So they're a nice size because they're sizable, that they'll sit quite comfortably on a project like a card. But equally so, if you wanted to use them on tags as well, you could do that very, very easily as well. Thank you. I suppose you just use them on the inside element if you want. You don't have to use them both together. But kind of mini by name, but not necessarily mini by nature.
Yeah.
New baby.
And you can use the back to cut out an aperture and then put the words back inside.
That's a nice
There's so many
idea,
different
yeah.
things, which is another technique within the book. It's just using your dies in the different ways.
So many different occasions catered for there. Also, these are going to work alongside other things that you've got. So you might have additional stamps that you can kind of extend these lovely little phrases that you've got. And also nice to sit on the inside of your cards as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Love those. So price-wise, you've got 8 of these. So incredibly usable, very transportable as well. So if you do classes and workshops, I mean, having all of those little phrases, almost like a credit card size,
They
really,
are,
isn't
aren't
it?
they?
So really easy to go in your stash. We're only looking at £18.92. Now, you're actually getting 16 dies because you are going to get 2 dies in each one of those. So you've got the inner and the outie, loads of different fabulous occasions catered for, but of course lots of different combinations rather than just being the inside die. You're getting that shadow or that over outside element. Like the idea of using it as a little aperture is in there, using them for all sorts of occasions, but nice and easy, especially if you don't have a huge amount of storage space. So like those, 8 of them, £18.92. So gosh, that's brilliant. Like it. So where are we time-wise? I'm having such a lovely time. I'm not paying attention, so it's very rude of me. We've got about 8 minutes or so. So
Okay, right.
Well, let's demo.
We can try. Let's see how far we go.
Okay.
So this one is showcasing, like I said before, this is showcasing that card, very similar to the one that we showed in the book before. So how you can emboss.
Oh, that one there.
Using your dies. So
Lovely. So the die set that we've got featuring on this one is available on the show. This is featuring within the book as well. So if you've gone for the bundle, then yes, you can follow that. So it's the flower trellis, I believe. It doesn't look like, it looks like little rainbows in there, doesn't it? Actually, that you've got within there. So little
yeah, I've just changed the die out. They're both from the same set. They were available at the same time.
I see.
I've
Right.
just switched the dies.
Fair
round.
enough. Right.
It's a florist trellis that I've got today.
Ah, there you go.
So this is going to be a little bit of an experiment because I've not done it on this machine before.
Okay.
So if it doesn't work on here, I have got one I've done earlier. This is what I said before about you've just got to play around and find what makes it with your machine. So for this one, I need it in white and in gold. So again, I would be doing it twice. Now, I place this down and then the one that I don't want to emboss onto, that I'm happy for it to die cut through, I'm going to put down next.
Okay.
So this is going to kind of like work like a shim.
So it's going to take a bit of the pressure away.
And
right,
then the one that I do want to emboss onto, I'm going to put over the top there.
Lovely. So yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
So let's say a little, and I'm not putting my metal plating because I don't want it. For my first go, I don't want it too strong.
This is one of the ones that when you're actually playing with this at home, you'll be using a different kind of card combination because card has different densities, it's got different thicknesses. So it's one of those ones you have to kind of experiment with to get that right kind of look with it. How's it gone? Do I need to distract them with anything? No, we're good.
It's worked, absolutely.
Oh, I like it.
So that has just embossed onto there. Great.
That is brilliant. Now, we've got the details for the die on the screen, so if you fancy replicating that technique, then you're going to need the die that is on your screen. It's only $14.99, so very useful one to have in your stash, that one.
And then we are just going to trim this down.
That is so pretty. And you could almost die cut that and almost have it sitting on the top, couldn't
Well,
you?
you can. I think when we go later on, I don't know if I've already done it. I'm not sure how far we'll get on in this demo, but you have seen a finished sample. This is just more about showing you the techniques. So we've done that, and then I've gone ahead, and then I've just reversed around my my cards. So this time I've got it embossed onto the white.
Nice,
there.
yeah.
So let me do myself let me figure out. It was a few.
Can I show you as well? That's all right. Can I just show you the book as well? Because I've buried the book somewhere. Oh, the book's over here. Because the technique that we've seen, so that technique which is where we're kind of going towards, that is featuring within that fabulous little inspiration book that we've got. So this is the book itself. And in the book, you're going to learn not only that fabulous card that we've just looked at there, but also loads of other techniques in here. So techniques where you're going to be utilising your dies alongside foam to turn them into little kind of techniques. I love this idea, making your own stamps. How clever is that? You're also going to be able to use your dies as shapes to make things that don't even exist. So this little owl here, it wasn't from a set of dies that created an owl. It's utilising what you've potentially got within your stash with your nesting dies. So looking at them as components more so than thinking, oh, well, actually, it's a heart. It's not. It's being used for a little feet on this occasion over here, which I think is brilliant. And also a little nose. cute. Then you're going to be able to learn how to use the different techniques alongside cardstock that you've got. So if you've gone for things like your Matastic today that's got a white core, you're going to be able to use those techniques, sand it back, get that white element coming through, and then of course use them alongside your little books, which we've got a show dedicated little books coming up a little bit later on in about an hour's time. So those are just a couple of those little techniques, just scratching the surface, but you've got loads and loads more in there, even taking it right back to basics and explaining what a die is, which sometimes we even forget to mention that, don't we? So yeah, and that was victims of that, I must admit. So the book by itself, it is available on its own. The details are on the screen, but we have got it in the bundle with the fabulous balloon die, with the wonderful banner sentiments, and of course the fabulous gifts all coming together too. How are you getting on over there, my lovely?
Okay, so all I've done is taken that first piece of gold mirror that we embossed, and I've just cut strips down to just under 5 inches by half an inch, but you can change the length up. So we've got the embossed on the background, we've got the embossed on the top there. And then what I've also done is I've taken another piece of the embossed white, and we can pop our sentiment onto it again.
Okay, right.
So these are our centerpiece sentiments that are also featured quite a lot in the book, hence why I've used them here today.
They're quite sizable, right, those?
They are lovely, and this is why they're perfect for using with this technique, because you're still going to be able to see the embossing through the size of the die.
Lovely. Now these, I think, have we got a set of 3 of these? I think, yeah. Oh, I like this. Which one are you using there? Sending Smiles. Nice phrase. So all 3 of these coming together. So you've got your Sending Smiles, as you can see within this one. You've also got your fabulous there, Be Your Own Beautiful. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. And Precious Memories as well. Absolutely adorable. Good sized dies, as you can see, so substantial enough to be the main focal point of your card, but equally so, I think I'd use those on the inside of my cards as well, because they're a good size. Nice for scrapbooking as well. So there you go, all 3 of them coming together, £22.47 if you like the look of those. So yeah, pop them into your basket as well. Loads of fabulous things on the show.
So we take that out there, and then you can see the beautiful embossing that is still transferred onto those. So
that is lovely. Right, we're up against a wire. Bless you for doing this.
It's okay. I don't think we'll get a fully finished card.
It's nothing like a last-minute demo to get your adrenaline going.
So, in real life, I would probably spend time putting this on foam pads, but that ain't going to happen right now. So let's just get a little bit of glue on there. We can pop that across the middle. So it's just going to give you this lovely, soft, subtle effect.
Oh, I love that.
We would do, let me see, don't know what I've pre-cut and what I've
Well, I've got the other card. Do you want that one to show? Talk
yeah,
about?
should we do that?
There you go. I don't want to put any more pressure on you.
Up with something. When it's all finished, all you need to do from there is mat and layer it. This is it sat on foam pads. I've cut my strips a little bit thicker there. Mat and layer it onto a 6x4 card blank. And look.
That is amazing. I love it. And again, that is another of the projects that's detailed in there, but we had a bit of a Billy bonus thing live in the studio, so thank you for that. We're going to see more of Kat in the next hour, but we're going to be talking little books, so thank you for that hour. And looking forward to working with you again. So we will see you the other side of this. We've got Carla, and we're talking Faber-Castell, and wow, you tune in, because we've got a giveaway.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Hello there and welcome. Welcome to what is going to be the most incredible hour. I love hours like this because education is key, isn't it? When you're learning a new skill or perhaps honing those skills or just kind of absorbing yourself in a new form of craft or a new art form, to be fair, in this particular hour, and learning some amazing techniques that you can achieve at home. That is the key thing. It's achievable because we're going to be learning techniques and we're going to be learning some amazing techniques from the fabulous Carla. And I have to say, you hide your light under a bushel with regard to your art because, I mean, this is the key thing. I didn't even know that you could draw.
I can't draw. So we've had this discussion already. I can't draw. And I'm a paper artist. I'm not by any stretch an artist. I wanted to have a go because I did figure, where other people can do it, so why can't I? And I watched some YouTube tutorials, I mean, literally. And what I realised very fast is it's not about whether you can draw. If you gave me a pencil and you said to me, draw me a face, we could all have a right good laugh. It would not look like a face. I can't draw. What I can do is copy. Now, because I can copy, and you can too, what you start to learn are techniques. When you start to learn those techniques, and they're only small techniques, we just keep doing them, we repeat them in order to create a finished product. Because we can do that, we can produce insane work, but we also, along that journey, learn techniques that teach us then how to draw.
Right.
I'm still in the process where I still can't draw, but I can do hyperrealism. And so I can draw and make images, and I can do textures, and I can do... His eyes look very evil there. Can I
Just the way
say,
that the light's hitting it, yeah.
There we go. That's a little bit less aggressive. He looked like a demon dog.
There we go, beautiful.
But the point is, anyone can do it. It's not about whether you have a skill with art or not. And the majority of us don't. If we're crafters, it's because we like crafting, right? But I think everybody would love to be able to draw. Now, what I'll say to you is this. If you can do a jigsaw,
Okay.
you can do this.
Wow.
That's the equivalent.
Okay.
Now, what we've said along the line, so when I spoke about this last time, when Faber approached and said, would I do Faber? And I spoke to Hobbymaker about it, and I said from the beginning, I'm not willing to do these shows in the way that normal shows are done, as a down the counter, sell, 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 sell. Of course, the idea is that you buy the product. Of course, that's the idea. And nobody's trying to fool you on that. There's no smoke and mirrors, are there? But my whole thing was, I don't want to sell this to anybody who doesn't want to learn to draw, unless they're doing it for a gift, because I want it to be an art show once a month, and I want us to actually journey together. And so at the end of it, we're all doing amazing things. Grace and I have spoken, and we did say last time, we're going to set up a Facebook page for you guys to come and join. The reason that hasn't happened already, and it should have done, is because I had pneumonia, so we couldn't actually get that done. But I will sort it. I want you to feel like you can produce, of course you can produce that. Anyone can produce that. That's not a skill, that's technique in repeat. That's it, end of.
I love it. Now, this absolutely amazing piece of art, and I'm going to call it art because it is art. So this is, well, it's up for grabs. So obviously all the different pieces of artwork that we've seen from Carla are absolutely incredible, but the dog picture to the side of me is one that you could actually have hanging in your own home, because it is going to be a fabulous shop to win prize. Now this, all you need to do is to be placing your order during this hour. Could be the starter kit that I'm going to be telling you about, which is amazing. It's got everything in there that you need. And then of course it's tuition. This is going to be one of those hours where we're going to be spending a lot of time with Carla, and she's going to be explaining to us how we are going to be able to recreate techniques, and that's what it's all about. It's those little jigsaw puzzles, those little pieces that all come together to create beautiful pieces of art, just like the one that you're looking at. So get involved. Please jump ahead if you're wanting to, but we will be taking you through many of the things that Carla will be using and her recommendations. And this is a journey, as Carla said. It's not just one show that we kind of just give you all this stuff and we just say, right, get on with it, we'll see you later. That is not the whole essence behind this. Carla was very passionate about this, as you've seen. She wants you to learn. She wants you to be able to have those skills that she's gained herself to achieve the results that we've got. Now, we've got a fabulous bundle to start with here. Now, this bundle is beautiful. It's all in a tin together.
Yep.
I love a tin of goodies.
I love a tin of goodies as well, but the one that we're about to show you, listen, the guys at Hobbymaker might tell you something different, so I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. I think the one they're going to go to first, which has pretty much got everything in it, has got this really ridiculous price on it today. That's the one. That's it. You can see it on your screen. They might tell you a different thing. They might want to get rid of a different type of stock. That's my shout. That one. It's got everything. It's literally, yeah, not the sketch pad, just the pencil. But it's literally...
Yeah, I'm sorry, my batteries have just gone on my talkback. So, yeah, I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but thank you, Carla. So the tin that we've got in front of us here has got a fabulous array of different pencils. We'll talk about, we've got green pencils, we've got black pencils. That is the first thing. We've also got your paper stump in here. We'll talk about what that is for. And also you've got a sharpener. Naturally, you've got pencils. You want to keep them sharp. You've got two different types of eraser in here as well. Thank you, my darling. And these are going to help you because we're going to learn about white space as well. And it's not a case that you come in with a white pencil and you add that, you're going to use technique. So first of all, Carla, when we're looking at pencils, we've got black pencils or green pencils. What's that all about?
Yeah, so the green pencils are what you would call your standard pencils, if you like. They're made with your normal sort of graphite. It's what you would normally have. And you'll notice in these that these are your B pencils, so they're the softer pencils. They're not your hard H pencils. And your F pencils, it's the very, very soft B pencils, which are the ones that you need for drawing. Why then do you have the black ones? What's the difference? Because if you look in the pack that's sat next to Hayley, you will see that you might in there have, say, 2 4B pencils, one in black, one in green. What's the difference? Well, the difference is that one is a very, very soft graphite, and that's the black ones. Now, they are so important. and they are so important for blending and shading. The other ones are really important for your outlines and for your drawing. So they're two different pencils. The black ones are going to give you this really dense colour, and we can layer and layer and layer with them. If you start drawing with one of those black ones too soon, you're going to lay down too much graphite and you're not going to be able to get rid of it. So we start with the green ones. They're the softer ones, as in it's a harder nib, and therefore we get a softer line. You never press with a pencil ever. We're not in the business of pressing with pencils. And most of the time we're using the edge of the pencil, the side of the pencil. So I hope that explains.
It does indeed. So you're going to get all of those in there. And of course, you're going to learn more about the little paper stump that you've got in there. But I just love it. This is a beautiful thing. It's all together.
It is. Listen, as well, the one thing we haven't mentioned is that this is Faber-Castell. This is not your average. Faber-Castell is, I've said it before, the Chanel of the pencil world. There are two leading art brands in the UK, probably worldwide, and Faber is one of them. And that is, listen, it comes down to, you know when you sharpen a pencil and one half of it doesn't sharpen but the other does, and you end up with a piece of wood that goes right down to the tip of the lead and it's really annoying. We've all had it. I've had it on my eyeliner at the minute, which is why I haven't got any on. But basically you can't stop it. There's a reason that happens, and I did not know this.
Okay.
There is a reason that happens, and it's when the lead goes into the wood in production, it's not quite central.
Okay.
So, because it's not quite central, it's always going to have more wood at one side than the other, so your sharpener's not hitting it.
Wow.
I did not know that. So I love these little weird facts because they please me endlessly. But the point being is, Faber, in the production of those pencils, everything is central. So your pencils have got a much longer lifespan, they're much better, and the graphite in them is insane, and not all graphite is made the same. These are not Poundland pencils. Can you do the same work with a Poundland pencil? Genuinely, no. You can't.
Yeah.
You need pencil nibs that don't break, and you also need graphite that's going to smooth out.
Now, lots of you getting involved already, but of course, if you are involved, then you're going to be paying the lowest price. Now, I believe that this is the lowest price that we've brought it to you before, so £38.99. This is a phenomenal deal price. So you can get all of your fabulous pencils. We're going to learn about how we're going to be using those. Your paper stump in there, your two different types of eraser. Again, we are going to be explaining those. And of course, you've got your sharpener. But the thing is, it's all condensed together in that fabulous tin. I'm just going to close the lid down. I'm frightened of touching it because it just looks so amazing, but hopefully I can close the lid down to show you that when you're actually getting this home, you can literally take that on your travels. Just pick that up, get yourself the fabulous paper pad that we've got in the show as well, and then away you go. You've got everything that you need in there. So when you get to your, wherever it is you're going to be doing your drawing, then you've got everything there. So this could be something that you're sitting and doing at home. It might be your little kind of area of sanctuary. We all need that, don't we, away from everybody else. And this is the fabulous tool set to go for. Now, I have to say, do go for the papers alongside them, and we'll be talking about the reason for these as well. So you've got a big pad that's over there. I think it's A3 in size if you're wanting to go for that. We have got smaller sketch pads that are available for you, and we will talk about the importance of that as well. But we've got a lovely set here of your 10 graphite pencils as well. So I'm just going to hold this in place. So, Carla, what have we got here?
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. This is like a miniature kit. This is a smaller kit for you. 11 pencils in there, all the black ones. So if you think you're not going to need the green ones for doing your outlining, that kind of thing, then this is the one to go for. You still get your blending stamp in there. You're getting one eraser and you get a pencil sharpener. So everything you need to get started. It's a good starting point. If you're not sure, this is a great entry point for it. And it will give you everything you need, and you're still obviously getting the insane quality of Faber. Faber's been around since like 1761 or something. Like, it's an insanely good brand, and you're getting it because of Hobby Maker. You're getting it at these really good prices, which I love, because I want the world to stop seeing art as something that somebody else does. We can do it. We can do it.
We can do it. And I remember in a past life that somebody describing these as the Rolls Royce, and it's kind of it's literally a case of it's one of those brands. And you know what? Having the right tools are going to make the rest of it much easier to achieve. So that's the key thing.
Say one more thing about the one you've got in your hand and the bigger one that we looked at before, because I don't know that it's the same for the smaller packs. The one thing that sets that apart from any pencil, and you can walk into a high street shop and you can buy any brand, the one thing you'll never get, As far as I know, they're the only company that do it so far. I could be wrong, but I think they're the only one that do a 14B pencil, and that's huge. That's as dark as it gets.
Okay.
14B is just unheard of. They go up to 12B, and even then you don't always get a 12B. 14B, it's pitch black, and it layers, so you can really get this dense black colour coming through. It's gorgeous.
And this is the thing, I mean, I didn't even know such a thing existed, so I've already learned something during this. Obviously, you've got your HB, which is the one that sometimes we have come across with regards to those, but then, of course, going right the way through those gradients of kind of intensity, I suppose you could call it, when you're talking with this, all neatly put together in a fabulous little tin there. £24.99, fabulous gift, I think, whether it's for yourself, getting yourself a little bit of a gift, or whether it is something that people are saying, oh, well, what do you want for Christmas? And you don't know. Well, it could be something that you are considering, because I think this is going to open up so many different avenues. VBS 838, £24.99. Take advantage of those, and you will be able to start that journey with our lovely Carla. Now, before we get into demo, which we're going to do very, very soon, the prices we've got
sketch pads are nuts. It's worth getting these anyway, because if you do mixed media and stuff like that, they're brilliant for that. So even if you're not interested in starting to learn to draw, these are brilliant.
Now, the paper that's contained within them is basically the same, I think, across all of them. So sketch pad, you've got your A3 size with regards to this one. It's a brilliant weight. You're looking at 160 GSM. It's acid-free, and the price that we're bringing to you, is that the price? $15.99?
A3.
And that's definitely the A3, because
grab two.
That's an A4 pad kind of price.
Well, it's cheaper than a lot of A4
Yeah.
pads. But it's A3, and remember, you can cut those in half.
That's a really good point, actually. And it comes with a really solid board as well, so it's almost like you've got a built-in easel with that when you get that home. Brilliant quality, A3 in size, so if you fancy getting hold of that, the details are on your screen, $15.99. A3, 160 GSM, 40 sheets there, and you can use it in lots of other techniques, not just for working with your graphite pencils, but your coloured pencils and also your watercolour pencils as well, so lots of different scope for those as well. We have got your A4, which I have got here, so exactly the same with regards to that one, but you can see there all those different techniques, features in there, but less than a tenner. Do you know what I think for the extra £5, I would
A3 every time.
Yeah, I'd go A3. Yeah. Every single time.
My advice, listen as well, if you want to do some hyperrealism like I've been doing here, you're especially when you start, you're better off working big than little, which sounds ridiculous. But the bigger the image that you've got, the more detail you can put into it, and therefore your end result is always going to be insane. So A3 is a really good starting point. If you don't feel like you can handle an A3, absolutely go for your A4. But for the extra £5, get the A3 and cut it in half.
Absolutely. So there you go. But it still is available. So if you are wanting it for $9.99, it is there on your screen. But exactly the same content that you've got in there, same quality, and that fabulous board that we've got there. I am going to mention the A5 as well, because we have got it available. It's quite kind of cute.
That's what we'll be demoing with, is the little A5 today. I will be using that.
Is this a good one to learn little kind of snippets of technique?
It's great for your sketching. So this is where you start learning. So like today, we're going to be looking at animal fur and, fair texture. In order to do that, the best thing to do is keep repeating the process so you know exactly how to do it. Make your mistakes in a little sketch pad. That's the one to add in, and that's going to be your little sidekick. That's going to be your best friend. And also you can take it out and about with you, which is great. But that, to me, my shout for the show, it doesn't matter what you guys are saying. If I'm a personal shopper for doing this, I'm going to go for my A3, I'm going to go for my A5, and I'm going to go for I would go for the bigger just because you've got everything in it. It's going to last you forever. No. There are a couple of other things that I'm just going to say for you to chuck in, if it's all right for you.
Yeah, go for it, Carla, because I haven't got a clue. I'm not going to lie.
The one thing that we've got on here, and I would definitely advise, is the knife.
Okay.
It's like a sharpener. Why anyone trusts me to hold a knife, I'll never know. But I would get that in, I'll explain. That's going to be the first thing you'll see that I do in demo, so you'll start to understand. You can sharpen your pencils with it, but it does something else as well. The other thing is your brush.
Okay.
But you've got to learn not to blow on your work. And the other thing, if you need one, is your pencil sharpener. Other than that, the one thing you are going to need is a kneadable eraser. But if you've got the big pack of pencils, it's in there. So that's the 2 upsells. I'm not interested in selling you left, right and centre, and hopefully don't get into trouble for saying that. What I want is for you to buy the things you're going to use, the things you're going to need. Brush, knife, big pencil set, the big sketch pad for when you're ready to go, the little one for doing all of your practice work in.
Perfect.
That's mine. That's my shout.
So the brush, if you want to shop for the brush as well, lots of you taking advice from Carla. She knows what she's talking about. And it is a lovely, lovely brush that you're going to learn. And as I say, it's learning about the techniques. And one of those is do not blow on your work. So £11.49. A dusting brush there, as you can see. Team that up with your A3 pad, with your A5 pad if you're wanting to take your work with you. And then, of course, that sharpening knife and that fabulous set that we spoke of. They've got the 2 different types of those pencils. And don't forget, that could be your purchases to get you in that drawer, because this piece of artwork is going to be going on its way to somebody. This could be hanging in your home, and this has been created by a lovely Carla. And I'm assuming, have we signed this, Carla?
I need to put my little paw mark on it.
I love it. Perfect. There you go. So whatever you're shopping for, you will go into that prize drawer. And one of the biggest, or should I say, by the most popular ways for you to actually go for elements is that larger set that we spoke of. And it has got the different erasers in there Carla was talking about. So, yeah. Definitely go for that if you can do. Right, Carla. Anything else I need to say before we come over to you?
There's lots of, listen, am I allowed to, I don't, this is your job, so I'll just say shop ahead on the web, because there's other things. We've got different erasers, there's different bits and bats that you can get. If you're buying the big kit, the one thing it's got that it doesn't have its partner to is it's got the blending stump, but it doesn't have the sharpener, and I do use the sharpener all the time.
Yeah.
No, the wooden with the sandpaper.
Oh, sorry,
the
that's
tortilla, the blending stump sharpener. So if you haven't got one of those, dump one in, because they're the sort of they're not expensive bits. You just put them in.
Is that for sharpening this?
It's for sharp, and also the eraser that we still Hobbymaker are going to get us. We are nearly here with the electric erasers.
Oh,
we should have those next time we go live. So you'll have those, but you sharpen those on that, so you'll have it in advance.
Right, fair enough. So get this in advance. So there you go. If you wanted to get hold of it, you can use it with your tortillons if you wanted to already. But as time goes on, you will be using it with your electronic eraser as well. It's all going to be such a fabulous thing. Can I put myself down for every show? Just saying.
Absolutely. Let's have some fun. Right. So where do we start? Well, one thing that we've got to do whenever we're drawing, whenever we're doing any of those things, is it's easier if we lay some pigment down. Because if you don't lay pigment down, you've got a white piece of paper and it's really difficult to go for. Now, I won't actually be doing this fair texture. I've got something else that we're going to be doing, but I just want to talk to you about texture itself. So in order to get your texture down, the best thing you can do is take your knife. This is where I was going before. Take a pencil. Now I'm going to use a 2B at this point. And the reason that I'm using a 2B is it's slightly lighter. I don't want to go for the heavy because I need a soft shading. So I don't want to go too far too soon. So 2B is nice for me at this stage. I'm not going to get too much on my brush. And all I'm going to do with the knife is just take it, and I'm going to take the little curved bit, the little curved edge that's here. Is my noggin in the way? I'm going to take the little curved edge, and I'm just going to run just along the nib, the point of my pencil, and you can see that some graphite is falling. Now you'd sit for a few minutes and just do a bit of this, just rotate round, get as much as you can in there without getting too distressed, too bored. But I will say to you, if you buy graphite powder, it is so expensive, and this tool lets you make it yourself. You're just running along, and you're just going to get that. I put mine in this little tin, and I always have a little piece of toilet paper in there as well, because then I can use it for blotting. That's going to be enough for me. Don't blow on your paper. So then what I use cheap makeup brushes, and they are super cheap makeup brushes from Amazon. I'm not going to lie to you. And I just take different ones, and I've got different ones for different things. So I've got one that's an angled one, I've got a tiny one, and one that's a little bit bigger. And all we're going to do is try and get some of that graphite down. If I draw out a basic, say, square, and I'm not going to be demoing this particular piece. So if I just put this here, so I've got a little square, and I can then mark out, say, a square on here that's roughly the same point, so that I know that I'm working within a boundary and a remit that I've got, and I can start looking at my texture.
Right,
and all I'm doing is focusing in. Now, like I say, this isn't the piece that we're going to be doing, but I'm going to dab my makeup brush, and I'm just going to start laying down some graphite. Not much, but enough to get some colour down. Now, like I say, this isn't going to be the piece that we're actually working, and I'll show you
Straight
in a
away, I'm
second.
intrigued because I didn't expect this
No, no,
to
no,
be
no.
the situation.
This is why we can all do it. So we're coming in and we're just going to bring in, you wait till we start doing the fur texture, you're going to have the best time. Right, there are more than one ways to do fur texture. There is the, let's say, the snobby way. And then there's the easy way. And we're going to do the easy way because why would we not? Right, so I've got some colour that's laid down here, and I know that I've got a baseline from it. Not much, there's a little bit of colour. But the reason I use a 2B is I don't want to have this kind of heavy layer. I just want to have a soft piece. When we're doing artwork and we're doing this sort of stuff, it's very rare that white exists. So in any image that we're making, it's very rare you're going to have white. So we always put a layer of colour down, but we go very light. Because if something is white, we can make everything else around it darker to contrast it. And so whatever light colour I've got is still going to appear as white. So if we start to look at things like his little cross line on his nose here, that's not white. That's actually got graphite on it, but we're making the rest of it darker to bring in those elements, and so it's
like
really
an
easy to
illusion.
do that illusion.
Okay.
Now, the truest way to do fur, if you want to be the posh way, I'm trying to think of words that I'm allowed to say on the telly box. None of them is apparently the thing. So if I look at my drawing here, I've got a direction of fur. Now, what I don't want to do is sit here for the next 20 days and do every single piece of fur. You'd be there for hours. Now, part of the reason that we're laying down a colour first is I can cheat. I can do less fur by just stroking in. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to look at the direction of the fur. And we're always looking. So if this is the box that I'm using, I'm going from this line. We're always looking at that curvature. Where is my curve line going? And I'm just going to follow it with some strokes. Now, I'm not going in heavy. And I'm just going to pull through on some strokes, and I'm looking. Now my first direction starts to change at that point, and I start to come down a little bit. So I'm working in clumps.
So which pencil are you working with at this stage?
At this point, I'm just on a 2B.
So is that the same one that you used
3B.
to create your powder?
Oh, I'm on a 4B. I'm lying to you all. I just grabbed one. Now, because obviously at this point, all I've got here are some lines and nothing really looks like anything. That's what I want. Now, I've got some darker colour down. So now I'm going to go back in with a brush and I'm going to blend that out.
Okay.
Okay? Because we're working in layers. We're always working in layers. Now, say I'd built and built that up. This obviously isn't the drawing I'm going to be demoing. I've got something over here and we're going to go to that in a second because I'm going to show you the easy way. If you want to do it the hard way, this is what we do. You would do that process probably about 8 times and keep building up that colour. Then we would start to go in with a darker pencil and we would start to emulate the lines in the box that we've got here. Now, not all fur is going to go in the same direction. So if I take some, when obviously we're working from that line, so if I take some fur and I just start working through, so I've got some detailing. Because I've got heavier colours behind it, I'm disguising the fact that I'm not doing every single fur, but I'm starting to get fur detail. Now I can start to change some of that direction because fur doesn't always run in the same direction. But then what I can do is with my electric eraser, which is sharp, this is where I need my glasses, this is what we're going to have very soon. But you can do it with other erasers as well. It doesn't need to be this one. I can then go in and I can start to lighten up little areas that are going to give me a visual of actual fur coming through. Now, you would keep layering this up because once I'd done this, I would then go in with a brush and I would dampen that through again.
Oh, I can start to see it.
You can start to see it coming through. These are just basic techniques. Use your brush, don't use your hand. You can start to see your basic fur line coming through, and then we start to build again. So now we add in some more lines, some more detail. So instead of doing every fur, I'm creating the illusion of thickness, fullness, and full pieces of fur. So we're just going to go through. We're following the lines that we've made to add that light detail and that light texture, and to bring in all of that. Now, if you've got the patience to sit and do that, more kudos to you. I do not.
Okay.
So, take an image from the internet of something like a dog's eye.
Okay.
One that you're allowed to use. Go to Unsplash.
One, yeah.
Go to Unsplash and get a free image, okay? And it's just unsplash.com, and go and get a free image that you're allowed to use, a photograph. I always do mine black and white, and I print it at the same size that I'm going to draw it. So over the lunch break, I just started to fill in a little bit of detail so that I can get some baselines for you. So I've got the start of that eye coming through. Obviously, it needs a lot more work. I've spent like 20 minutes at lunchtime, so we're going to spend more time on it. But I'm not interested in the eye. I just wanted to lay down a foundation. What we're actually going to be looking at is the fur detail. Now, we're working with demos, so we don't have huge swathes of time. I can't do a full picture for you in an hour. I never could. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that you can. Even if I was to sit at home and just sit with this one small image here, that's probably going to take me the best part of 6 to 7 hours to do. These aren't quick projects, and it's not meant to be. These are designed to be long pieces. I've known some artists talk on YouTube about how they've spent 9 weeks doing one hyperrealism. I'm not at that stage. He took me 2 days, I think, 3 days. The lady behind Hayley is the one that had the most detailing on it because her turban had a lot of detail. She took me the better part probably of about 6 days. So it depends what you're doing. There are different ways of doing different things. If I can cheat and make things easier every time, I'm going to do that. So let's cheat. Let's have a look at cheating. I want a little bit of a darker colour this time. So I am going to still use my knife to get some of that graphite, but I'm going to go into a darker colour for it. So what I'll do is take out, let's go for, if I could see it would help, let's go for an 8B, which is quite a dark one. And I'm just going to use my knife, and again, I'm just going to scrape some of that graphite. I've got my darker graphite now because I know I want to go in with heavier detailing. So it is exactly what you're going to be using. So we're just scraping through some of that, and you can use either side. This will, of course, sharpen your pencils as well, in case you were wondering. So I can sit and I can still sharpen my pencil if I need to, but it's just brilliant for doing all of your graphite work, and this is what I use it for the most. And I will usually sit before I start any drawing and sit for about 20 minutes and just do this, which sounds ridiculous, but it means I've got everything I need.
The erasing and sharpening knife is on your screen there. It comes with a little cover as well, because obviously it's a knife, it's sharp. So just be careful, needless to say. And obviously you can see Faber-Castell with that endorsement on there as well, so you know you're buying quality. And it's a nice, comfortable feel to it as well. Good size handle with there. So when you are working with that, you're going to be able to use it, whether it's a case that you're holding it over the top or holding it like a pen, whatever is comfortable to you. But it does come with that cover, so yeah, do make sure to keep it with that.
Honestly, that has changed the game for me, that knife. It's been such a boon. I don't know if I just did that on my shoulder with the actual brush end. If I've got big dirty marks, it's because I just paintbrushed myself by accident. So I've got now a bigger brush, and I'm just going to lay down a little bit of colour on the top of this. So we're working with the fur line detail. So where my eye is, can you see this? Where I've got that dark shade in, I've put down a landmark for it. So I know roughly where I'm going. And I'm going to work mainly in this show just on this bit here. Okay, that's the bit we're going to work on, just to get an idea of where that detailing comes from. Now I need to lay down some colour. So I'm just going to take my brush. Don't blow on your paper. It's bad. Bad. I preach it, but I don't practice it. I'm just going to go through this, and I'm just going to lay down a little bit of colour. Not much. I don't want to over egg it. Just enough to blend it through and get some colour. Right. Are we ready for some magic to start?
I'm just intrigued. It's almost like reverse drawing, isn't it?
It is reverse drawing. It's exactly what it is. So what I'm going to do is I'll take a 3B, which is I'm going for the green this time because I'm going to lay out some detail. Now, what I don't want to do is draw the fur. I don't want to do it. I don't like drawing the fur. So what I'm going to do is just landmark out direction. I know that where that curve is, that hair is pretty much going upright, and it's relatively long. It's got a small curve to it, so I'm just going to lay in some of that shaping. I'm not worried about anything more than shape. And I can see that it gets shorter as I'm going round, and then it starts to splay off. And slowly but surely, as we're going round, it's coming in this direction. All right? So I'll just work to there. So upright, across. Okay?
Okay.
So we can already see that that doesn't really look like realistic fur, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. I just want the outline of it. All I want is How is it going to look? Now, the next thing I'm going to do is take my kneadable eraser and I'm going to lift some of that graphite. Not all of it, but some of it.
Okay, so just literally dabbing it on the surface.
I'm just dabbing it.
Now, this is actually included in the tin that we were looking at earlier
You'll use 68 of these.
Oh, okay.
Grab them while they're a
So
good
get an
price.
extra one. $1.99, that's all that you're paying. It comes in a fabulous, neat little case as well. And of course, because it's kind of got that sticky texture, it needs to be kept in the case. Otherwise, you're picking up all sorts of different stickiness with this one. So there you go, all bits of fluff and all sorts. So it comes in your little case there. So yeah, very easy for you to actually use that. So yeah, all there.
This is nothing. If I was sat at a bus stop somewhere and someone said which is the best kneadable eraser you can buy in the market, I would say the Faber-Castell one.
Okay.
It is by far the best in the market, and believe me, I've tried all of them.
Okay.
Drive me insane. That one works.
I love it.
I'm never at a bus stop, by the way. Ever. I don't
Random
like
conversation at a bus stop.
right, so here's where the magic starts. I know which direction my fair is going in. Now I can cheat. Take a tiny stylus, tiny ball tool,
Okay.
or a biro that's run out of ink.
Yeah.
Okay, either will do. And let's cheat. Right, here we go. I'm going to take this. You should have a piece of paper over the other side as well. Always work with a piece of paper under your hand so you're not smudging. So here we go. I'm going to take my stylus and I'm going to start laying in some fair detail. One line at a time.
So are you moving the graphite now?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm indenting the paper.
Okay, right.
So, just gently. If you go too hard, you're going to break the paper.
Okay.
Just go in. So I'm not laying down anything. All I did with the original graphite was just plan out the direction of the fair. Now, I'm just placing in a little bit of detail, and some magic's about to happen. So when I go through, one hair at a time, do not do a scribble.
Okay. So you're still bearing in mind the photograph and the flow of the fur from that?
Yeah. So, as a base. Now, if I take a pencil and I take, for instance, let's go a 2B so it's nice and light to start with. And I start to work in line with what I've just done.
So
Up
it's
and
the
down.
side of the pencil?
Yeah, side of the pencil. See my fur coming through?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So my fur is now appearing because I just made those little lines, and it's indented my paper, which has allowed me to create fur texture really simply, really easily, okay? Now, I need to take note of what is on the picture and where the shading is on my picture in order to create it to be in a more, real way. So the reason we start with the light pencil is because we need to then go in and work out our shading. So if I pull that down so you can see the eyeballs, we can sort of see where it's going, you can see this. Now, if you look at my picture above, you can see where that is. I've got darker lines here. That point where the fur starts and moves away from the eye is darker than, for instance, the top bit here. How do we get that point of difference? So how do I go from being very, very dark here to still being able to look light but have those shade lines at the bottom? Well, it's easy. It's really simple. That was a 2B pencil. I'm going to change it over and I'm going to go to an 8B maybe, or a 10B. Well, should we do a 6? Where did I put my 8? Hang on. Do you know, half a brain and it'd be dangerous. There's my 8B. So where my low point is, where that first started, I can now go in and go quite heavy and quite dark at the bottom. Okay? And I'm going to follow the lines of where I started to create that fur. And that's going to come through. Now, this one probably could do with being a little further. Obviously, I was only stylusing to this point. We're going to do the rest in a second. But because I'm starting to work in, when I look at my reference photo here, I can see I've got long, long dark lines in some areas, darker triangles in other, and I can reference that. I can keep using that as my point of thing, because otherwise I'm going to have this weird line. So what I'm going to do is start working out where those points are. So if I was to take this one up, I'm now using my dark, dark pencil in order to create that fur detail. I'm following the lines that I originally had, and we're putting in a few individual hairs, not many, but a few. And I'm going to keep putting in all of that fur detail and that shading. And that's going to allow me to create more realistic fur as I go through. Now, as we start keeping and building, that will start to become more and more realistic. Now, the way that works then is, if you look at this, where I've started my little cat here, and you start to see it, that's done in that style. So I've used the stylus. Now I've left this piece where it is here so you can see it before I've started to shade it properly. So the actual, this has all been blended out properly. This hasn't, where his ruff is around his neck. So this is all done with the stylus, and you can see the stylus marks. So I've left them for you so you can see them. You can see how some are lighter and some are darker. And that's what we're building up to. We're building up to those lines in some areas being very dark and in others being very light, and it's really easy to do. So I'm going to keep working on that stylus, and I'm going to keep going through. But the other thing to then realise, if I was to take this, I'm going off piste at this point, just to let you know. If I take this and I start shading in a little darker, which I can do at the bottom, that's fine, we've got dark areas. But if I go in and I start to shade in a little bit darker as we go up, and then I take my eraser and I start working those lines, and I can do some across and I can do some down, I'm going to start seeing this come to life. Now there's a big problem here in my drawing, and it comes down to this. I've got a clear line here where the black of the eye meets those hairs going up, and that's no good. I've got to make that look more realistic, because otherwise it's going to look like a skunk. There's going to be this weird sort of skin to hair thing, which doesn't happen naturally in dogs. It's got a texture to it. You can see it here. It doesn't suddenly start, go black and then suddenly start hair. There is texture going through on here. Take your eraser and just slowly work in some tiny little dots. Okay, got that too far up. If your eraser's too far up, it'll bend. So I'm just going to place that down. Honestly, I went into the petrol station this morning, Hayley, and I had this set of stuff in my handbag. And I went to pay, and something pressed on there, and I was standing there going, no, it's my eraser, it's my eraser. And he was going, So we're just going to come through and we're just going to do some of these. Now, some of that detailing is going to be quite light. I can see very light spots. I can also see much darker areas. So I'm going to start working through on these lines, and we're going to do little lines. Suddenly we start to get that hairline. Now, I don't want it that stark, but you can see how we're starting to build. Okay, you can still see how that texture's coming forward. Then take a brush and blend. And suddenly we've created texture and detail going forward that allows us to see this in a more realistic stance. So we're actually starting to get that idea of realism, and it's really easy to do. None of these are difficult techniques. They're all just techniques, and they're learnt techniques that we do. If you don't want that heavier set line, you can go in with a brush and you can start blending out. Anything that you do, as far as this is concerned, blend it as well. So when your shading lines are coming through, make sure you're blending it. That will allow it to have that more realistic texture. It's clever, right?
I think it's fascinating. And you kind of almost have to do a brain switch, if that makes sense, because obviously in my head, because I didn't do art at school.
No, I didn't.
I didn't go anywhere near it because I couldn't do it, or I didn't think I could do it.
Anyone can.
But what we're learning from here is it's just kind of reprogramming your brain. So in the past, I would think you have to pick up the pencils, and every single little line that you see in a drawing, you have laid down using that pencil. That's how my brain used to think. So I'd think to myself, my goodness, you're almost looking at the centre of the eye or every little hair, and it's like you're drawing every single hair in place. And then as a result of that, you've got to know how heavy to press. You need to know how light you need to press. And that ultimately is the action of you taking that pencil and laying it down achieves the fur. But what I'm learning here is no, that's not the case at all, because you're building up layers. You're starting off with that foundation, almost that hue of colour, that you are then using these tips and these techniques, and they are techniques, and this is the key thing. The techniques are going to make it happen. Beauty is you need the different kind of gradients of colour, because now I understand that you've got the different kind of intensities of colour that are going to help you when you are building up your design, and that's what you've got within the tools that you've got within the tin, because they are tools. Every single one of them are going to be elements that are going to help you create. So whether it's the intensity of colour that you've got, because you're increasing that number that with the B, which is kind of the blackness, you're getting darker and darker, or you're getting lighter and lighter, that is going to allow you to create that kind of it's almost like pretend drawing.
It is pretend drawing.
It's really weird to actually put it into phrases, but it's techniques, and it's almost like you're lifting the colour and you're softening the edges. But then if you need more colour, you're going back in and you're adding more colour, then you're softening the edges. Sometimes you're lifting the colour out. This is all about the technique that you're learning. And by practicing and honing those skills, that is where you are going to get that perfection. And that's what we've got from Carla. Basically, it's about a monthly basis we're going to be learning from you.
So we're going to do different techniques every time. We will go on to coloured pencils as well and look at hyperrealism in colour. But I think we're going to be probably doing that around about the January time. Before then, well, February, I think, actually, for colour. We're going to keep on with this, but so this one was all about teaching you how to do fur. The next one we're going to do is skin texture. So you can start to look at the idea of actually building skin and bringing that together. And we will also look at the idea of where we've got skin going through. And if it's the one next to it, we'll also look at wrinkles and how to bring that forward. So you're looking at the two different types, because obviously when we're drawing, there's different techniques for different things. Really easy to achieve. And then eventually we'll start to get on things like facial hair, those kind of things, every time we're breaking it down. So the whole point is to actually break this down into a way that makes sense to you at home, so that you're not just buying something that looks good at the time and then going, now what? You should have your hand held the whole way through. And I was adamant about that from the beginning, because I cannot draw. So the whole point is anyone can do this. If you can build a jigsaw, you 100% can do this. There's nobody in the world, I don't believe there's anybody that can't do this. But if you don't have, listen, if I want to bake a cake and I don't have eggs and I don't have flour and I don't have a bowl to do it and I don't have an oven to cook in it, I can't do it either. But if I have all the tools and I know the techniques on how to, fold my eggs and everything else into my cake, then I can make the cake. Anyone can make the cake. We don't know what we don't know. We can only know what we're taught.
Yes, yeah.
It is like learning to drive. So basically, your ability is not designated to, are you an artist? It's, do you know some techniques?
Yes, yeah.
And once you've got those, where I'm doing fur here, I'm just on repeat with what I'm doing. And if you missed the last show, I was very clear with you all. When you first start, do not fear tracing. Yeah. I traced this eye shape. I've traced a few things. I've started to do it freestyle. One of the things we're going to do as we go through is we're going to learn how to use the grid system. And the grid system allows us to sketch something out. But for this,
it's looking at little pieces, isn't it? Yeah.
All I did here, you can see, is I've put out at some basic shapes. So I've got like a mapping out, a basic detail of where I'm going. I got that from here. So I took a 2B pencil, one of the green ones for this. I placed it over there, obviously. And all I did was trace out my landmarks. I'm not interested in all the detail. I don't need to do every fair, otherwise we're not drawing, are we? We're not learning a technique that way. We're literally copying for copy. And also it'd be incredibly difficult. But I did my landmarks, then I turned it over, and with an 8B pencil, I scribbled over the whole of that. Then I turned it back over onto my sketchbook and just went over it with a 2B of where my lines were, and that gives me a clean tracing for it. You can do that with anything. One of the biggest, I honestly think one of the biggest obstacles that stops us drawing is not being able to do the outline.
Yeah.
Because if somebody said to me, can you draw a face? Like I said, I'd say, no, I can't draw a face. I can't. I can try, but it's not going to look good, and it's certainly not going to look finished. But if somebody said to me, can you trace something? I would say yes. And if you've got a light box, that's even better. That's going to be your best friend. And then once you've got that and suddenly go, now I can see my landmarks. I can now start working in small chunks. So if I'm working in I can copy a small chunk. I can put a jigsaw piece in a jigsaw. I can do that. And so suddenly we're going, oh, now we're cooking on gas. Now we know what we're doing. Because I know how to use a stylus and create fur lines. I can look at the direction it's going in, and then I can make it darker when I need to. That, my friends, is hyperrealism.
There you go. Carla, thank you. I mean, I'm just astounded. Isn't it? It's just a different way of thinking. That is the key thing. So rather than thinking I can't do it, think, well, I can if I know the techniques. I just need to do it in a different way. So in the way that I was thinking, that pencil needs to make contact with that paper to do all the individual elements. That's not the way it is. And that's what Carla is going to be explaining to us more and more so. And learning the different techniques. It's those little building blocks that when it all comes together, you create beautiful pieces like the one that we've got here. Now, don't forget, this is your shop to win. So Carla has created this one that she is allowing us to share with you. But one person is going to be able to share it more than the rest of us, because one person is going to be able to get hold of this. And the simple way that you get involved is literally you just shop. You shop with us. That's the key thing. So anything that we've got on the show, get it into your basket, get your basket checked out. But please do yourself a favour and don't just think that I'm just going to go for the cheapest thing on the show just to get my next thing. That's not what this is about. This is about you honing those skills, learning, going on that journey so you can achieve what we're looking at here. To learn the techniques of how to get the glossiness of the eyes, how to get the texture of the skin, the fur, all those different components that create beautiful pieces when they come together. And having the right foundations is the key thing. That's the one thing that I've learned in this hour, those foundations, those little kind of shavings, creating that base. Now, of course, having the right space with regards to your paper is key as well, because you're going to have it that it accepts all of that kind of the graphite that you're going to be laying down. So this is where we've got the same paper, but in different formats. So technique-wise, the A3 is brilliant, because the A3, you can always make it smaller. You've got 40 sheets in there, so if you want, you could split it down to make it into your A4, so you're doubling the quantities there. You've got 40 of your A3 sheets. Equally so, it is a good idea to go for the small pad, which I'll tell you about, but if you're wanting to go for this, then it makes sense for several reasons, not only because of the size and the usability of it, and we've got people who are buying these in multiples, potentially for gifts, but you have got that huge size, but you're paying $15.99. Now, if you're going for the A4 by itself, I'll say if you're going looking for it, it's $9.99. But you're getting double the quantity if you're going for the A3. So even if you are cutting it in half, then you're going to get twice as much. We have got it as A4, which is okay. If you want to go down that route, then that's fair enough. But my suggestion would be to go for the A3 and then jump in the A4. You can make that yourself. But get yourself the pad that we have seen Carla working with, because this is going to be your technique book. This is going to be the book that you will open up and you will start with that first page, with that tracing that we've learned about. This is where you're going to hone your skills. So this is going to be your educational journey. Get yourself one of these. It's only $6.99. Get that in your basket alongside your A3. Your A3 is going to be for those fabulous things that you go on and using. But this is the quality that you're going to be using. You can use it in other ways as well. So if you like the look of the pad, then get extra ones for working with your watercolour pencils and different bits and pieces. But this one, make it special, make it key, and this is going to be the thing that you will dedicate to that education that you're going to be learning on that journey with our Carla. $6.99, very affordable. Now, obviously, we're going to see in the future, we are going to have in those colour pencils. So the colour pencils, because Faber-Castell, many of us know the name, as I say, Rolls-Royce. And this is the opportunity for you to get hold of your colours as well. So you may well be shopping for them. I know you're shopping for them, actually. And this is the opportunity for you to get a lovely array of different colours.
They're beautiful.
Now, what's so fabulous about these?
I don't know if you guys at home have ever heard of polychromos.
Yeah.
We're going to bring you polychromos.
Oh, my goodness.
Polychromos are like the world's best ever. There's two brands. I was actually talking to Grace about this. There's two brands of coloured pencils. And in the world, I mean, there's more than that in the world, but there's only one that ever sits above polychromos. And the reason being is, because, again, geek knowledge, the set of 120 polychromos that you get, the other brand, all of them are archival. And
Okay, yeah.
with the polychromos, 4 of them I think aren't.
Right.
These are your entry-level polychromos, essentially. So it's your starting point. It's not a polychromos, but it is essentially going to give you that gorgeous blend, and it's how you learn to start with your polychromos, and then you would leap from that into polychromos. But man alive, are we about to have some fun with coloured pencils, because they are beautiful to use. But you love those, I think, those little coloured ones. Remember, whenever you're getting something that's got, you know, across the rainbow, you are going to be able to blend those colours, mix those colours, and so you get more colours than you're just sitting there. Work out your blending. Remember, when we were talking about layering on here, the same applies for coloured pencils.
Okay.
Start with your lightest and then work your way up. So for instance, if you wanted to make a brown, you would start really with your white or your cream or your yellow as your foundation. You would start to add in slight bits of red and you would blend it, and you'd keep going. So use your blending stumps for that and you'll build. We'll get there. We'll get there.
I love it. Now, $14.99, a very affordable price. Beautiful pencils. As I say, you will know that brand name. You will know the quality that you've got and those gorgeous colours, as you can see there. So if you fancy getting hold of these ahead of the time, maybe you're further down the journey than some of us. Maybe you have kind of got those skills that we've been chatting about. Maybe you feel that you are ready to move on to the colours, or you just want to get ahead of the game. You want to be ready for when we get to those stages. Well, at $14.99, you have got a fabulous tint of colour here, and of course, you've got your authenticity there from the brand itself. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of this set, then $14.99, but if you're wanting to go on the journey that Carla is taking us on, and you wanted to go for your graphite pencils, then can I show you this fabulous bundle that we've got here? Because this is where you've got the 2 different types of pencils in here. So Carla talked us through these at the top of the show. We've not got long left now, so we're not going to go through that again, but you've got your 2 different variations. You've got right the way through to your 14B, so that's incredibly dark detail with that pencil. And that's where you've got, from what I remember, it is H is for the hardness and B is for the blackness, the deepest. And I know it's like, well, how black can black be? Well, it can be very black when you're looking at pencils. So these are going to help you on your journey. So if it's a case of you're a bit heavy-handed, and I hope I'm right with this, heavy-handed, use a lighter number.
Yes.
And then that way, the combination of your kind of pressure,
Lower the number, lighter the pencil.
Yeah, so
just remember, guys, work with, unless you're actually sketching, never work with the point of a pencil. You always work with the edge. You're using that motion from the side. If you go down like that, you're going to dent your pen. You know, I was using the stylus. That's what you're doing with your pencils. You're going to ruin the fibres in your paper. Always go from the edge, always shade from the side. It's going to make your life a lot easier, and it's not going to ruin anything or damage anything. Plus, it makes your pencils last longer.
Absolutely. So there you go. You've got that fabulous tin. So everything that you need in here to get you started and take you on that journey. So you've got your 2 different styles of your pencils in there. You've got your sharpener, which naturally you're going to need to sharpen them. You've got your fabulous paper stump there that's going to help you with your blending. And you've got your 2 erasers, including your kneadable eraser. And your kneadable eraser is one of the top tips that we heard from Carla as well. So everything is included in there. But for $1.99, if you can manage to get yourself an extra one of those, then you can do. So pop that into your basket. Also, don't forget that the blade that we were chatting about, you need that. Pop that into your basket as well. That's going to get you those little tiny shavings of your graphite that you're going to be able to lay down to build up your detail. And then, of course, we're not going to blow on our work. We are going to brush away that detail. And that's why getting hold of that super soft brush is going to help you with that too as well. So those are the top tips from Carla. That's going to get you well on your way, on your journey to create. And then practice. Practice, practice, practice. Enjoy. And
Practice
that is
is
the key
the key.
thing. That is it, yeah. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't expect to create that finished article in one go. I often say this with sewing. Don't make a wedding dress your first project. Concentrate on the eye or the ear or the nose. Just to make those little details, those little achievements, because those little pieces of jigsaw that you are creating will come together to put all those pieces into place and create your own personal masterpiece. Shop to win during this hour. Get that fabulous piece that we've seen Carla has obviously shared with us. All you need to do is place your order, and if you have placed your order and you are that lucky person, we will be in touch. Carla, thank you. I can't wait till next time. Just busy doing the stuff.
See, if you set my brain on something, it ain't going anywhere else. So
I
I'm
love
just
it.
going to
Carla,
play.
Thank you so
Thank you
much
for having me.
I've learned so much just in that 1 hour. Imagine what you're going to learn month on month. Now, do not go anywhere. We have got another fabulous hour coming up with the lovely Cat. Straight after the break, we're talking little books, and we've got loads of fun to share with you. I'll see you the other side of this.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hobbymaker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobbymaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
And welcome back. Welcome back to an hour that I'm very much looking forward to, because we have got so much stuff to share with you. And it's one of the kind of the most popular things that Hunkydory bring to us, the little books.
It is, our little books. They're a staple Hunkydory item now. loved by everyone far and wide. They just bring you so much craftability. There are so many things you can do with them. There's such a great thing that you can have in your stash. You can build up your collection, so you have literally got something for everybody.
And basically the ethos behind A Little Book is it is crammed full of fabulous artwork on a theme often, and we've got loads of different themes to share with you. This one is called Wizardry, and you can see all sorts of little kind of elements that are pertaining to that world of wizardry as well. Now, you've got all sorts of components in there, not only artwork, but little elements that you're going to be able to use as well. So there's a lot of creativity to be had with not only one little book, but imagine what you could be doing when you have got 3, but only paying for 2. Now, this is a fabulous way for you to build up your stash and fill in your gaps actually as well.
Absolutely.
So you're going to get any 3 of these for just £19.78. But the thing is, we don't tell you which 3 you have to have. You choose. And we have got all sorts. We've got festive elements. We've got some gorgeous winter birds. Got wonderful golden oldies, which is a lot of fun to be had. Pressed flowers. If you're into a bit of spring, we've got spring in the air. There's all sorts there, and there are absolutely loads. Now, this is very much an hour that you decide, you choose which of those that you want us to look at. We'll have a little look at some of our favourites as well, because we have got favourites. But if there's something that you're specifically wanting to have a look at, then do have a look at all of those different names that are scrolling up on your screen. Let us know on the message system, and we will have a proper good look at those. And we've got some fabulous demos coming as well. But I must admit, I love the colours in this particular one.
It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? And this is a genre now that spans many generations.
Yes,
so
that's a good
something
point.
for everyone. If you're wanting something a little bit different, something a little bit magical, ethereal, you're going to get it in this wizardry.
Now, it's nice to see that we've actually got multiples in these, because an image like that, I mean, that is crying out to be decoupage, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's so many things you can do with that. Already my imagination's going about cutting down into that moon and then layering up and putting the owl back in. So many great things you can do.
Oh, I love it. Now, this one is called Wizardry. So if that is your thing, maybe this is the one that you're going to go for. Or maybe it's going to be florals. Maybe it's going to be musical instruments. Maybe you're into your little gnomes. There are lots within there. Now, I will warn you, some of these are a little bit more vulnerable than others. So the spring in the air and the dragonflies are very limited in stock. So if they're on your wish list, if you're wanting to fill those gaps with those, then you need to be incredibly quick with regards to some of these as well. Some of them as well, the realism is phenomenal. I mean, this one, pressed flowers. Pressed flowers are so expensive when you're actually looking to get hold of those, but these are beautiful.
They do, and they give you those really realistic vibes
Absolutely.
as well, don't they?
I mean, some of these could be just card fronts straight away. I mean, you've even got your sentiment included with that one.
It makes your card making so easy, and that's the beauty of little books. You can make them as simple to as complex as you want.
Oh, the beauty. Now, this one's a chunky book. There's loads in here as well. All sorts of different occasions catered for as well. This one, what's this one called? Pressed flowers. So pressed flowers, it's always a popular one. We've got good stock of these ones already. So if you do want to get hold of these, then you can do. But as you can see, confidence builders, I think, for novice crafters.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And it's nice as well, because there's different flowers in here that are kind of relating to different birthdays, aren't they? I think geranium is it one of the summer birthdays or a spring birthday? But just really pretty designs. I like these elements as well.
Yeah, we do. Now, they're not in every little book, but it is something that's becoming more and more common in them, is us adding in the matching sentiments that work throughout it all. This is only in this book, I think. How fabulous is that?
But it shows that certain elements in here, you could take a sentiment from here, but use it with one of the other books as well, because they cross over so well. You've got multiple pages in there as well. So really nice. That one is your pressed flowers. Have you got a favourite? The one that we should have a look at?
Ask me to do that.
Put you on the spot. I'm going to grab, while you have a little think, I'm going to grab the birthdays one, because this is the other thing.
I love this one. This one is really cool.
They're themed as well, not just on the actual style, but the occasion. Now, look at this. Have a blast. Got all the fireworks out. Oh, I like this. Now, some of these ones are quite glossy.
Yeah, so this is the coated finish. The one that you had before was like the matte finish. So again, you get a variety throughout the different books.
Have a super day. I love it. And again, if you want to do your decoupage, you've got those in there. Or things like your nested dies you could use with these.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I might be doing that later on.
Oh, there you go. And I promise I didn't sneak a peek. Oh, we've got little giraffes in there. Oh, look. So it's nice as well because you've kind of got different age groups within here. I mean, that one is brilliant if you've got kind of like your smaller children, but then you've got more grown-up designs in this one as well.
Absolutely. So this is a happy birthday book, so it is great across the board. There's going to be something in there for everyone. If you work on a craft stall and you can make cards really quick, if you've got your mirror mats that we're showing you later, you can hand people the book and say, pick which one do you want, stick it on a mirror mat, stick it on a card, get a sentiment from your essential book of sentiments, and they can walk away with a card that they've designed on the spot.
Absolutely, I love it. I mean, there's so much content in here. Imagine start teaming it up with other things that you've got within your stash as well. I mean, add in sentiments if you want, but I mean, you don't need to there. You could just add a little sentiment, maybe from the show that we saw earlier on, and away you go. Or cake. There's always going to be cake at an occasion, hasn't there? I love that. Look at that. Hope you have a awesome birthday. Adorable. So I love it. So another really good selection within that particular one there with your birthdays, all those fabulous characters in there as well. I mean, there's loads and loads to choose from. If you're into your fairies, into your mysticals, we've got all sorts there as well. The Moonlight Fairies, I must admit, is one of my favourites. I feel like I'm being a bit self-indulgent in this hour, I have to say. But yeah, it's got that lovely, I mean, the silhouettes are beautiful.
Yeah, so a completely different style again. So you've got these beautiful, subtly soft, almost night, dusk backgrounds. And then your beautiful silhouette fairies in the foreground. Absolutely gorgeous.
I mean, the artwork, absolutely incredible. I mean, look at that. You could add things like your little kind of glue pens. Couldn't you put your iridescent glitter on there? Three-dimensional drops. There's all sorts you could be doing with these. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Love it. Really, really pretty designs. So is there a set number of pages within the books, or does it vary? In the region of
120, I think we are.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. So there you go, as you can see. Beautiful artwork all the way through. And this particular one, if you are liking your fairies, then of course you can take advantage of this. Now, the deal on your screen, $9.99 is your price that you normally be paying for each one of these books, but bundle them up together, you will find that price will drop down. Works add automatically on the website for you, or obviously at our call centre, they'll be able to sort that out for you as well. But it does mean that you are actually paying much less than that. So £19.97 for 3 books rather than looking at £30. So yeah, it's a considerable difference with regards to the prices of those as well. So definitely something worth considering. Can I make a suggestion as well? Something else. I don't know if I've ever seen these.
Have you not?
Well, I've seen them. I'm sure I've seen them, but just in a single colour, not in all the different colours. So, what we got here?
So, this is our mirror mats that are designed in all our mirror colours to match your little books.
Oh,
So they are the perfect size for matting your little books straight onto.
And again, you've got your choices with these. So you will get, is it kind of the single colour in the whole of the mat? Right, now I understand. So with regards to, I've only seen gold and silver. I didn't realise all these colours existed. So you've literally got, everything. You've got steel grey. Midnight black, incidentally, is one of the ones that's most vulnerable, as is the soft blueberry. Chocolate box purple. Chocolate box purple, that's going to be that one, isn't it?
Yes.
That is going to be that one there. So if you like the look of that, that one is incredibly vulnerable. Some of them we only have single quantities of, so make sure that you're going to get involved with those as soon as you can, but you've got everything. I think these are going to be a collectible, really.
Oh,
Over time, you build them all up.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Because there's always going to be more little books, so there's always going to be more colourways and more different things. They're also great for when we're doing those smaller die cuts like we showed you before with the sentiments and things, so you're not cutting into a full sheet. They're great sizes for that as well.
They're brilliant. So you're going to choose any 3 of those for £19.89. So rather than you just pay $7.99 for each one of them, you will get 60 repeats of the colour that you choose. So it's not a multicolour. This is just to illustrate all the different colours that are available, because you've got everything from your soft teals, your peacock blues, your copper blaze, all of those featuring in there. There's absolutely loads. In fact, if I just go through them like this, you can kind of get the idea. So you've got things like your holly green in there. You've also got that absolutely gorgeous, it's almost like an orangey red that's featuring in there as well. You've got more of an emerald green with these now. I am paraphrasing because they don't all have the names on the back of them. But if that is the black. So if you like the look of the midnight black, that is one of the most vulnerable of the options that we've got. So make sure that you're quick with that. But I mean, they are just absolutely beautiful. All detailed on the website. So you can shop for these in your multiples. 3 for £19.89 if you're wanting those. But absolutely beautiful colours right the way through. See, they look just gorgeous side by side, don't they?
Absolutely.
So shiny.
Absolutely. If you're doing something like wedding invitations and you've got a really unique colour scheme and you want to bring those metallics in, this is the best way to do it because you're getting them, you're getting matte and layering, you're getting so many in a pack. It's a great way to do it.
And so reflective as well. You can actually see our there you go, there's me. Highly reflecting. So yeah, there you go, if you fancy getting hold of those. That is one of those items that I would keep a note of. Keep the item number, because you will come back to these time and time again, and you want to know that you can find them. Obviously, if you place an order, you can go back through your order history as well, but you will find yourself using those time and time again. So RSHD78. Now keep checking out your baskets. I will keep you updated with those, but as I say, the midnight black is one of the most vulnerable, as is the blueberry, that beautiful blueberry as well. But keep checking your baskets out. Now, while we wait for you guys to tell us which of those pads you'd like us to have a little look at, we're going to get into a demo, I think.
Yes, please.
So what we're working with?
We are going to delve in to, I've hid them up here, our little book of jars.
Nice.
It's absolutely gorgeous. So I have picked 2 pages out of this one because they work beautifully together.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a multiple of each because I'm going to cut out some elements and decoupage them up.
Okay, right.
So, put that one to one side in for a moment. We're going to start with this one and some scissors. Now, I'm going to start, I will show you that I've pre-cut some of these layers because we don't want to be here till midnight. But this is my last layer that I need to cut, and it is this small one here. So I'm just going to fussy cut in, and the way these papers are designed, the weight of them, they cut so beautifully and so easily. You just glide your scissors round, and we will just go all the way around here. I'm going to go a bit quicker than I would normally, but you just take your time. You can get in with your craft knife with these if you are more comfortable as well doing that, but they just cut so beautifully. I'm just going to take this little jar.
The quality, isn't it? That's the key thing.
And that's it, absolutely.
Now don't forget, you've got 120 sheets in your little pads. This one is the jars, so little book of jars. They've got that many different choices that I can't even see them on my screen. But if you can't just decide on 3 of these, because we have so many, then yeah, you can come back in and choose another 3, obviously taking advantage of that deal that we've got. £19.78. So rather than £9.99 being your price and your 3 books being in the region of £30, you're only in effect paying for 2 of those books. So paying for 2, the third one will be on its way to you kind of free of charge, and that can be any choice. You could actually go for multiples if you wanted to. So it could be the jars that we're looking at, or maybe things like the golden oldies that we've got here, which is a bit of fun. There's a little bit of humour in some of these as well. So we will show you some of these in closer detail as we go on. But if you want something to be a proper fun content element, then do check out some of these as well. I mean, you can have loads of fun with these, can't you? Absolutely. So this one, golden oldies, so do check that one out. I don't know. Age is a question of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. Isn't that the truth? Love that one as well. So you've got your jars now.
Yeah, so I've cut my jar out, and I've also taken the You Are So Sweet off the other jar as well, because that would just would be wasting that otherwise.
Okay.
So I've gone into a few of the other pages, and as you can see, I've cut almost the full image down. I've cut some of the fancy bits off this back sheet because they are going to be covered with that, and you want to make it as easy as possible with yourself. And then I've cut in the 2 jars here, and as you can see, we've just cut the other 2 elements. So we're going to start layering these up. Now this one I'm going to leave for a little trick because we're going to make an acetate card.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to leave that one so I can show you how we can cover up all our workings and still keep it really pretty. So I'm just going to layer these layers up on here now. I'm going to just need some
Oh, I love your
foam
little
pads.
box. That's good idea, a little box of all your foam pads.
Oh, yes.
Hunkydory do a whole range of different foam pads as well, whether it's strips, whether it's squares that you want in, whether it's circles. So it is worth having a little look at the range if you've not seen it previously.
So we just add our foam pads and we're just getting these all layered up to get that really fun look, give it that really 3D feel.
Beautiful.
I've gone with my heart. I have very roughly cut out there, but hopefully the background will disguise all that for me. So that's that put into place now. So next up, I'm going to get my sheet of acetate and we're just going to make ourselves a 5x7 card blank with this. So we want to cut this to 10 inches long.
Lovely.
And then 7 inches tall. And then turn it round again. We're just going to score at that 5-inch mark.
Perfect. Trimmer incidentally from Hunkydory, that will be on the website if you want one of those.
And then the next two things I'm going to do are my little bit of magic. So I've gone in and I've got a lovely lilac shimmer mat here because that just picks up those colours absolutely beautifully. And then I'm going to also pick out this back piece that we did before. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my my tape on the front of these.
Okay.
So you're going to think, how is this hiding the workings at all when you can see everything? But I promise you. So I'm just going to put my tape on here.
Okay.
And then a little bit across here. We know this is all going to be covered up, so it's fine.
So I suppose at this stage when you're putting it down, think about the layers that are going to sit on top of it, where they're going to be positioned.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I've just remembered I just need to cut this bit out the middle here.
Okay.
For that very reason, because I was just going to show you that those little intricate bits on this back layer you can cut away, because this is just going to be used as a disguise, so you don't need to worry too much about that. So cut them out of there. So then, let's fold our card blank up that we've made. So on the back of the card, let's take this off the front. And what we're going to do, we're going to position this so it sits like what would traditionally be the back of the card.
Oh, okay, right.
So just fold this out. It just takes a little bit of wiggle room just to place that in there. You'll probably get this a lot straighter than I am.
Well,
so we're going to pop that
we're doing
on there.
Funny angles here.
We are.
Very high up this desk.
And then this one's going to sit inside. Now we might just need to trim away some of the excess on this because it might be a little bit too long.
Okay.
Let's get my finger lift tape off.
Perfect.
And we are going to, so I am going to like kind of bend this up a little bit, you'll see, but I can trim away the excess because I've not stuck anything down. So this is sitting inside my card. I'm pulling this over and I'm going to sit that down on top of there.
Okay.
And then anything that I've got that's kind of like sitting over a little bit here, I can cut away because I know I'm going to cover it with what's going on top. So that doesn't need to worry about that. So, looks a bit crazy, but I promise this is the magic bit now.
I'm trusting you, I'm trusting you.
So now, this time we are going to go in with our tape on the back where it's meant to go.
We're getting loads of requests of different pads to flick through. So if there's one that you particularly want to have a little look at, let us know. I have got the Jars of Love pad, which is the one that we're working with at the moment. I'll show you that one in a few moments. I want to see how this is all going to come together.
And there's so many different kinds of jars in there. It's beautiful. So then we just pop our little book page back on top of our mirror mat, as you would normally, and get those lines all nice and tight. But now you see, with no workings showing there, and we've just got a nice neat panel on the back. We've got our white outline there, and then we can build our decoupage up on the front.
That's clever. What a clever idea.
And we're just hiding all our workings. We can pop this back on the front here. It does sit a little bit longer than the card, but I really, really like that look. I love the floating look that it gets. Now you could go in and add some gemstones. We've already got a sentiment on there
That's
But
so
just
cute.
look how fabulous that looks.
I love that, and that's clever because it's actually using two different pages, two different stars within there, but they almost look as if they were meant to be together, don't they?
Yeah.
Really? And the way that they come together, I love it. And I love that little sentiment there. You're so sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I enjoyed that. I couldn't figure out how it was all going to come together, but it did. It did. So, The Jars of Love, that is the title of this particular one. And it's so cute. I mean, look at that little face there to start with. So in here, you are going to get all those gorgeous pieces of artwork. Again, we're looking on this occasion at 144 beautiful jar-filled pages, as the editorial says on this one. All sorts of different scenarios. So some are a little bit dreamy. Some of them are floral-based. Some of them are animal-based. There's all sorts of different styles in here. We've got little fantasy figures in here as well. You've also got essences of your florals as well. So again, we talk about florals being related to certain birthdays. Well, this one's a nice one with the little dragonflies in there as well. Very, very effective. You've got little jars of memories within here. They're all themed around jars, and because you've got multiples within these, you've got lots of scope and opportunities. So that is the beauty. You've actually got 24 different designs. So if you could bear that in mind with 144, I think that works out. Is it 6 repeats of each one of those? If my maths is right. But have a look at that. Gorgeous pieces of artwork. I mean, with that one, you could fussy cut that. You don't need to have the jar if you don't want to. And incidentally, if you do like the music thing, we have actually got a book that is relating to music as well. So absolutely beautiful. I love you very much. What a brilliant idea. And again, butterflies, florals, little characters, all featuring. And of course, the beauty of this one is the one that we just saw with the demo. And little jars. I mean, everybody puts, like I've got button jars. So in my kind of craft room, they're not buttons I'm actually going to use. They just look lovely in jars. So there we go. That is a lovely one. Now, Susie in Surrey, you asked about the rainbow of flowers. So this is a nice one. So again, same size. That's the thing that I love about this. They're all exactly the same size.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Means that you've got that versatility if you do want to use them together. So you've got a little bit of that. Now that one, I'm not very good with my flowers. That one, I think it's called convolvulus, if I remember rightly. And I think it's actually technically a weed because it can kind of take over. Poppies, beautiful, as you can see there. Beautiful wisteria featuring those little butterflies. Again, just gorgeous artwork.
It is absolutely beautiful. And this really is, it does what it says on the tin. It's a rainbow of flowers for you from all those different vibrant tones across there.
And that's a really good point, actually, because you have lots of different colour palettes in these.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Little hints of yellow, as you can see with that one. Lots of pinks, kind of grey-blue tones with that one as well, which is pretty. So, yeah, good choice. I'm glad you asked for this one, Susie, because it is a really pretty one. And again, lots of those florals relating to certain months of the year for birthdays. So, yeah, I think that will be a popular one. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one is called Rainbow of Flowers. Keep those requests coming in as well. But there's something else I do want to mention to you as well. So, obviously you've got your pick and mix. Oh, the mirror mats that we were looking at, all the different colours. But, oh, Laura's been having a rummage. She's found a deal where you can get, is it a single mat of each colour? Ah, so this is like a selection box. So if you want an assortment, maybe so as you're kind of getting to know the different colours, because there's a lot of different colours. So, so as you've almost got like a colour palette, you've got your 20 sheet pack that will allow you to get a little bit of all sorts, and it's less than a tenner. Less than a tenner, that's what we're doing that price for, £9.99. So if you already know that you particularly like a colour, that chocolate box purple, incidentally, one of the most vulnerable, as is the black, then you can go in and you can order those specifically. But if you want a nice selection, you're going to get a little bit of all sorts in there. And a little bit of all sorts is not a bad thing, is it? A bit of variety. So I don't know if I've actually got the variety pack here, because I've got all sorts of different colours in here, but it gives you an idea of what you're going to be receiving. So if you fancy getting hold of those, please do so. Might be about that, actually. Might be about the same. So, yeah, there you go. £9.99. Or just go in for one particular colour. Obviously, with these, it was a pick and mix with these as well, wasn't it, I think? Yeah, so pick a mix. So if you go for multiples, specific colours, go for your multiples, and then you're getting that lower price rather than shopping for them individually. So $7.99 if you're shopping for them individually, but if you are going for your multiples, then you can do. Now, some of you are stocking up on these. You're going for 3, and then you're coming back in and getting another 3 or 3 repeats. You can go for multiples of the same one if you want to, but lots of you are doing that. So yeah, makes sense, because it's almost as if you're getting one of those bundles as a bit of a freebie. So yeah, do take advantage. So those are your mirror mats if you fancy getting hold of those. I think you could get yourself a little bit on a slippery slope with those, because I'd want them all of them. Yeah,
absolutely the same.
Yes, I cannot help with that one. Now, alphabets. Animal alphabets, is that the one? Special request from Laura, who's very close. She's based in Redditch, actually just through that wall. This, I must admit, this is a proper cutesy one.
It is absolutely adorable. This one has sold out time and time again, and we keep getting requested for it reprinted. It is stunning.
Absolutely gorgeous. Nice one for education as well, to be fair, because you've kind of got the initial letters of the different animals as they are in the book. I like the idea that they're all in order as well.
Makes it a bit easier.
Doesn't it? Just multiples as well. So if you were spelling out somebody's name, then you don't have to worry. So, I mean, you could actually have that in a little frame, couldn't you, if you wanted to?
You could, yeah. Spell somebody's name out.
That's a nice
I know
idea.
lots of teachers, especially in reception, have like the alphabets up on the walls. So you could do a full wall of them. It'd be amazing.
Oh, what a cutie. H is for hedgehog. Oh, I love this. I almost want to go through them individually. So, what's it? Oh, there you go, iguana, of course, and ice cream.
Yes.
I love it. You've got your jellyfish there as well. Cute, very, very sweet. They're not quite as sweet as that in real life, are they? Kangaroo there. I don't know what he's done with his Joey, but he's replaced him with his sweets. There you go. And then, of course, Alpha Lion and Lollipop, as you can see there as well. So proper fun to be had with regards to those. So, look at the little octopus there. Beautiful. All of those designs, incredible, incredible artwork. And again, it could be one of your choices, because again, you are going to be choosing 3. Now, we've got to the end of the alphabet, but we're still going.
We're still going. We've got lots of other bits in here as well.
So we've got your numbers there for your special birthdays, and again, incorporating all the different characters in there. And it's nice if you want to do personalisation for specific birthdays, but that's nice as well, where you've got multiple characters. Oh, they're lovely. Absolutely adorable. And the quality is phenomenal, so right the way through to those little scenes that you've got there. Oh, they look like they're off to a party, don't they?
Absolutely. So you could be cutting those smaller letters out and popping them on there to make a difference. It's so cute.
Oh, and letter tiles as well.
So versatile, this book. It's like a little crafting kit all in itself.
Absolutely. We've got, what does it back there? Oh, and sentiments as well. And the beauty is the colour palette are all there. The palette is following through all of those different designs. So there you go. Animal alphabet, if you fancy getting hold of that one. So absolutely beautiful. Some of the pads are square as well, I've noticed as well. So shall we have a little look? Which one should we look at then if we've got square ones as well? So the little gnomes. Gnome Sweet Gnome?
Yes.
So again, sometimes you might want to do square cards, so you can get your fabulous little books for those as well. This is a cute one here, full of gnomes.
They are so, so cute.
Nice open area with these as well.
There is. So like you've seen before with the other books, when you start getting those other elements towards the end, there's things you can bring in and add in and fill up those areas.
Like the little blackboard there, you could be adding a sentiment there as well. So yeah, all moving into brand new gnomes. Oh, adorable. Absolutely adorable. Brilliant value for money as well when you consider that if you're going for 3 of these together, you're going to be getting basically a bonus one. Oh, look at that.
And that's great. So you could tile that up and make a bigger background across like a 8x8 card or something. It's fabulous.
That's a good point. be seeing gnomes forever and ever, wouldn't you, with these? Now, this one is called Gnome Sweet Gnome. We have got other gnomes that are available for you as well, so ones relating to Christmas and things like that. So if you really do have that affinity with gnomes, then do get hold of those. I mean, to be fair, talking about Christmas, I mean, Hunkydory are very good with regards to their dispatches, so we could actually be ordering Christmas books and still being able to use those for our Christmas projects.
Yes, we definitely could.
I love it. Again.
Beautiful.
All your little gnomes there. Then, of course, as we mentioned before, you are going to get things like your little tags on there, your sentiments as well, and very much picking out the detail that we saw as we were going through the pad there. So you're going to get those in there as well. So that one is your little book of gnomes, your Gnome Sweet Gnome. It's always a popular one. And again, it's one of those ones you might be adding into your trio if you're taking advantage of that deal. Incidentally, you can go for just one by itself if you want at $9.99. You don't have to buy them in multiples, but it makes sense to do so. Right, shall we get into another demo?
Yes, please.
What do you fancy doing this time?
I'm going to go back to that wizardry.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it just
Popular
speaks
one.
to me.
It is a popular one.
So, I have gone through my wizardry book and I have picked out...
Oh.
Now, it might not be everybody's
Strong,
first choice for a card, but there is definitely for a market for things like that.
Oh,
out there.
absolutely, yeah.
So, I'm going to bring this on to my scoreboard. And we're just going to see how we can change our initial page up to give it a completely different look. So, I'm going to put this on here. And then we're just going to score it from the back, quite gently, because it's still a paper, at every 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
She says. She's already lost 1/4 of an inch. There we go. So we're just going to score softly.
Okay.
If you hear any kind of ripping or tearing, then you know you've gone too far. But to be fair, we're then going to distress the front of this, so you have got a little bit of leeway if you go a little bit off thing.
A bit off kilter.
So you've now got this beautiful kind of ribbed effect across, across that. So we could leave that as it is, or I'm going to go in with, I did have somewhere, let me just have a look in my, I had a distressing tool. Oh no. Lost it. It'll turn up as soon as I think.
Ooh, I'm looking
right, so the idea is that you get like a nail file or a bit of sandpaper,
Okay.
and you just
Oh, look at
lightly
that.
buff over the top, just in gentle circular motions, just taking that very top layer off some of those
that's
marks.
effective.
And just how different you've made that page look.
Yeah, totally.
It's so cool, isn't it?
Love it.
And then I've gone in and I've buried everything else I need now looking for that score tool. And I've gone in, I've just cut out the Cobra again. We'll pop him onto some foam pads. Excuse me.
That's all right. Have you got a glass of water then, my darling?
I don't think I have.
Can we get you some water? Would that help?
I'll be okay. Until I collapse.
Oh, bless you.
And we'll get this on here.
Wonderful.
So we're just going to keep it at one layer.
Okay. Lovely. Of course, it's up to you. Because you've got multiple pieces of artwork within that pad, you can decide whether it's 1, 2, 3, or right the way through to 6, because quite often, I think 6 repeats of the different pieces in there. 20. Depends on the different kind of books. Some have got 120-yard sheets in there, some have got 144. It kind of varies.
So I've just left that one as is. I've not scored over that, so you really get that contrast in the background now as well. And I've gone out and I've picked our vivid.
Good choice.
And this is the vivid violet, and you can see maybe when it's off the purple and it's on another colour, just how much that's bringing.
So you don't have to trim down the little books at all straight away?
They are perfectly
I
designed.
thought you might have to trim them down. Ah,
No.
clever.
Well, this is, it all came from Anne-Marie, that she was sat in the office and cutting down mirror mats, cutting it down, and she just went through to, in the warehouse one day, and she was like, look, is there any way we can cut these down in bulk so we don't have to waste all this mirror card? And then it was like, oh, other people might like this idea as well.
Absolute game changer.
So we're going to pop that on there. I'm just going to move my scoreboard over there because we are going to use it for a brand new technique in a moment. But I'm just going to go in, I've delved into our adorable scorable dash.
Lovely. Don't forget your adorable scorable. We've got that available as well. We were talking in the last hour, which was at, what time was that? 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think what order the shows were in, about your Matastic and your 2024 colours. So, yeah, do check that show out. But, of course, your adorable scorable, always very popular.
So, again, just picked a colour that works beautifully with this collection that we've got here. Just done a full matte for my card base.
Loads of colours you could have chosen from when you actually look at the image there
Yeah.
as well, yeah. You've got those gorgeous kind of jade greens in there as well, and quite bold greens as well.
Absolutely. So if you were wanting to keep this really, really simple, you could just pop that on there
Oh, I love
and
that
leave it as it
look.
was. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take another colour of my Marie matte. This is the holly green. And I'm just going to cut this down to 5 inches across, so it's going to fit perfectly against my card. It's just to add a bit more detail into the back of the design here. And this is something I've never done on air before.
Oh, okay. I'll get ready to do that.
So
just in case.
it's so simple. It's just a different way of embossing to get
Okay.
things. So I'm going to pop this on here, horizontal from the direction that I'm going. I'm just going to get my score tool and I'm going to start making wavy
Oh,
lines
okay, right.
across the board like this, and we can cross over each other. It doesn't have to be
Oh, it's a very
perfect
satisfying
at all. It is a
sound.
very satisfying sound. And we're just going to make our own kind of crazy emboss pattern all the way across. Now, I know it looks like nothing on the back, but in a minute, when I turn this over,
Oh, I'm ready.
we're going to get this
Oh, I
really cool
love it.
embossed effect across that card.
That is
there.
effective.
Now, if you wanted to do it in straight lines, of course you could, but it's just about all these different
Fabulous.
things, how you can take these raw materials and turn them into something different.
Lovely.
So, we're going to go in again with the construction glue on the back there. Pop this across the centre of our card.
I love that texture.
Just giving some extra detail in there for us. We're going to pop this onto some foam pads.
Now, your little box that you've got your foam pads in, I've actually got a big box of little boxes, but I'll tell you about this in a few moments.
Let's get these long strip foam pads all the way across. And get this on here.
They come together so quickly, don't they, these projects? Down to having the quantity of images. I mean, with this one, it's only, was it 2 or 3 pages you used? Not that many to do
It is,
there,
yeah. Just two pages.
Yeah, so you could kind of repeat this 3 times, couldn't you?
Good.
Yeah,
And then I'm
yeah.
just going to grab my book, wherever I've left it, and get this. Let's find ourselves a sentiment from the back.
And this is the beauty. Many of those pads have got coordinating sentiments in there as well.
Let's go for have a magical birthday at the back here. Don't know why I've picked the hardest one to cut out. Please ignore my very bad cutting out because I'm doing it
We
very
do it speedy
quickly.
quick. Speedy quick. Yeah, we have the luxury of time at home. Yeah, lots of you shopping for your books as well, just looking at the numbers on the screen. It's all across the board. You're going for a whole mix of different books, which is lovely to see because we've got such a wide range of variety. I'm wondering whether it's your first time shopping for these or you're filling in gaps. But you can choose any 3 for £19.78. And it's lovely that you're picking your own. But we've got some people going down the floral route. We've got lots of people kind of going down the wizardry route now with this demonstration, which you can understand. Some of you going for Christmas themed as well, which is nice because you still have got time. You will get them in time for Christmas, so for your quick and easy projects. So, yeah, I think for us to say Christmas delivery, we're looking at about the 18th, which is a good way off yet, isn't it? But there you go. Have a look at that. Isn't that fabulous?
Just
That is so
bringing in those
effective.
different textures.
That is brilliant.
And all these techniques can be used across all the books in different ways and give them completely different looks.
Absolutely. 3 books, £19.78. That's all that you're paying for these. It's the equivalent of you paying for 2 of your books and getting 3 cents. So rather than you kind of spending the best part of £30 on 3 books, just £19.78. And we've got the perfect way for you to store them, because when you've got all of that content in there, it's going to take you a while to get through them. So keeping them pristine is key. And this is fabulous. You've got this wonderful case that is made up of all of these fabulous boxes, as you can see here. So I had a little bit of box envy as I was watching you with your foam pads. So is this where that box has come from, out of this fabulous case? Look at these. So you're going to get 16 of these. They come in the big carry case, but the beauty of this is that if you are shopping for your little books, you know how you have those leftover bits? Well, you can keep them all together in there. How amazing is that? You can put stickers on the side there so as you know. The square ones, I don't know, I think the square ones are the same width though, aren't they? Are they the same width or are they wider? Oh, they're a touch wider. So, yeah, the square ones wouldn't fit in there. But you might find yourself taking some of these out to put things like your foam pads in. So you might have a gap in there. But it's useful to keep it all, the little components, bits that you cut away.
Absolutely. If you're going to go ahead and you know there's pages that you're going to decoupage for certain, but you might not want to do it all day, you could cut all your bits out in advance, pop them in a box, and they're ready to go whenever you want them.
That's a brilliant idea. So, yeah, now... £39.99, brilliant value for money, but it's not the price that we're stopping at with this one. Oh, upside down, turn them around. So the clock is there if you're wanting to get involved. The details are on your screen as well. Wonderful for you to put anything in. Obviously, we saw a few moments about foam pads going in there as well. You've got your ink pads. You could be putting in these. We think there's about 7 of these for your ink pads from Hunkydory. It can be whatever you want. I mean, it could be a card kit, couldn't it? I mean, we were talking about craft fairs and having a selection of different kind of types and styles, then that is the key thing. And the beauty is it all comes together in that fabulous case that you can clip together and then take on your travels with you. So how amazing is that? £29.99. All of those. Let me just move that out of the way and you can see. So you have got a 25% saving on this one. Saving a quarter of the price. Wow. And again, it's up to you what you keep in these. It could be your foam pads, it could be your storage of your books, because they fit in there perfectly, as you can see with those as well. So absolutely brilliant. But either way, brilliant value for money, whether it's your Hunkydory goodies that you're keeping in there or anything else you like, to be fair. 6x4, those storage boxes, so plenty of room. This is the way they would be brilliantly used, in my opinion. Things like your mirror mats, because these can get scuffed and marked, can't they? Yeah. So again, put your mirror mats in there, your different colourways, absolutely brilliant. So there you go, £29.99. Like the idea of that. Get yourself organised maybe for New Year. That's another of my New Year resolutions. Hope it lasts longer than the ones last year. Now, Lynette has been in touch. So Lynette has been asking about the books. So the square books, that's what you're particularly asking about. So I will tell you which ones those are. So we did look at the gnomes, Gnome Sweet Gnome. That is one of the square ones. So that one you've got. We've also got your Vintage Journeys. That is another of the square ones, which is a pretty one. I like that one as well. Dragonflies, I think that one's a square one as well. Yes. Yeah. I can't see any of the square ones. There probably are, because I don't think I've got all of the designs here to share with you. That's not going to stand up, is it? I'll just hold it. Just hold it for you. So, yeah, if you like your square ones, I mean, there's your 3. Straight away.
Yeah, done.
Not a bad selection, actually, is there?
It's not. That is going to span a lot of people in your life.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. So the Dragonflies ones is the one that I've got here. I've got a feeling that this has been a popular one, because look at the way somebody's been at this one.
Definitely.
Now, we don't have very many of these. So this is one of the most limited ones, and these are beautiful. I mean, you've got that vintage feel with some of these. Again, you're going to get your multiples within here. Lovely, because you've got mixture of things like dream catchers featuring in these, which is always fabulous. And then you've got those multicolours, almost like fantasy in here. Good selection in this one as well.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
They're beautiful.
So many. So nice to have a little change up from the butterflies as well. There's really vintagey feeling one here.
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Aren't they gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. And it's lovely because you've got really deep tones with some of these, almost like nighttime images, but then you've also got some lighter tones as well. I mean, that's a pretty one, isn't it?
Absolutely gorgeous.
Beautiful.
It's so cleverly done that the flower's made to look like a background image at the same time. So clever.
Absolutely gorgeous. So, yeah, there you go. That is the dragonfly one. Oh, I like that. I mean, you could do some real fabulous techniques, couldn't you, there with the glistening on the bottom there. So I don't know who asked to have a little look at that one, but there you go. All three of those, oh, cutesy. All three of those last ones that we've just mentioned to you are your squares, and absolutely beautiful artwork throughout. So there you go. If it's the square ones that you're after, then maybe that is going to be your trio. You're only going to be paying for 2 of those, to be fair, and definitely worth going for. Now, you are back a little bit later on, aren't you?
Yes.
And you'll be teaming up with a partner in crime, the lovely Dave Bradford. And Dave, you've got a fun-packed afternoon, I have to say. What we got coming up?
Well, Hayley, I don't know if you ever had the trouble of getting the back off sticky tape, like finger lift tape.
All the time.
Red liner tape. And we've all seen our guests on air, bless them. It's always on TV as well, where you're there with your craft knife trying to lift the back off, and it just drives you insane. We have got back, by popular demand from We Are Makers, the tool that will solve that problem for you. It's coming up with me and Carla at 5 o'clock. I'd not seen it until today. It's brilliant. And we've actually got about 3 or 4 times the stock that we had originally. So that's going to be a very, very busy launch at 5. After that, we've got the amazing COPICs. Now, if you ask anyone in the know of their favourite pens, probably around about 80% of people will say their favourite pens are COPIC. We've only done one show with them. The lovely Julie Peplow from our office upstairs, who's the oracle of craft in this building, believe me, she swears by these. They are professional quality alcohol markers, double-ended. We've got Christmas cracker deals, not to be missed, at 6. And then at 7, lovely Cat's back with more Hunkydory goodies, including the guide to how to get the most out of your die cutting. And if you thought die cutting was just so simple and so easy and you just do this with it and that's all it can do, the guide will show you how you can do so much more other than just running them through your machine normally. And also we've got a great celebration die set to go along with that too. So that's all with myself, Kat, Carla and Julie between 5 and 8 in about 10 minutes.
I love it. It's going to be a fun-packed afternoon, so make sure you stay tuned when I say goodbye to you in the next few moments. But I've just grabbed some finished samples just to illustrate how you can utilise those fabulous little books. So we'll just had a little look at the Dragonfly one, which is featuring here. Now, this is a little interesting one. What have we got going on here? Oh, that's gone. Oh, is that the stained glass? Oh, I wanted to show you what's inside there. But beautiful. I mean, every one of these is something that's different, isn't it, when people get their hands on them?
Absolutely, because everybody's going to look at them and think of something different they can do with them. So every little card's going to be different. So whether you're decoupaging and sticking the elements on, whether you're getting in with your dies. Oh, I mean, look at this. So this is taking it completely off that page format, cutting out lots of different elements from lots of different pages and making a really big 8x8 card.
And
it's absolutely stunning.
Because that's an 8x8 card, and you wouldn't kind of associate little books with big cards.
No.
But there you go. That is the actual book that's been utilised to create that fabulous piece. And that's the beauty, isn't it? You've got all the components in there for you to put together in whatever way you like. And again, more of those coming through. These have got a lovely kind of matte finish to them as well.
They have, yeah. So this is, the matte finish. So again, with these ones, you can get in, and especially with this style, you can go in and do that technique that I showed you on the other one where you buff up the edges and really distress it. You can get your inks on it. You can stamp your sentiments onto it. You can add colour into it with your pencils or your markers.
Love the dragonflies as well, because you've obviously got the realism of some of those, but also you've got the quirkiness of that steampunk look.
Yeah.
Which is very, very effective. Loads of ways you can be able to work with these as well. So you could create frames with these, use the dies that you've got within your stash, get some fabulous results, and absolutely loads of fun to be had. But don't forget, do check out all of them. I mean, the vintage journey is one of my favourites, I must admit, with all those gorgeous kind of elements in there as well. So that is one. But you must be thinking, how do I stick it all together? Well, I just love the way that these are packaged. These are brilliant. So we've got loads of different adhesives that are available on the show as well. And these, we saw you using this in a few moments ago, didn't we, with the purple glue stick? Yes. So always a popular item, this particular one. So you're going to get all 12 of these. I just love the way, can I just show you? I think this is ingenious because I was like holding them. I thought, oh, isn't my posture brilliant? None of them are falling over. And there's a reason, because they sit on these little things. I think that's a clever idea, isn't it? So keep them nice and neat and tidy. Keep them upright in your bag, couldn't you, those as well?
Yeah.
So, yeah, all of those coming to you. You've got obviously that kind of lipstick style adhesive with these, so you are literally just going to take that cap off and then rotate it, and the purple colour that you'll see there will subside. They dry clear, so you won't see any of those marks when you do use them with your projects, but it's useful to see where the adhesive has gone.
Definitely.
So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of those, please do so. Just £9.99. So is that the final price on that one? No. Ooh, okay. I got a very, very firm no with that. No, definitely not £9.99 or £6.99 for 12. That's 50p each one of those. That is crazy.
I've lost for words. It's crazy.
Stock up on these. Now, this is one of those items that we regularly see, £9.99, we don't have to drop that price. But do you know what? That's a try me price. So if you have not invested in these before, maybe you've gone down the construction glue kind of journey, which we can't share with you today because it's out of stock. So he's kind of saying a bit of a sorry that we can't do that. It's giving you an opportunity to maybe try a different way, because having a good mix of adhesives is a key, isn't it? You've got to have them for different occasions.
Definitely. So you saw me using this before when we're using lots of intricate die cuts and things like that, where you need to know where your glue's going, but you need that quick kind of being able to put it in the right places without leaving lots of wet, sticky mess everywhere. This is absolutely perfect. I mean, that price, we all know those pound shops where you go and they sell the cheaper than cheap craft glue kids. I mean, this is going to work out well cheaper than that, and it's the best, one of the best quality glues ever. I love it. It is definitely the best. It is the best. I believe it. I love showing this. Modest. Can I do this? I do this every time. Okay. Just to show the pure quality of it, but I never get bored. But
I've not seen this right.
If you were thinking normally about those other cheap glue sticks on the market and you saw me about to take a knife to it, you think the mess she's going to make, it's going to stick to the knife, it's going to go everywhere. Why I do this is because sometimes we're all guilty of it. We'll be doing a project, we'll put our glue down, we'll forget about it, we'll knock it off our desk, it'll dry out, it'll get covered in rubbish and everything. And you think, I've wasted a whole glue stick. If you just slice this off, look how clean and things. It's not left any mess or residue on my knife. It's perfectly reusable at the top there. Now it's so clean, so you can see just how amazing quality it is.
I love it.
Really, really great.
Loads of you giving them a go. I think that's the key thing. Sometimes we find ourselves in a particular zone, we get our favourites, don't we? And we don't necessarily try others. But that doesn't necessarily mean that our favourite is the one for every single job. And that is the key thing. A variety of different adhesives. Sometimes you want something that's not too wet. It's still got the stickiness with it with regards to actually using your, obviously putting your layers in place. But this one is not going to add too much moisture to your cardstock in the process. Loads of you getting involved with these. Something else that we've got, which I have not seen these before.
I've not seen the glue dots.
So what are these?
So these are our glue dots. So another way of sticking things down. So these come in really useful when you're sticking things of more translucent nature. So if you're putting your parchment down or your what's it called? Acetate.
Yes.
That's the one.
Okay.
Great for adhering your ribbons instantly.
Because you can, wet glues can kind of go into fabrics, can't they?
Yeah,
Of course, yeah.
So they stick down. So they're sandwiched between 2 sheets. So you just peel off one side, stick it to what you want to stick to, and then stick it off the back. They're a great fast way. Again, people will have their different favourites, but this does have a job for things like that. These are also easy removable as well. If you go over like with a little bit of your anti-static bag or something, you can peel them back off and take them off. These come in great if people love doing like their balloon art, you know, like putting balloons together and things like this. I have, I've gone off blue tack now, and I use these to put things on the wall with and stuff like that.
Greasy marks, can't you, with your blue tack? So all
there's
of
so many uses.
I love it. So there you go. All of those are in there as well. We've also got your, obviously your clear glue. We've got things like your washi tapes as well. So everything is going to be on the website if you wanted to take advantage of them. But don't forget, in this hour, we've been talking about that phenomenal deal that we've got where if you are buying your little books, and these are your choice, you decide. These are some of the most popular ones that we've had during this hour. Special requests from you guys that you are shopping for these. Now, you can choose any three. It might be the three that I've got here. It might be that you decide that you want to go for two of the rainbow flowers and you don't want to go for the birthdays. It's your combination of three. That's what you are shopping for from a whole host of different styles. Still think the pressed flowers is one of my favourites. Do love the dragonflies and also the vintage travel as well. So yeah, you're spoilt for choice, which is why lots of you are shopping for multiples. So rather than £9.99, if you're shopping for three, our way of saying thank you is to send you three, but only charge you for two. So any three for £19.78, and it's your choice, your decision. So you decide, but keep a note of that item number because you will find yourself collecting those as time goes on. And my top tip is do go for that storage case as well, because that is going to keep all those extra little bits and pieces all safe, neat and tidy. So that's what you need to take advantage of. So yeah, loads and loads of different choices. I mean, the wizardry demonstration we saw earlier on with the fabulous cobra, which looked amazing. The jars, I love the demonstration from the jars. And the gnomes as well, we were looking at all the different stars. So yeah, there's loads of choice. So yeah. And I have to say, Kat, I've had a wonderful time working with you.
Thank you.
So,
You
no,
too.
She's very talented. It's not often I can stand here and not figure out where the demonstration is going, but you really had me on my toes there. So yeah, make sure you tune in later on because we've got more from Kat and Dave. But Dave and Carla are going to be up after the break, getting incredibly creative. So make sure you stay tuned, and I'll see you very soon. Bye for now.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hobby Maker are proud to work alongside some of the biggest brands in the industry. Keep watching for these brands and many more here on Hobby Maker.
When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hello everybody, good afternoon. Thank you to the lovely Hayley for the last 4 hours, and here we are on the evening shift, seeing you through until 8 o'clock tonight. What a busy afternoon it's been as well. It's shift change, all change at the controls. We've got Alex now looking after us, producing in the gallery. There he is. Hey, what a mover. Glamorous Dan on knobs and buttons. There he is. We don't see him very often, so good to have you, Dan. Lovely Becky on camera too. Lauren on the floor. You know what I mean, floor manager, not on the floor. And Carla, not on the floor, but on a chair.
I just had everybody running around looking for my earpiece, and they were like, we can't find it. We've sent Alan looking for it. And I was like, thanks. And then I went in my pocket. It was in there. So I'm just trying to tuck myself in, Dave.
Okay, all right. Well, you tuck yourself in, and I'll talk sticky stuff, because Sticky Thumb is a brand within We Are Makers. Now, you'll know that We Are Makers are just the best brand in the world. They are a global phenomenon based in America, and we are, I'm pleased to say, able to bring you some We Are Makers products at unbelievable prices. The relationship that we've got, or Carla's got, with We Are Makers is like no other. And we had a product on. I wasn't here at the time. I must have been on a day off or something. Now, if you struggle with double-sided tape, whether it's foam tape, whether it's finger lift tape, whether it's red liner tape, whether it's the backs of foam pads, stuff like that, we all do. Even the professional crafters that you see here regularly on the channel sometimes struggle to get the back off. Well, I didn't realise there was a product out there that actually makes that a problem no more. But they are developed by We Are Makers, and we had it on air a little while ago. I think it was, how long ago was that, Carla?
Don't talk to me while I'm drinking water, Dave.
Swallow quick, swallow. September.
We had it, yeah, it wasn't very long ago, and we launched it, and it was incredible. But because obviously it was brand new to us, we didn't know kind of how many to get, and obviously then it just sold out like stupidly fast, because it's at a blooming ridiculous price. It's incredible and it's amazing. So Liam promised he would get more in. And he has.
We've got treble the stock
yes.
that we had when it first debuted a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago in actual fact. Now, I know maybe a lot of you have got Christmas sorted already. You know what you're doing, you know what you bought, you know who's getting what. Can I suggest this as the ultimate stocking filler extra, or under the tree for Christmas Eve present or Boxing Day present or whatever you want to do? Just an extra little something that's going to save that crafter, or maybe yourself, an awful lot of time, an awful lot of hassle. Now, this is the tool that gets the back off all of these tapes for you. But it's not just the tool you're buying. You can see you're actually going to get 6 rolls of adhesive tape as well. And they're all different tapes. You've actually got 2 rolls of double-sided super sticky red tape. So you get 12 mil wide by 4.5 meters long. You get 6 mil wide by 4.5 meters. 2-sided adhesive tape. You've got 11 yards, which is 10 meters, and that's a 1/2 inch. You've got the 1/4 inch, and that's 10 meters as well. You get the 1/2 inch, and that's 3.6 meters of the foam tape. And you get another 1/4 inch roll, and that's 3.6 meters of the foam tape as well. I mean, what would you pay for 6 rolls of that tape? Probably in the region of £7, £8, maybe something like that, I would have thought.
I agree.
So you're going to get all 6 rolls of the tape. You're also going to get the back remover. This is going to be a game changer, everybody, and £19.99 is not your price. Hello, Janice Mavis, crafter in West Yorkshire, Sarah in Somerset, Amanda, Wendy, Samantha, Geraldine, Sarah, Tracy. Everybody's in already Loads of you putting them in your basket. Janice has already checked out. So's Jean, Linda, Carol, Jenny. None of you are paying $19.99. And if you bought anything before today or before the show today, you won't pay any more fee. You've paid your $3.95 already, okay? $19.99. It is a very special show with a very special tool that's going to save you a lot of grief. Let's get that price down. What can we do this afternoon for you? First product of my shift this evening has to be a good deal. Look at that. Yeehaw!
We like that.
£12.99. $12.99. You might think to yourself, how on earth does that get the back off tape? Should we have a quick look?
We have a quick look because it's got a little grippy. It's got a little grippy on the back. It's like a little Barbie hairbrush. So you've got it here. It's got all the little grippy bits, and that is going to peel away your tape. You've got a little place for your finger to be here, so it allows you to just push down, and as you push and you pull, your tape comes back. Now, you've got to burnish. If you're using, for instance, red liner tape, you need to burnish it with your hand, obviously, which we do anyway as a rule, because we all know that red liner tape is the devil's own job to get it off. So once you've burnished it right down, you're just going to use those teeth and you're going to slide them along. Now, you've got to put a wee bit of pressure on, but it brings back your red liner, so you don't have to. It will work on finger lift tape, it'll work on foam tape, it'll work on all kinds of things. And do you know what's really good for?
Go on.
And especially at this time of year. People, if we buy now from Hobby Maker, can we get this before Christmas?
Oh, God, yeah.
Do you know
up until about the 19th of the month, I think.
When you're looking for the end of your sellotape.
Oh, yes.
It finds the end of your sellotape and it pulls it back for you, so you don't have to do the things anymore, because it drives me insane.
So finding the end of the roll, it solves that problem as well.
It does all of the problems. Like, it's just clever. It takes a couple of goes for you to work out your angles. That's it. Once that's done, it's just peeling straight back. You get that straight off. It will work also with your finger lift. You're going to have to do different pressures for different pieces, but it just pulls it straight away. And obviously with foam tape, it's slightly higher, so you're just going to work on a higher angle, and it'll just pull it for you.
It doesn't remove the adhesive. It doesn't tear that. It just removes the backing, which you're struggling there with your fingernails, or if you haven't got any, you're struggling there with the craft knife trying to find the end. But yeah, how often? Not just red liner tape. Think about, I won't say the brands, but the tape that begins with S that maybe you use to do up your parcels.
Sellotape.
Exactly.
You can't
I can't
say it,
it,
I
but
can.
you can. Yeah, finding the end of that, or any brand of tape you've got, finding the end of it, that will do it for you. But look, it's a problem that every crafter has, and until now, as far as I'm concerned, there's never been a solution for it.
Well, because it just pulls it for us. There's nothing worse. And listen, as a demonstrator on telly, the worst thing is when you've got to try and get red liner tape off and you haven't got a pokey and you haven't got anything else, because it's hard to get off.
Yeah.
And I actually watched somebody do a demonstration once, and it took them 2.5 minutes to get a piece of red liner tape off. It is tricky, and it's worse when cameras are on you, obviously, but it's annoying. It's an annoying job. And this is so cheap. But I want to know, because there's loads of you buying it.
Well, nearly 60 people are checking out right now.
Yeah, of course. So I want to know, of those of you who bought it, did any of you, can you message, did you buy it last time as well and realise that you need one just all over the place? Because I've got about 5 of them now, because I just like to have them dotted around.
Carla, if it was just a tool for $12.99, I think great, a problem solver. I'd buy 1, I'd buy 2, I'd buy 3. But you get 6 rolls of the tape, 2 rolls of the foam tape in different thicknesses, all the same length, of course. You get 2 rolls of the super sticky red liner tape, which is a godsend for construction, box making, all that sort of thing. And you get 2 rolls of your finger lift tape as well. That's going to be £6–7 worth just in the rolls themselves. $12.99, and it comes beautifully packaged like this. So a really, really thoughtful, affordable, really impressive present. And if you're like me, I never even realised that a tool existed for this problem.
Well, it didn't until they came up with it. And then I was like, why didn't this come out years ago?
I know.
Like, it's
And there's nothing on the tool to run out. You don't need to replace anything. It's basically like a serration, like a plastic tooth.
I love how ergonomic it is as well. So the fact that if you can see the shape of it here, where this sort of sits in your palm, and it allows you to put your finger on here to be able to get that angle. So where you're holding it and you can push, because it's got a flex on it. Hey up. it's like a toothbrush. It's got a flex on it, which means that you can angle it and pull that tape. So when you get it home, my advice is take a piece of cardstock, just a piece of scrap, put a load of pieces of red liner and different tapes on it and just play with your angle. You'll get it, and once you've got it, it's always the same.
Well,
I'm not takes you a minute.
At all surprised. So many of you going for 2, actually. Maybe one for yourself, one for your best friend. Heather in Shropshire's gone for 2. Sarah in Somerset has gone for 2. Geraldine in Down has gone for 2 as well. We've actually, at this point in the show, we're only 13 minutes into the 5 o'clock show. We've sold more than we actually had available first time this was on offer. So we've trebled our stock. So if it keeps on going at this rate, you can see all your names there, hopefully. Those are all of you that have checked out already. Unbelievable response. Well, it's not really, because it's a problem that every crafter has. And, you know, it could be that you've got someone in mind, you need to buy them something. I've got a few presents I still need to get for people. I'm still kind of big question mark. What do I get my dad? What do I get my mum? What do I get my best friends? You know someone that's into crafting, but you don't know what collections they've got. You don't know what their favourite colour is. You don't know what their favourite brand is. But you know what? If they're a crafter, they use tape, double-sided tape. If they love construction, making boxes, handbags, things like that, they use red liner tape. They will love this. Absolutely. If you've got literally a £20 budget and you're thinking, what can I get that's worth getting for less than 20 quid? Here's your answer, £12.99. Now, we've got a message coming through from Rachel in the West Midlands. Hello, Rachel. Hi, Carla and Dave. I bought mine because I only have one arm.
Yep.
And this will make my life easier. And I can only imagine. Yeah.
That's the point, isn't it? Because it's... Red liner tape's hard enough, right? But because you've got that aid to assist you doing it. And actually for people who've got arthritis and stuff as well, because red liner can be very difficult with that. I suffer a little bit with the arthritis myself, and so in the morning I get very swollen hands. It's much more difficult for me to work in the morning than it is for me to work later in a day. And so these kind of tools actually then become a necessity for me. But you crazy fool, talking about people buying them for Christmas presents, buy them for yourself.
Oh yeah, totally.
You're a crafter, you're watching this. And then if you get 2, because you get one for a present for somebody else, keep them both.
Exactly. Why not?
Isn't it really great?
Have one upstairs, one downstairs. Where do you do your crafting? Do you do it in multiple places? Are you part of a craft group? You know,
use everything like me?
Yes.
Everything?
Always. Well, I just think it's brilliant. For such a low price, it's such a problem solver. And it should be, We Are Makers tell us we should be charging you £19.99 for this. It is £12.99. Remember, we've got treble the stock that we had back in September. It's not been on since then. It's taken us... What happens with We Are Makers is we put the order into them and we ship all the We Are Makers products over to our warehouse here just outside Birmingham. So basically, all of these, they're not coming from America. They're next door. So when you purchase this, they'll be dispatched tomorrow or the next day. You'll be getting them in a matter of a couple of days. So you haven't got a long wait. So we have to wait. Obviously, when this sold out in September, first thing we did was went back to We Are Makers. Can we have so many 100 more, please? And they go, OK, we will ship it. So September, October, November, December. It takes that long.
I know. And you know the other problem with this tool as well, and this is what actually happened, is when we sold out, because we launched it, we then obviously had launched it in America as well. So we then said, we've sold out, we want more stock of it. And we sold out as well. There are no more.
Oh.
That's it. It's gone. In the world, they've gone.
So
they had to manufacture
then
more.
Ship it to us.
So then we've got it back. So the problem being with this tool is, I think, continually now for the rest of Forever Dot, it's always going to be a sellout because it's really, really reasonable price for something that's sold. It's a massive problem solver. It's not even like oh, this would be nice to own. This is a staple in your craft arsenal as having a pokey tool or having some glue. It's just something that in 10 years' time we'll all be like, you know, can you imagine a crafter not having one?
It's not only going to save you time, because think of how many minutes you've wasted or hours you've wasted over a year just struggling to get the back off tape. It's also going to save you the frustration, that wanting to kind of chuck it across the room because you can't get the back off. Or maybe like Rachel said, because of disabilities or whatever, you really do struggle to do it. I mean, thank goodness I'm able-bodied and my fingers work okay at the moment, but I struggle to get the backs off double-sided tape. I think everybody does. And here's your answer. But you're not only getting the tool that solves the problem, you're getting 6 rolls of double-sided tape, foam tape, and finger lift tape as well. Now, another message. This is from Amanda in Nottinghamshire. Afternoon, good evening, Amanda. Hi, Carla and Dave. I bought this kit last time it was on. I love it. I love it too. The remover tool is great for finding the end of the roll. We mentioned that a minute ago. I didn't think of that.
Nothing else.
I didn't think of that.
It's like,
It's a dream come true, especially this time of year, because is there anything more frustrating than when you're trying to wrap presents, you cannot get the end of the sellotape?
No.
It's annoying.
Exactly. And not only can you not feel it where the end is, you can't normally see where the end is either. So just go around it with the tool and it'll find it for you. Thank you for that, Amanda. Now, a few people that are just tuning in, maybe just getting in or whatever, turning the TV on, let us show you how this works. It's got the tool itself, like a little paddle, has got teeth. Not sharp teeth, but teeth that have been developed and they're at a certain angle that allows you to get just the right purchase on the actual back of the tape and it removes it. And Carla's going to show you, yeah?
So I've just put some red liner tape down here. What I'm going to do is I'll do these two. I'm going to actually put some down and get Dave to do it because it is a beginner thing. Obviously, there's no trick. What there is with it is just finding the right angle. And the angle is going to be different depending what we're doing. If we're doing red liner tape compared to finger lift tape, or if we're doing foam tape, for instance, the angle that you put it at is just going to differ slightly, so just find your rhythm with it. But these little teeth that are sitting on this pad, so this tiny little pad that sits here with all these grippies, when I turn that round and I can just move that with my finger, that allows me to grip onto that red liner tape and just drag it back. So once I've got that, I'm free and easy. And that's the frustration, because trying to do this to try and get that edge is just annoying. Now, I always have to use a pokey tool because, you know, it is what it is. I can't get it off with my hands. I have to use a tool to release it. This answers all of those questions, because you just grab it and you just drag it. And once you've dragged it, it's off. You know, so suddenly your life's a lot easier, and it's going to do your finger lift. It's going to do foam tape. Foam tape's a different angle because it's a little bit higher. So it's just that kind of learning curve. Where do you want your angle to be? It will take you all of about 4 seconds to work it out. Put down 4 strips of red liner tape and do each one of them. By the time you've got to the 4th one, you've learned where your angle is.
Well, there you go, Sarah in Newport. That's what the tool can do for you. It's a simple idea, but you know what? It's such a frustrating problem when you can't get the back off the tape. And it holds you up, it makes you frustrated, you get really kind of hot under the collar. And yeah, it's a frustration we don't need in our lives. So if you fancy it today, remember, this is how it comes presented from We Are Makers. The Sticky Thumb brand is their basically the adhesive section. They do all the glue guns and that sort of thing, and the tape pens. £12.99. Tell your friends to tune in and get one of these as well. EU 4685. Hundreds of you have put them into your order, and hundreds of you have actually ordered more than one. And if you want to go for 2, 3, 4, you can do for crafty friends. You know, a budget of £12.99 is not, it's not a big budget, is it? But we're all looking after the pennies at the moment. We want to give gifts of quality, gifts that are going to be useful. But if you went into the high street today with a £10 or 15 quid in your purse or your pocket, what could you buy that you went home thinking, I've done well there?
That's pocket money, isn't it? It's pocket money stuff. So,
yeah, it is.
But also, like I say, it's a veritable, proper, full-on craft tool that you will use until day dot, because it makes life so much easier. And the thing is, those things that come out, those things that we learn about, so things like pokey tools that we never knew we needed until we had one, those things are so important. So you can see Dave go in here. Look. And there he goes, he pulls it off. Now that's the first time Dave's ever used it.
I've never picked this tool up before.
The reason I can testify to that is before we came to air, I was just sat down putting on my microphone and Dave came up and went, so what does this do? What is it?
I knew what it did, I just didn't know how it worked.
And I was like, it takes these off, Dave.
I do prep my shows.
Davey B. What is it? What are we doing with it?
What we're doing?
So, yeah, so there you go.
We're getting the back off. Now that would have normally,
if
I did that with a craft knife, potentially dangerous because they're very, very sharp. If I did that with a pokey tool, I could poke myself instead, which I know we've all done. And also doing it with my nails, good luck, I'd be there probably for 5 minutes trying to find the end. But like you've said on your messages today, and thank you for getting involved with the show, that's what I love about hobby making, the interaction.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah, I wish I'd got a roll of tape now that I could actually do it. But yeah, basically to find the end of a roll of sellotape, whatever the tape may be, it basically finds it for you. And again, that's another problem solved. If that was £12.99, I would not think twice about paying that for that tool. But you're not getting just the tool, you're getting all these rolls of foam tape, red liner tape, and finger lift tape as well. £12.99, I'll let you know if the stock gets dangerously low, but literally hundreds of you have already checked out.
Thank you, Dave. Get the end.
Where is it?
Well, use the tool and find out.
I will.
See, Dave, look at you. You're
That's
like a warrior. Can you find it, Dave? I heard a click.
There somewhere.
We could be here for a while.
Hang on.
Have you found it?
I think I found it.
There you go.
Is it the right way? I'm probably doing it the wrong way.
I can hear it.
Okay. I've got the end.
There you go, you got your end.
There we go, look. How about that? I would have been there all day. I couldn't physically find and feel where the end was.
No, and those ones are worse. The low tack tape is the hardest to find the end for. But all you're going to do when you've got it on a roll is just simply, not to be rude to Dave, is just run it very gently and just keep going. You'll hear a click where those bristles hit it. Once you hear the click, then you're going to press it and you're going to pull, and it's going to pull the end away for you. So it just that gently, round and round till you hear that little click because the teeth are going over the tape.
Yep.
And as they do that, you know you've got it in place. Then put your finger on, push and pull. Sellotape end found.
You're never rude to me.
It's a joy. I mean, I have been rude to you in the past, Dave, but you give as good as you get.
I do. $12.99 then. If you want your 6 rolls of tape, but the most important thing is the tape back remover. $12.99. Hundreds of you checked out. EU 4685. I think it's one of the best tools I've seen in a long time.
Oh, you love that?
Yeah, I do. I love it.
First time I saw it, I was like, because first time they kept telling me about it upstairs, and I was like, "What's it doing?"
Now,
they were like, "It pulls the back off," and I was like, "Why do I need it?"
Many of you know Liam. Liam is our fantastic guy that works upstairs that sources all these products for you and does the deals and keeps all the suppliers nice and happy and brings us amazing deals to Hobby Maker. And Liam's mission is We Are Makers. It's his prime. It was his prime mission when he started working here at Hobby Maker to get We Are Makers on the channel, and he succeeded brilliantly. But when this next product came into the office, he was running around the office like a thing possessed. Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! And I've never seen anything like it. We've got it back for you. What on earth is this? Watch. Watch, watch, watch. That made everyone look. It is your own electronic scissors. No, I know. Again, if you've got dexterity issues and you're there with a pair of scissors trying to cut paper or even trying to cut fabric, why not let your electronic scissor do the hard work for you? All you've got to do is just guide it. And you can even guide it on a surface because it's got a nice kind of curved base to it as well. So for cutting fabric, if you're a fabric quilter or anything like that, or you're cutting, maybe you sell fabric, you cut it to size, those big commercial scissors, they're a fortune, they weigh a ton. This will do it for you in a fraction of the time. And they should be $39.99. They take 2 AA batteries, which you have to supply yourself. They don't come with the batteries, but I'm sure you've got those at home somewhere, especially at Christmas time.
Can I just say as well, it does take AA batteries, but it's also got a charger.
Oh,
so you can charge
too?
it, yeah. So
Okay.
it's got a USB on one side and it's got a little plug-in at the other. So it's up to you which one you use. So you can do it either way. It's also got a safety guard on it, which is really, really important, obviously, especially with little hands. Now, the same warning goes with these scissors as it does for any scissors, which you should never use the same pair of scissors for fabric as for paper. I'm demoing, so I will be in this show, but you should always, always keep your scissors separate for each job.
Buy 2.
Buy 2. Well, paper blunts metal. That's just the nature of the beast. And so because paper blunts it, then when you try and go to your fabric, it just won't be a pretty sight. Now, I do have to switch between the two, but mine are brand new, so I'm hoping that they survive that journey, but you should never mix the two. If you do get 2 of them so that you can use one for each, just make sure you mark one, maybe with a Sharpie along this line here, just to say, you know, P for paper, S for scissors, and it'll just keep the 2 separate. But I do think it's important that we mention it because it's one of those things. But can I just say, Dave, this whole show might be your best friend for Christmas because these little beauties are amazing with wrapping paper.
Oh.
They're amazing with wrapping paper.
Now, honestly, how often with an ordinary pair of scissors have you cut the wrapping paper or you've gone with the blade like that to try and cut the wrapping paper and it's then torn?
Yeah, this
it always
guides
happens.
right through, right to the end.
This guides right through. Now, we'll get this to your door as quickly as possible. They're all in our warehouse here ready for immediate dispatch. Maybe you bought 1 pair last time they were on because they have been on before and you love it so much you want to buy another pair. 1 for fabric, 1 for card or paper. We have got some gift wrap in the wings as well, but it should be £39.99 for this. BF4656. It is not the price that you will pay today if you want it. Let's drop it. Let's drop that price for Mildred, Margaret, Crafter in Hampshire, Linda in Bristol. We're going to below half price, £14.99. Oh, you got me wrapping paper for my present. That's sweet. Thank you. Just saying.
Bit of pepperami, Dave.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun.
I just have too much.
That's thick card too.
Oh, it's real thick. This is my AC cardstock, which I'm not supposed to be using for things like this. So I've been told.
So not just straight lines, curves, if you're following markings on fabric or on card.
I'd say that your limitation is fussy cutting. I wouldn't try fussy cutting. It's a bit fast for fussy cutting, but I can still do all my curves. My fingers are protected because obviously it's got these guards on it, so I'm not worried about those. I can do tiny little increments.
And if you've got shaky hands, which I have sometimes, you can actually put the bottom of the scissor on the base of your worktop or whatever you're working on and guide it with that.
That's when it comes in for wrapping paper, obviously, because when you've got a piece of wrapping paper that you've got, ours is a bit creased, I got to tell you, this isn't possibly the best way of doing this, but I can hold it down and I can use my finger to just push that button and I can place this between the blades and off I go. Mine's creased, so I apologise for that. But just go in and keep going through and it's just going to cut.
Like a knife through butter, a bit of a cliche, but you get the idea. How many sheets of wrapping paper over the years have you ruined because it's ripped and torn it, or you've gone in a wonky line or whatever? $14.99, great for wrapping paper, great for general card craft as well, but also brilliant if you want to cut fabric.
Yeah, they work for everything. Fabric is expensive. I'm not going to recommend this, but I have used mine on leather. I know it did cut through leather quite nicely.
Faux leather?
But I don't know that they, and faux leather, yeah, of course. But I don't know if they recommend that, so I'm only supposed to tell you what they recommend. It's so much fun, then. They've been so much fun.
And it's so quick and easy.
It's really quick and easy, but don't use your paper and your fabric ones together. Look at me doing the things that I'm not supposed to be doing. When you're doing fabric, just make sure you pull it taut, by the way, because if you don't, ain't going to cut it, and you need to just sort of pull it to that straight length. If you don't pull it taut, it's just going to sort of fold up inside the scissors, which is what I was just doing there. Just make sure you've got that tightness to it. Same would be with any scissors, wouldn't it?
Now, a lot of you going for two again. Linda in Bristol, Laura in Bristol, both of you have gone for two. Vicky in South Yorkshire's gone for two as well. Many of you going for one for fabric, one for card, makes sense, or one for yourself and one for a gift. At $14.99, if you buy two, you're paying less than you should be paying for one pair. And they are genius. I mean, you can pay $14.99 for a decent pair of ordinary manual scissors. So why not give the We Are Makers electronic scissors a go? They're much safer as well because the blades are protected.
Which is why they let me use it.
Which is why they let Carla use it.
Do you know, want to know what my first question to Liam was? Because Liam was so excited. He was like a 4-year-old, and he was like, and I was downstairs, and he was like, "Come upstairs, I need to show you something." And I was like, "Really? Do I have to?" And he was like, "No, come over." So he finally gets upstairs, and he shows me. Then he's really excited, and I said to him, "Liam, I have one question for you." And he's like, "What?" And I went, "Can I cut my bacon with it?" And he was like,
That's a Carla question.
So. I don't think you can. And I was like,
no, not for food.
Not for food. They're not food safe. So when you're using these, see how this is curved? This one piece here is curved. That's your guide. So it's curved. So when you're putting something in it, like fabric, just use that angle. And that's the bit that's going to help you sort of cut through it and find your angle to cut through it. So just use that as your curve, and that will just help it through. Dave's on the move.
You know me in gadgets.
Dave.
You know me in gadgets. This is brilliant.
Is this
absolutely
a show
brilliant.
of me and you just having way too much fun?
I'd play for hours. This is not a toy, by the way.
I mean, it totally is, Dave.
It's amazing.
They're incredible.
You can hear the power, can't you?
Well, because it takes all... Listen, there's nothing worse, is there, when you're doing this and this and this, and like it will not cut. Wrapping paper is the bane of my life. You know, when you're trying to go through with scissors, do you know what I mean? And it sort of starts like, it does its own thing, and you're like, no. And you're usually in a rush, or I'm normally in a rush when I'm trying to cut it. But the point that I can do a full run on a piece of wrapping paper and go straight through, and I can also have that on the desk in order to cut, that's incredible, isn't it? Because that just gives me an awful lot of power to just sit here, go straight through my wrapping paper, take it right to the end.
I'm a gadget fan. I love my gadgets. Any friends of mine will tell you that. But I've got so many gadgets at home that are useless. You know, what was I thinking when I bought them? These are brilliant. Both of them. The back tape lifter and the electronic scissors, just genius. And this is what We Are Makers do so well, isn't it?
Well, We Are Makers, part of my reason for, I mean, I've always loved We Are Makers and I'm attracted to the things that they make. Not only are they aesthetically beautiful, but also the fact that they have a purpose. And I love tools, and I think tools are really important for crafting because it's what makes us better crafters. It allows us to do more things than we would be able to do manually.
I'm not trying to put you off, sorry.
Little lad over here in the corner. It allows us to do so much more. And I think when we've got something like we are, where they're producing things like, even if you go down to like the envelope punch board and things like that, they're so important for us as crafters to be able to craft and do more with it. So when we get stuff like this, obviously Dave and I are having the best fun in the world with these, but they're not a gimmick. This is, you know, genuinely something that is going to aid us in our crafting, but it is important that you don't blend paper and fabric when we're using metal. And that's not me saying buy two, that's me saying don't mix them, because they're not meant to be mixed.
Do you want a haircut?
No, Dave. Do you want a haircut, Dave?
I've just had one. Thanks. Thanks for asking. They're not for haircuts
They're
either.
not for
No.
haircuts.
They're purely for fabric, they're purely for paper.
You wait till
and
after
card.
the show, I'm showing you.
$14.99. It's brilliant. It really is. I'm joking aside. They are brilliant tools, really good quality. AA powered by batteries, but also if you've got a USB plug, there is a USB cable with it as well, which you can use it that way too. And they're working for your lefties and your righties. Lefty and right.
I can't do left-handed things because my brain goes backwards. Hold on.
I eat left-handed, but right-handed. Is that strange?
Yeah, you little weirdo. No, I can't do it because my brain turns off.
I've run out of cards.
Becky, are you lefty? Come here.
Becky on camera too. It's all right, we'll get Lauren on camera too. That's all right. So, I didn't know you were a lefty, Becky.
This is the lovely Becky who I made run around the studio.
Is your mum watching, Becky? Yeah. Hey, Becky's mum.
Hi, Becky's mum.
What's your mum's name again? Becky?
Press the green button. So put it in and press the green button. Oh, look at you being fancy.
Oh, she's off.
What do you think?
It's comfortable.
Is it comfortable? Do you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. See.
What's your mum's name, Becky?
Trudy.
Trudy.
Hi, Trudy.
We know you watch.
Mrs. Becky.
And that's the first time you've held
Do you
that.
like that?
Yeah.
First time Becky's ever used it. Nice one, Becky. Thank you. Scissor operator, camera operator, multi-skilled, fantastic.
So left and right-handed, and that's just to prove a point, essentially, is that, because we're not all, you know, building the same way, are we? And everything is so geared towards the right-handed because obviously that's the most predominant. But in actual fact, obviously, we need tools that can go both ways. These are just really, really clever tools, and they're a brilliant gadget for us to have. And actually, the fact that we can use AA batteries in them if we're traveling, and we have that option, or we can plug it in.
And also,
that's massive.
From a safety point of view, if you've got youngsters around or animals around or anything like that, take the AA batteries out, and they're as safe as can be because the blades are protected, so you can't get your fingers near them or anything like that. And you do have a protective cover that goes over the blade as well.
And a lock.
And oh, it's got a lock.
So you see
Oh,
it?
there. Oh, yes.
Can you see this? So the green button here, when I press that, the green button is obviously going to make the scissors work. That's fine like that. But if I push this...
No worky.
So pull it back, push it forward, and that's your lock. So it is going to lock in place. Keep the rubber sheath that comes over the top because that's going to protect little hands that touch things. Do make sure you keep hold of those and just keep everything protected. And that's going to obviously just, you know, keep everything safe. But these are amazing.
Now,
these
please,
are amazing.
If you've got it in your basket, please check out because obviously the stock that we get from We Are Makers, we put a big order in for all the most popular things, but we have to wait months for it to come across and get shipped. So we've got the stock here right now, which means if you order it now, it'll be dispatched straight away. So you should get it in the next couple of days, ready for doing that extra last minute wrapping. Or again, if you just want to give them as Christmas gifts as well, $14.99, really good price. BF4656 is the product code. Just a heads up, in less than half an hour, lovely Julie from our office, crafter extraordinaire. She's into everything, our Julie. She test drives everything for us. She's getting ready, look. Massive fan of COPIC markers. We've done one show with COPIC, and that was, when was that, Julie? Last 2 months? Month ago? Just over a month ago. We are bringing you Christmas cracker prices. We are annihilating the prices of the COPIC markers at 6 o'clock this evening. And we got something for everybody's pocket as well. The big collections, the smaller collections, but they are absolutely spot on alcohol markers. Right now, something else you need in your life if you've not got one is this. Now, you may have got a big one. You may have got a big guillotine. But that's not practical to move around and take with you maybe to craft classes or workshops or anything like that. If you've got a tote bag or one of those little wheelie bags, this is going to fit in it brilliantly. And it is, again, We Are Makers branded. It's a self-sharpening guillotine. You can hear.
sits beautifully. If you were lucky enough to get hold of the We Are rucksack, that fits beautifully in it. I carry mine around with me normally.
Same colour.
Same colour, I know, we like that. But I didn't bring mine with me, so you need to give me yours, Dave. So
I will give you mine gladly. There we go. Nice safety guard on there as well, so protective for your fingers. And because you've got the metal bar, just to show you there, that metal bar, the blade brushes up against that each time it goes down, and the blade's right edge to edge, look, and that sharpens it. So every time you use a blade normally, it blunts each time you use it. This is going to sharpen itself every time you use it, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to buy replacement blades or anything like that.
I love the fact it's small. I love the small footprint on it, because we're not always in need of a great big guillotine. It's nice to just have something that can be at our side to cut out your little toppers, your 8x8s, those sort of things. It's just a perfect size.
I'll pass it over to you. Here we go.
Thanks, Mr. David. Don't throw it though, because you know I can't catch.
No. It's going. It's coming. There you go.
Thanks. Were you doing like professional telly where you were waiting for the camera shot to change?
Trying to be.
I mean, you were working with me, Dave. It was never going to happen. So it's got all your measurements on there as you would expect. So your inches and your centimetres are down at the bottom. So either way that you craft, it doesn't matter. And basically, you know how to use a guillotine. If I want 6 inches, I'm going to place it there and just put that to that point. It's got a finger guard, so I can push. And then all I need to do is slice it down. This is definitely a case of safety first. Please, please, this must not go near little paws. And it just pulls up. It's just super clever. That noise where it's crunching against it because it's sharpening every time.
Anyone that knows me knows I've got a thing about blades. Blades make me kind of come out in a cold sweat. I don't trust myself around blades. I would use this without any
I'm glad you went that
word.
direction, Dave. I'm glad you went in that direction. I thought you were just about to say the same as like with your gadgets, you loved your blades. I was about to be like, all right.
No, I've just got a thing about blades. I think when I was younger, as a kid, I maybe cut myself or something. Ever since then, whenever I see like a craft knife or anything, I go, ooh. But when blades are protected and they are, you know, extra safe, like this is, I'm absolutely fine with them. And this is going to give you peace of mind. And look how thin you can get the slithers of paper and cut. You can literally make tiny little, almost like shoelace strips of card. It's like hairs.
Because it's sharpening every time it goes through.
Yeah.
Because it sharpens every time it goes through, if I get a piece, I can't even pick it up, it's so fine. I don't even know if you're going to get this on camera, Becky. No, that's not Becky. Look, it's changed to Lauren. That was a quick change. If you see this here...
Becky's gone for a line down.
So it is literally like a hair, because it's self-sharpening continually. So you can't get that, obviously, when we're using like a normal cutter, if you like. But because we're using the guillotine, but because it's a self-sharpening guillotine, we're getting that kind of fine detail.
Okay.
And that's important.
Now, the price on your screen, you know what I'm going to say, is not the price we're asking for this afternoon.
Yay.
The relationship that we have with We Are Makers is brilliant. I mean, in all the years I've been associated with craft, I've always thought of We Are Makers as being quite a pricey brand, because that's what I was used to seeing, high prices for them. Worth it, don't get me wrong. But I don't know how we do it at Hobby Maker, but we get deals that other people can't get. Not $32.99. Not $32.99 today. Should we get the price down, Alex? Wow. I'd forgotten where we're going on this. Less than 20 quid. Wow.
That's amazing.
$19.99 for a guillotine GQ4652. GQ4652. Maybe you're replacing an old one that you've had for years and years and years. Or maybe just you're a We Are Makers fan.
That's cheaper, if not on par with pretty much any trimmer.
Yeah.
Guillotines should always be more expensive than trimmers, because it's a more, you know...
Well, look at the size of the blade.
Yeah.
I mean, a trimmer blade is tiny. I mean, that is...
Well, you don't replace this
No.
blade, so that's the difference in point. So if you're sitting with a trimmer at home and you've got the little triangular blades that you've got, I'd probably give you, even if you've just bought it, I'm going to give you 3 months before you need to replace your blade. And that's just the nature of metal and paper, isn't it? Whereas this is everlasting.
And to be fair,
for 20 quid.
there's a place for both.
I mean, each has got its own.
Yeah.
Each has got its own reasoning. But for any mats and layers and stuff like that, this is where you want to be.
And when you've got something that is just a little bit on the wonk, maybe it's not quite straight, or you just need to remove like a millimetre to even it up. If you try and do that with a pair of scissors, not easy. If you try and do that with a craft knife, not easy. Do it with a guillotine, you're going to get that precision. And you've got all the lines, all the measurements there as well for accuracy. The finger guard is also gripping the cardstock, so it stops the cardstock from slipping. as well.
Absolutely.
And
Which is clever.
that's a different colour one. You're going to get the pink one, but it's the same basic machine.
We like pink.
$19.99 is your price today, down from $32.99, which I think is about a 40% saving off the price, something like that. GQ4652 is your item number. We're busy for the tool that lifts off the back of the double-sided tape. Yes, we had one of those at the beginning of the show. Let's put the details back on for that, shall we, quickly? We've got treble the stock that we had back in September. It's sold out. It's taken us that length of time to get it shipped back over from We Are Makers. They actually sold out of it in America, so they had to have it remade, reordered, and then it got shipped to us. This is the first time you've seen it since September, and it takes all the hassle out of finding the end of the rolls of tape. And thank you to everyone that's messaging, kind of saying how much they love it for that. But also, these are all the calls coming through right now. On the left of the screen, they've all checked out. The right of the screen, their orders in process. Patricia, check out your basket. Shirley, Kevin, Hazel, Linda, Teresa, Michelle, Linda. And it goes off the screen. It keeps on going. It really does. EU 4685. Did you see your name there? Isn't it great? We can do that. You get all 6 rolls of the double-sided tape as well. 2 rolls of red liner, 2 rolls of finger lift, and 2 rolls of foam tape in different thicknesses and widths, and the tool in the middle, which is the game changer, which Carl's going to show you again how it uses. There's no power to it. There's no AA batteries needed or anything like that. It's just literally a very well-carved tool that allows you to quite simply lift off the back rather than struggling with the blade. That's why I get nervous when I've got a craft knife in my hand, trying to lift the back of a red liner tape or something like that. That's when accidents can happen. This is going to be much, much safer, a lot less frustrating. It makes life easy. EU 4685. Now, we know at 5 o'clock, a lot of people get in during that hour and maybe turn on the TV after they've given the kids their tea or given yourself your tea or whatever. So there's ever-changing audiences in this show in particular. Oh, by the way, one thing I forgot to do at the beginning of the show that I should have done. Your show, your amazing Faber-Castell show earlier. I didn't know you were doing
giveaway.
Your artwork.
I've given away my picture.
This picture is stunning. And if you watch the show, if you missed it, it was at what time? 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock
yeah,
this afternoon.
so that's the little French bulldog I drew.
Carla
it's
has...
not little, by the way. By the way, it is an A3, so I hope whoever gets it isn't like...
Carla has drawn this. This isn't the reproduction or a copy or anything like that. This is an original from Carla. If you want to see how to do this technique, watch the 3 o'clock show back a bit later on. It's on our website. But we're going to give that away. I'm amazed you're doing this because that's something special. And it's really nice of you to do that.
The people who watch Hobby Maker are special.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I think it's important that as a community, we do stuff like that. I do think that's important.
How long did that take you to do?
I think he was about 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah, so it'll be about 22 hours, something like that.
Who has won a Carla Bagshaw original?
It
Bridget?
sounds worse when you put my surname in it.
Sorry. Bridget Faubert.
Yay, well done, Bridget.
I hope I pronounced it right, Bridget, your surname.
I
Congratulations.
hope you like it, Bridget.
Please frame it, please cherish it, please enjoy it, and send us a picture of it up in your room or something. We'd love to see that. But congratulations, we'll make sure that gets out to you very soon. Yeah, hopefully you're watching Bridget. Message in. Are you happy? I'd be over the moon. Over the moon.
She's like, I don't want it. Give it to someone else.
No, I don't think so. Now, we've got a message about the scissors. Okay. Beryl in Merseyside. Hello, Beryl. She says, hi, I bought the electric scissors at launch, used on wrapping paper. Oh, hang on.
And magnetic sheets.
Bought the electric scissors at launch, used on wrapping paper and magnetic sheets for my dies.
Beryl, I haven't...
Sorry, our screen in the studio is so small I can't really see it. It's not on the big screen, so I can't read it.
I haven't tried it on magnetic sheets. That's a
great
corking idea.
Yeah, really good.
Absolutely corking idea. I presume then, Beryl, it just went through really easily. Because I did it with leather and it went through leather.
I wonder if we've got a magnetic sheet here. We must have some.
Me and Dave are just looking for things to cut because we're very excited about the scissors being
There'll be nothing left in the studio by the time we're finished.
It's just fun to use. But more importantly, while you're all waiting for that to happen, just to show you the sticky thumb removing tool, which is just a stroke of utter genius, and every crafter needs one of these. If you missed the beginning of the show, you are so lucky because we've still got stock because we ordered triple the amount. And so we've got a massive stock of these, but they are flying.
150 of you are ordering this right now.
Yeah.
It's just a problem solver.
Put your red liner tape down. It's actually got a burnisher, by the way, which I should have told you. So you can just burnish your tape down. So you turn it round, your burnish is on the other side, and you burnish that down, which we would do anyway naturally when we're making cards. We kind of seal
makes the tape
that.
even stickier, yeah?
It makes the tape stickier, but actually what it does is the base of the tape, it makes it adhere so far to the idea with red liner tape is that the more you burnish it, the more the bottom layer where it's attached to the paper sticks to the fibres of those papers, so it digs in and it embeds. And so consequently, it's supposed to make it easier for us to remove red liner tape. Does it work? No, not really. It's the stickiest of all sticky things, and the tape is hard to remove. This has got little teeth on it that are going to grip hold of the end of that red liner tape for us, and they're going to remove it. Your job when you get this home is to just work out your angles, that's it. And once you've got that, because it's got a flex on it, once you've got that, so my advice is do exactly what I've done here on a scrap of paper, put some red liner tape down on it so that you can actually work out your angles. And you're just going to push it sort of into the paper. What we don't want to do is rip it. So find your rhythm and just pull it back. And that's going to release all of your red liner tape for you. Now it'll do the same thing with finger lift tape. It'll do the same thing with foam tape as well. So all of those needs are taken care of. But as we were saying before with Dave, you can find the end of your roll of sellotape with it. Because if you gently go round, you'll hear it as it hits the end of your sellotape, which we can't see because it's the impossible challenge. And then you can just gently peel that back and the end of your sellotape will come out. So super useful for those things as well. It's an amazing tool at an amazing price.
It's not sharp, it's not dangerous. It's just basically plastic teeth that have been cut at such an angle that they're designed to do just that.
Yep.
Take the back off your tape. And you get 6 rolls of tape as well, which I think are worth at least £6 or £7 at least. So, you know, what you're paying for the tool is next to nothing. It really is a great, great, great little gizmo to have in your craft room. Maybe not even if you're a crafter, but maybe we all use tape, don't we? Especially this time of the year for wrapping
the end
things.
Of tape, it's amazing. I'd be getting one of those and sticking it with all my wrapping paper so that it's in there for every time I use it for birthdays and Christmas. Because I have a separate little wrapping paper thing because yeah, I'm terrible with wrapping paper because I always forget to buy it. So I've got like a little box that's got wrapping paper in it and I just dump all my wrapping paper in there. And then I keep like rolls of tape in there as well so that when it comes to, I can just grab everything. And so this is where one of those is going to go. So I've always got it.
Well, I tell you what, I can see so many of you ordering multiples. Many of you are ordering 2. One craft has actually ordered 8. I don't know your name. I don't know where you're calling from. You've remained anonymous, but someone's ordered 8 of them, maybe for a craft group or something like that. So you're going to be getting 6, 8, 48. Is that right?
There's another Xena on that
rolls
board. You don't see the name Xena often, do you?
don't,
Isn't that
actually.
lovely to see?
It could be our Xena.
Well, it says Cheshire.
Oh, no. She ain't gone that far.
But that's nice to see. We like that.
There we are. Look, crafter ordered 8. That's what the times 8 means. Who was it in? Sinon, Carol in the Rhondda has ordered 2. Patricia in Worcestershire has ordered 2 as well. Rita in the Isle of Wight, hello to you. Sheila and Ken, can you see your names there? I mean, not everybody ordering is on that screen because the screen isn't big enough to show everybody's name. It goes off the end.
Other bits at the bottom.
Yeah.
For those of you who get this home, what will interest me more than anything is when we next come live with this is for you to message in and say the same thing that I did, which is, why was this not here years ago? This is the most amazing wee tool. And I've never seen anything like it. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but I've never seen anything like it. And I love it.
Well, this is what we are makers are famous for. This is what they do. They look at problems and think, okay, what can we develop to solve that problem? And there are lots of problems in crafting. You know, issues that you have, if you've got dexterity issues, or maybe you just get frustrated, you can never find the end of the tape, or you can never find or get the back off the tape. That's what this does. And they develop them at the most cost-effective prices as well. And as the icing on the cake, you've got 6 big rolls of tape there for your money as well. EU 4685, those are the people in the ordering process at the moment. On the left-hand side, they've checked out. On the right-hand side, they're going through the ordering process at the moment. Please check your baskets out. If you're using the app, lots of you are these days. If you haven't got it, just download it from your app store. Whichever app provider you've got, you'll find the Hobby Maker app there. Just search for Hobby Maker. And you can watch us, you can see all the schedules, you can send us messages via the app as well. And importantly, you can order on the app. You can order on the website. You can order by dialing our free phone call centre if you want to give them a call. They're upstairs, 0800 001 4433, and they'll even set the account up for you if you've never shopped with us before. And with us, remember the USP every day, 1 P&P, $3.95, no matter how many times you order between midnight and midnight. So if you ordered things earlier with Hayley, earlier shows with Carla, maybe the Faber-Castell show or whatever, and you're thinking, okay, I want to buy this as well, is that another P&P? Nope. You'll get a confirmation email overnight, no matter who sends out the order. Faber-Castell sending it out. I think the Faber-Castell will be in our warehouse, won't it?
No, I don't
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I don't think so.
No, it's coming from the supplier. But certainly, whoever you're buying your products from through us, they dispatch it to you, but you still only get charged 1 P&P of £3.95.
East Riding of Yorkshire. Every time I see that, I get homesick. Sorry.
Oh, is that where you're from?
That's where I'm from.
Ah.
The East Riding of Yorkshire, and I see it on the board, and I'm like, I miss it.
It's very posh. It sounds very posh.
East Riding of Yorkshire. Well, Beverley's quite. It's beautiful when you go into Beverley, and there's the Westwood with the cows.
I'm going to Yorkshire for a week in March. I'm looking forward to
I
it.
love Yorkshire. I miss Yorkshire.
never
Sheila,
been.
say hello to the old place for me.
Never been to Yorkshire. I'm looking forward to it.
What do you mean you've never been to
I haven't.
Yorkshire?
Never been to York. So
Oh, York's beautiful. I lived in York. My son was born in York. I mean, I was living there at the time. It wasn't an accidental thing. It was planned. I was living there.
All right, let's move on to something else that is a problem solver. Stamping. Are you a fan or not a fan? There's kind of two camps, really. Some people really struggle with stamping. Then the stamping platforms came along that made it a lot easier, granted. But some people, quite understandably, struggle with the pressure thing. Maybe they've got issues with their fingers or wrists or whatever it might be. This tool here, We Are Makers have developed, it's got like a felt bottom to it, which is slightly textured, but it actually glides over a surface really smoothly. And the idea behind this is, rather than doing that to a stamping platform or that to an acrylic block, which may or may not be possible for you, this just allows you to evenly apply pressure over the stamping platform or over the acrylic block or the plate, whatever you've got, to give yourself a better stamp result. And it's embossed with We Are Makers. And it's triangular, so it's in the little awkward corners.
It does. But you know that I think that it's got better. It is designed for that, and it is really good for doing that. But I think it's got a better purpose in life for me.
Go on.
Because I use it to burnish when I'm using my scan and cut on the mats. You know how you
when you're putting the paper down.
You know when you put your paper down and your mat's losing a bit of stick, but it's got a bit of stick but not much stick, and then you put it in your machine and your paper flies off and then you've ruined everything. I use that. And then I just burnish my paper down onto my mat, and my paper sticks every time.
Great idea.
And so, to me, tools should always be what makes it right for us. So we should always be able to go, well, as a crafter, this is why I need it, because that's important. So, and so Liam kept saying, we've got this stamping pressure tool. I was like, I'm not using it for that.
If you've got a cutting machine, and yeah, if you are, that's a really good idea, actually. I had never thought of that. 12 by 12 onto a tacky mat, and you're there doing this, trying to get it flat.
Sticking it. You just
Julie can relate to that.
Yeah, Cricut machines, silhouette machines, when you're trying to do it, I just burnish it on. I know it's designed for stamping. Listen, I'm not saying it doesn't work for that. It works perfectly for that. For me personally, because I'm not a massive stamper, but I am a huge scan and cut user. Does it work better for me for that? Yes. Is there more than one use for it? Yes.
Now, for those of you,
amazing.
Those of you that have checked out, and there's nothing to wear out on that. You don't need to replace any pads or anything like that. It should last you years. That is not the price. So for those of you that have already checked out, you will not be charged $14.99. No one will be. Happy Christmas from us to you, from We Are Makers. £6.99.
Grab it.
It's the tool you never thought you needed until you saw that demonstration.
At that price, grab it.
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. £6.99. To make stamping more fun, make stamping more effective, but also great idea for your cutting machines.
It's brilliant for your paper, for burnish. Actually, do you know what? It's great for burnishing anything. We've been talking about burnishing your red liner tape onto paper. Just burnish. It's a burnishing tool. That's exactly what it is. It's a burnishing tool.
I mean, you think of the surface area of your fingers, an inch and a half maybe. The surface area of that,
it's really tactile. It's sort of spongy in the middle, but it's not soft. So you have got a good pressure there. But the point being is, because this obviously is in the center and it sits beautifully in the center of your palm, which is where on your hand you've got the most pressure point. You can push most from that point. So that means that you can literally just really push. So it's brilliant for stamping if you've got a stamping platform, and the idea is you would use it on top of a stamping platform, such as the Precision Press. And it's amazing for that. Do I use it more on my other? Yes.
Do you know what as well? It's only a little thing, but it's We Are Makers branded.
Yep.
It's We Are Makers colours.
Pretty.
And it's Hobby Maker colour too.
I don't know if that was on purpose.
No, I don't think it was.
But I love it.
I mean, it's We Are Makers colours, but they're the same colour as we are. We're teal. So £6.99 if you fancy that today. you know, you may not have woken up this morning and think, I must get myself a burnishing tool so I can stamp better. But when you see that and you think, that's probably going to benefit me, whether you've got, you know, dexterity in your fingers or you just want an easier life and make it easier, then this is going to work great on acrylic blocks. It's going to work great on stamping platforms. It's going to work brilliantly, of course, for your mats, for your scan and cuts or any other cutting machine that you've got as well. £6.99, very well spent. And again, one of those really clever little gifts that are not costing you much money at all. It's a delivered price if you've already paid your £3.95 P&P today. XG4670. It does come gift boxed as well. Now, one more little look at, which one? Ah, the tape remover, the back remover. Okay, it's gone bonkers.
I'm just burnishing. I'm just burnishing my tape. Look.
Yeah.
It's all very exciting. Go from there, cut it with your scissors, and then come in with this. Take your pressure, up, and just push and pull. See, I didn't burnish enough. You see, you rushed me. Let me turn it this way. I've got alcohol ink on my hands, and it's spreading everywhere. There you go.
Look.
Just takes it straight off.
Lifts the tail.
It's so easy, guys. And it works on finger lift tape. It works on foam tape. It works on all of the things.
It works on foam pads as well.
It works on foam pads. It works on everything. And so sometimes it's just a tool. I keep saying the same thing, but it's true. Where you're just like, this should have existed. It should have always existed. I should have always owned this because I'm never going to not need to use this. If you're somebody who uses mats, layers, foam pads, any of those things in your crafting, so whether you're doing home decor stuff, whether you're doing cards, whether you're doing anything, because we use tape continually as crafters and as artists, it's a no-brainer, right? Like, we just need one of these. And plus, it comes with a load of tape. I really like the wide tape it comes with, I've got to tell you, the red liner.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the sizes, again, just so you know. Oh, you can hold it sideways, you can see. There we are, look. So you get the thin one, and then you also get the chunkier one.
I really love using that chunky one. It's really nice.
The different widths of the finger lift tape and also the different widths of the foam tape down the bottom of the top. 6 rolls included with the tool, £12.99. What a really, really busy show. Thank you for shopping with us. If it's your first visit to us, I'm sure you'll be back in the future. Stay with us though. We've got COPIC still to come. COPIC are with us at Hobby Maker. We've only done one show before. Got another brilliant show coming up with Christmas cracker prices. Unbelievable. And then after that, Kat's here with Hunkydory as well. And we've got a guide to how to get the most out of your die cutting machines and your dies as well. So lots to look forward to between now and 8. Thanks, Carla.
Thank you for having me. Thank you very much. Bye.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi everyone, you're watching Hobbymaker on a Thursday, and our lovely Julie from the office upstairs is back with us again.
Hello.
You are our oracle. Everybody, all the presenters, all the management, everybody in the building that needs to know anything about crafting or ask questions, they come to you because you are probably the most crafty person I've known.
Really? Yeah. Oh yeah, I am very crafty. I'm always crafty.
You're into everything.
Yes, I like to try it. I'll try anything and everything craft-wise.
Yeah.
If it's like something new, I'm always up for like, oh yeah, let's have a go.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the viewers at home are like that. Some things you have a go and you think, oh no, maybe that's not for me. Other things you start and then it becomes an obsession.
But to be honest, you've got this lovely lady to thank for an awful lot of what we show you on Hobbymaker because they run it past you.
Yeah,
What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd buy that. So if Julie would buy it, maybe you would. So yeah, that's Julie, and if you've never met her before. Now, I've got something really exciting to let you know about because when I first heard that COPIC were going to come to Hobbymaker, I was over the moon and excited. I've known about COPIC for years, but I'd never actually been in a position to actually offer them for sale. They'd never been something that I've had in my shows or whatever. And when I knew COPIC were coming here, I was over the moon because I know so many professional crafters that swear by COPIC and have done for years and years and years. The quality of the ink, the quality of the Japanese nibs is second to none. The fact that you can refill them. They are used by professional people, professional illustrators, professional artists because the quality is so good. Now, obviously, when you're talking about pens of that stature, they come with a price tag. They're not for kids. They're professional, serious tools for artists and people who want to become artists and colourists. So when we launched these, it was about a month ago and 3 days ago.
Yeah, something like that, beginning of November.
We put them on. I didn't do the show, I think it was Nigel did the show.
Yeah, me and Nigel did it.
And we put them on, and we put them on at a lovely price, and they absolutely went crazy. This one I've got in front of me is the 36 set. If I turn it around, you can see, there we are, look. 36 set A. So these are double-ended, brush nib one end, wedge on the other. I'm going to give you details of these in a minute. But before we get to those, let me tell you, we are going to do a Christmas cracker deal on everything in the show. Christmas cracker prices, which we should not be doing. But before I get to the main event, which is that box there, I want to show you this because this has not been in any show so far. This is the first time you'll have seen this, and it doesn't come in any of the other collections. It's a standalone blender pen.
Yeah, so this is a colourless blender. So basically, you can use it to go over your surface once you've coloured it and it will lighten it. You can use it to correct your mistakes, which is like something I think is invaluable really, because occasionally you might go over it out of a line. This will allow you to manoeuvre the ink back into the design.
Like an eraser, really?
Yeah, kind of. You can also use it for doing background, so you can, if you've put some colour down, you could use it over your stencils and it will remove and give you like a fancy background. You can hand draw with it and do designs on your artwork with it.
Have we got anything that you've used it on? That I can show?
I have, so I've got, if you see there, I've done hearts.
No, just to give you an idea of what it can do.
Yeah.
If you look at that turquoise one there.
So the hearts I've done, I've put my colour down and then I've just used it to lift the colour back off again.
And do you have to kind of blot it with?
No.
No?
No.
It just automatically?
Yeah, it will do it, yeah. You just let, as the alcohol evaporates, you'll see the colour will just change.
Now, all of these have been used using the COPIC pens today, but that one in particular is what we're focusing on at the moment, because that's using the blender pen. 20% of the stock has already gone. I promised you Christmas cracker deals on everything. Now, bearing in mind, this has not even been on Hobbymaker before until today. If you bought the pens last time, you would not have had this. This is not included in any of the collections. It's a standalone product. But if you want to lighten hopefully erase mistakes if you've gone over the lines. This is what you need. It's like an eraser. Nearly half the stock has gone. Should we get the price down, Alex? Okay. £6.10. For those of you checked out, you're not paying that. You will not be charged that. Look at this. £4.99.
It's incredible.
£4.99. And if you bought something already, that's the delivered price. Susan, Leslie, Linda, Gillian, Sally, Gary, Michelle, Sue, Linda, Kathleen, Robert, Cara, all coming in. So these will work predominantly on alcohol-based pens,
Yeah, with your alcohol pens. I can show you on this here. I've just coloured something and I've purposely gone out of the line, but I can just show you how.
Can we zoom in on that, Dan? Can you just see there where?
You see here where I've purposely gone out.
Maybe you sneezed.
But occasionally you do. So all you need to do, if I just turn that and then if you just work over the surface, but sort of like push it back into itself, you'll see as it evaporates, the colour will also evaporate with it.
That's magic.
Yeah, so can you see that where that's starting to dry already?
Yeah.
It's already taken the colour away. And I said to Alex, I did it here. I don't know if you can see that, but that's gone completely now. So you can just keep working that colour back, and it, like I say, as it dries and evaporates, then you won't even know that there was a pen mark there. You can see it's took that colour away.
Exactly. So this is the first time we've had this pen. It's the first time we've been able to offer it to you. It doesn't come in any of the other collections that we've got on the show. And by the way, everything that's on the show is on the website right now. But all the prices that are on the website haven't dropped yet. They're the prices that they used to be, and they should be, but we're taking everything down to a Christmas cracker deal today. Special one-off discounts. $4.99, I think more people that, we've got more people wanting this than we actually have stock. It's sold out, it's gone. Yeah. For those of you that checked out, congratulations.
Well
I know
done.
Patricia's gone for 3, you wanted that. Okay, about 3 times as many people wanted that than we actually had stock, so I'm sorry if you've missed out on it.
We will, hopefully we will have it back in the future show.
Okay, the main event.
Yeah.
This is a full set of 36 COPIC markers. I say markers. One edge or one end is a wedge. The other end is a Japanese brush. Look at these colours. Now they are the finest quality that money can buy. If you don't believe me, buy and try. I mean, I know crafters that have used these for years and will not use anything else.
No, I mean, I have probably had most pens that are on the market, and everyone has their place, but these are sort of, in terms of cars, these are like the Rolls Royce of the pens.
Now, you've got a very generous husband.
I have got a very generous husband.
Before we actually knew that we were stocking these, I think you saw one of our guests using them.
I did. Our lovely Sandra Santangle, she was using them on one of her shows, and I said to Liam, "Oh, what's Sandra colouring with?" He said, "Oh, I'm not sure. Go down and ask her when she comes off." I was like, "Oh no." He's like, "Just go and ask her." So I did, and she recommended these to me. She sent me a link for them, but I'm kind of like quite invested in stamping, colouring, all of that kind of stuff anyway. I really like it, so I just went all in, and my husband brought me like
4 sets.
Two of the large sets, which was like £500.
Wow.
He's
a keeper.
He is a keeper, but I would have brought them myself. But yeah, he was like, if you want them, I'll buy them used, kind of thing. But since I've had them, that's all I use, because they are just incredible.
In a league of their own.
They take your colouring up a notch. They give you sort of like a professional finish every time. They're really easy to use and blend.
Can you show me that swatch that you showed me upstairs, where basically, rather than having 3 different colours to get a blend, look at what Julie's done for us, because this, I didn't realise this was the thing, that this was the case. They've all got names and numbers. Each pen has, every pen collection has that. But look, if you put 1 layer of that colour down, you get that colour. If you go over the top of it and put a 2nd layer down, it changes colour to that colour. Go over a 3rd time, it then, over the same area, it then deepens the colour. So you've got the 1 pen to create those 3 colourways, so you get a wonderful blend from 1 pen.
Yeah, so rather than have to like swap and change pens, you know, if you're wanting to create a shade, you don't need to with this. You just literally put 1 layer over the whole area. I can show you, if I just get one of these, you would just, I'm just going to use my chisel end, but if you just put a whole layer down
And because they're alcohol pens, the alcohol evaporates. You don't get any lines or anything like that.
So then in your second box then, I'm just going to go over it again. And you can automatically see straight away the difference between 1 and 2. So then if I go over that again, and then go over it a third time.
Yeah. Or you can see it getting darker, yeah.
You can see it will darken. And the other thing I love about these, because of the quality of the ink, you can keep going with that. You don't have to stop at 3 layers. So if I
It's not going to ruin the paper.
if I went down the side there, you can see that's a 4th layer.
Yeah.
If I went with a 5th, it'll keep going and keep going. But it doesn't, sometimes when you're putting something wet onto your cardstock, the more times you go over it, you sort of get that fluffiness coming off your card, and it sort of damages the card. It's got the fibres in the card. These don't. So you could just keep going and going and going.
Think of how many pens you would have to invest in
well,
to
that's
be able
at
to
least
do that.
4.
That's 4 pens.
Yeah.
That's from 1 pen.
Yeah.
That's the difference that puts COPIC in that league of luxury and professionalism as well. And you know, if you're investing your time and your effort in colouring in artwork that you've either drawn yourself or stamped or whatever it might be, you want to get the best results. COPIC will deliver that. Now, last time these were on air, the first show we ever did with this set, they were £207.99. Today, we are not asking you for that price. They are worth every penny of that. In 30 seconds, we're going to do something to that price that at 2 o'clock this afternoon, when I was upstairs, this was the price, £207.99. But today, with Christmas around the corner, if, like Julie, you're thinking, could that be my Christmas present, please? We're going to do something very special. We're not going to take a £5 off or a £10 off or even £20 off the price today. I mean, honestly, ask any professional crafter about COPIC, they'll just sing its praises. 5 stars all the way. 3, 2, 1. This is your price for this comprehensive set of 36 COPIC markers today. We've never done this before. £149.99.
Amazing.
And if you bear in mind, each pen will do the job of at least 4 pens, maybe even 5 pens.
Yep.
You got 36, and we've given it the biggest split pay we can. 5 interest-free split payments. That is only £29.99 today, plus your P&P unless you've already paid it. You'll get it straight away. The stock is here, ready to be dispatched straight away. But what about that for a deal? £149.99, 5 interest-free split pays. We've got a very big response to this already. I'm not at all surprised. BGS851. Use them in the same way as you use any other alcohol markers. Always make sure you've got cardstock underneath what you're working on.
Yeah, I've always put a piece of paper or, like you say, a piece of card underneath, because when you put your card on the top, as you're working then, the alcohol will absorb and it won't bounce back, and like it can cause it to bleed. This will absorb some of the alcohol, so you don't get that effect on it. You know that when you're colouring, especially if you're colouring in lines, you're not going to get a bleeding outside of your lines. I'm
just thinking, if 1 pen, with that technique that Julie showed you, will do the job of 4 different shades, 36 times 4, 72, that's 144 colours just by using 1 pen 4 times over to get 4 different shades from this set. This is set A, okay?
Amazing.
36 double-sided. And if I just show you some of the finished cards and so on that I've got here, how many have we got available? How many have we got available, Alex? Okay, I've just been told how many of you have got it in your baskets. With everyone putting it in their baskets, we will have sold out when you check out. Wow. Wasn't expecting that so quickly. But I think
it's incredible.
You recognise quality.
At this price, though, yeah. And like I say, if you're thinking about treating yourself, or maybe somebody you know that's into art, drawing, card making, these are perfect. They're going to cover you for however you want to use them. These are artist quality pens that you're getting. They were designed for graphic designers, fashion designers, illustrators, but because of the quality now, and at the prices we can get them at, you can now bring them into your hobbies.
Where I live down on the south coast in Bournemouth, they've got Bournemouth University, which is now basically its own town. And the number of students you see walking around with their portfolios, with their fashion drawings and that sort of thing. If you've got anyone in the family that's inspiring to do that sort of work or go into that sort of business, treat themselves to COPIC. Ask anyone who relies on colour and colouring for their living. COPIC is up there. You cannot get better than the deal we've got here today. Honestly, we last time had them at £207.99 with split pay. Today we've taken it down to nearly £60 off, £149.99 and split pay. Now, where are we with the allocations? Okay, half the stock has checked out.
Wow.
And then we've got double the amount of people wanting the stock we have left. So please, if it's in your basket, Karen, Barbara, John, Joanne, Michelle, Caroline, check your baskets out. We'll get it to you quickly, but some people are going to miss out. We're now limited stock.
Yep.
Wow. Limited stock on this, BGS 851. We do have other options in the show. Don't worry, this isn't all the show. We have got other options for you. You've got a slightly smaller collection in a second or so, which we're also going to do a Christmas cracker price on as well. Do you want to do a quick demo?
I can.
Is that all right?
Yep. So I can show you a few techniques that you can use, like what you held up earlier, just to show you different ways you can use them. Because like I say, it's not just a case of putting something down and then just colouring it in. You can do lots of different techniques using these pens. So if I just sort of show you a few. So if I get I'm going to get 3 shades of blue.
And you're going to get lots of shades of colours. You've got at least 4 shades, 5 shades of green there. But remember, each pen will do at least 4 different shades for you.
Yeah. So you can do almost like a brushstroke technique.
Yeah.
I quite like this. So put your colour down. And again, you can this is just a way of colouring something in that's a little bit different if you're wanting to. So you can flick it out, do it that way. And the other thing I like about these, as opposed to some other pens that I've used, you can layer your colour on these. So you can put a colour down, put a colour on top of a different colour. I could put a green on that and it will show as green. It doesn't always merge in.
Did your husband realise the quality, or did he think you were mad when you wanted £500 worth of pens?
He probably thought I was a little bit mad, and I think he has probably reminded me of the fact that I had £500 worth of pens several times. But he knows how much I love to colour and play with, stamping, colouring, drawing, sketching, all of that kind of stuff.
And also, one thing I've not mentioned is that as a brand or as a channel that's going to be stocking COPIC going forward as well, I can let you know these are the only pens you'll ever need to buy, because these are refillable and we will have the refills going forward. If ever you need to replace your nibs, we're going to have replacement nibs as well. So you're not going to have to throw away pens and buy them again. You can simply refill them going forward. And it's something that we're working with the suppliers of COPIC to get in stock. So yeah, you can buy these from us and know that you can always come back to us for more refills if you want to.
So you can see the more times you sort of go over an area, the softer it becomes.
Yeah.
You make those lines and then you'll just carry on with this. I would carry on with that, keep shading it and going over. Like I say, the more times you go over with the same colour, the darker it's going to get. So you can go really dark here by going over it several times. And you can see my card is not being damaged at all, no matter how many times I go over this.
You can really see the quality.
And then the lightness is there. And then you can bring, if you wanted to bring your make an area darker, you can do that again. So that's one way of
What end do you use most, wedge or brush?
Depends what I'm colouring. If I'm colouring a larger area, so if I was colouring the whole of that circle, I would one colour, I'd probably use my chisel end,
right,
because I find it covers the area quicker.
Yep.
If I'm wanting to, because if I show you just on the side of the card,
Have we sold out of the big 36? It's gone.
Your chisel is, you can do like a large area.
Yeah.
But on the opposite scale to that, if you use the brush end very lightly, look how thin you can get. So you can get into all those intricate areas. If you are colouring an image that you've stamped and it's got a lot of detail, you can really get into those areas without worrying about going over the lines, because just with the light switch you can be creating very faint lines with that. Okay,
right, back to the demo in a second. I've just got to let you know that if you're disappointed that you've missed out on the 32, was it 32? 36. We have got a slightly smaller, but still it's a great bundle of 24. Now these are exactly the same pens, they're the same model. This is 24 colours, and if I tilt it so you can see the colourways, you've got fawns and browns and greys and blacks, obviously, greens, turquoises, blues, yellows, pinks, lavenders, skin tones in there too. So this should be, the other one was £207. This one should be £137.49. Now bear in mind the 36 has sold out completely, gone, until we can restock it in the future. If anyone's getting that for Christmas, just lucky person. So you missed out on the 36, or maybe you've got the 36, you want to go for the 24 as well, or you just want to go for the 24. £137.49. It's exactly the same quality ink, exactly the same nibs, just 24 rather than 36. Today, our Christmas cracker price on this pack is $99.99.
Wow, that's incredible.
4 split pays on this. So this is $24.99 to pay today. So a similar monthly purchase, but this time you've got 4 interest-free split pays and you've got 24 pens in the actual box. And I would strongly advise you to kind of keep them stored like this.
Yeah, I know I've got mine whilst I'm using them upright, but I would always store them horizontally, because it means then that the ink inside your barrel isn't going to one end or the other. It's going to make sure that they're juicy on both ends when you use them.
Exactly,
then.
yeah.
The other thing I was going to say, the other thing to say about them is, you can, once you've got them for life. So your ends, your brush end and your chisel end can both be replaced.
Yep.
Your inks are refillable.
Yep.
So environmentally,
Yes, makes sense.
yeah, it makes sense, because you're only going to buy them once.
And financially, it makes sense. And
Yeah.
we're going to be stocking the nibs, the
Yeah.
brushes, and also, of course, the refill inks as well. Now, if you missed out on the 36, maybe you've never used them before and you're thinking, you know what, I really want to try these. When you buy these, all the 36, and you love them and you use them and you want to add numerous other colours into your collection, because there's how many colours in the range?
358
Wow.
altogether.
There's 358 colours in total. So once you try these, you can come back to us in the future, check our website regularly, and add other colours as you want, certain colours that you need. You know, everyone uses more colours for certain things. So maybe you're more of a portrait colourist and you want more skin tones, hair tones. Maybe you do dogs and cats and things like that. Or maybe you do landscapes more and you want more greens and blues, that sort of thing. So you can actually, going forward, rely on us to bring Copic to you at brilliant prices. But this should be nearly £40 more today. Today, you're getting all 24 of those pens, exactly the same as the 36, just a different quantity, and that is $99.99. And on split pay, that is just $24.99 today to pay. Next payment in a month, 2 months, last payment in 3 months' time. JKS 807. I'll keep those there while they're still in stock. I've just noticed you've even kind of coloured pumps.
Yeah, so you can use them on fabric.
Oh, fabric.
Yes.
Can you wash it?
You can. I would say either one of two things. Either use a fabric medium and pop that onto your surface first and then colour over the top.
Right.
Or if you've got a fabric where it will go directly onto the fabric, I would pop it on, then a piece of parchment or brown paper over the top, hot iron, and it will heat set that for you, and then you should be able to wash them then.
Think about T-shirts.
Yeah. Even, like I say, upcycling things. I mean, you haven't always got to think about doing something new. Maybe you've got an old pair of trainers that have seen better days, but you just want to give them a new lease of life.
But also, because they're alcohol-based, you can use them to colour your ribbon.
Yep.
So now, rather than going out and buy a different coloured ribbon, you just buy the clear ribbon or the white ribbon and use your pens to colour that. Gemstones, don't buy different coloured gemstones, just buy the clear ones, and you can actually go over the acrylic gemstones with the pens, and that transforms them into the colour that you choose. Resin, metal embellishments.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe you've got some white pearls or clear gems. You could be changing the colour of those to suit whatever your card is that you're making, or whatever you're designing. You'll use them on lots of different things, and I'm sure you can try them on different surfaces.
Okay, now we've got some other things to show you, which are not in the main 24 or 36 set. They're completely standalone. The black liners, and now we wanted to get these in quite early because we know we've got a lot of tangling fans of Sandra's and Sanntangle. We've got the Copic version of the fine liners, all archival. What that means is basically it's permanent, it's not going to fade.
No, that's right. It doesn't bleed when you put your inks over the top of it.
Okay. Now, you've got 4 different sizes. You've got 003, 005, 0.3, and 0.1. Yeah. Now, if I just take these out of the packet, I just want to show you the difference in the nibs. There we go. Let's just take this out because it's not obvious to people who haven't used them before exactly the difference. I've got to be careful not to mix the caps up. So let me just show you.
It's all right, Dave, if you do it. It tells you on the side of the
barrel,
pen
that's
as
all right.
well. So,
Good.
yeah.
Now look at these. I'll line them all up for you. And if you are a tangler, or you love doodling, or you love sketching, this is what I did my Highclere Castle picture with a fine liner like this. Can you see just the different sizes of the tips there? 4 different size tips in archival black ink. Should be $22.99 for these 4. And again, if you're doing something and investing time, to do a Sanntangle picture, they can sometimes take you hours, if not days, sometimes even weeks, depending on the size of them. The last thing you want to do is use an inferior pen and then, perhaps it fade in sunlight or
That's
whatever.
it. I mean, if you've created a piece of artwork, you're naturally probably going to want to pop it into a frame or something like that. The last thing you want, like you say, is to have it on your shelf and then it's faded within 6 months. They're not going to with these.
No. Okay, $22.99, not today. It's a Christmas cracker show. Every price is coming down. If you're seeing things on the website you like the look of, all the prices are going to crash. $16.99 for all 4 of those. DQS 873. DQS 873, under £17 for fine liners of superb quality. I know we bring you lots of other fine liners here at Hobbymaker, but this is your first opportunity to get the COPIC ones that I know of, certainly at this new Christmas cracker reduced price as well. DQS 873 if you want your fine liners. And we've also got some other kind of combinations that the team have put together for you as well.
Pop those on
Would
there?
you mind?
Yeah,
All
of
right.
course I will. I can do that for you.
I've got a nickname now. Don't open it, Dave.
Don't.
That's what they call me, because I open everything. But you want to see it, don't you? You want to see it?
Well, yeah.
Right, now, Rainbow Doodle Kit. Is that the one you want next? Rainbow Doodle? Okay. We've got rainbow turquoise, purple and green. Now, this is a combination of double-ended markers again, brush and chisel. But then you've got a fine liner, a 0.3, and you've also got a glitter 0.3 as well. So there's actually glitter in this one just here, and that's in a blue. And you've got the black fine liner. Is that a glitter as well? They're both glitter.
No, they're just not, they're actually normal, I think, Dave,
Are they?
those ones. Yeah, I'm just
Right,
opening
okay.
mine. They are just, so you've just got your blue 0.3 and you've got a black 0.3.
Okay. So your blue and your black in the fine liner, and then you get these beautiful colourways that you associate with the rainbows, the pink, the salmon, the yellow, the green and the blue. Now these should be $39.99. Imagine if you are a tangler and you want to colour in your tangling using Copic pens and then do the actual outline of your tangles using the fine liners. You've got a blue and a black in there, and those 5 colourways. Let's give you the price for these today then. These are going to be an amazing price as well. None of these colours are in the set of 24 or 36, if you're wondering. They're all unique. $29.99 for this combination, and that's BZS 810. Now we've actually got, I think it's, how many is it of the doodles? Turquoise, purple and green. That's the doodle pack. Okay, that's this one. Now this one actually comes with a glitter pen. That's your turquoise one. So you get the 2 shades of turquoise, but remember, as Julie quite brilliantly showed you at the beginning of the show, each pen basically can give you 4 shades at least of the same colour. This is a good maybe introduction if you love this particular colourway. Only $15.99 it's going to go down to from $21.99, and this has got the glitter pen in it as well, hasn't it?
It has. This one's got the glitter pen in it, yep. So you've got your glitter one in it as well.
And your fine liner.
Yeah. So these are perfect if you, like I say, if you're somebody that doodles, tangles, that's a lovely little stocking filler for somebody, because with that sparkly, I don't know if I've got one that I sort of started there. So you can see I've used the glitter just on the...
Now if you look at that mandala, just there, that's the glitter that's in there, look.
Yeah, so you can see that glitter there.
Isn't that great?
So they're perfect for, like you say, your doodling, your tangling, sketching.
Little accents.
Yeah, it just gives it an extra little something, doesn't it?
Absolutely. And that could well be your favourite colourway. I know it is for quite a few people. We've got the same available in green, and we've also got it in purple. So we'll quickly get the details up for that, and we'll do some more demos with Julie quite soon. So there is your green option. We're going to match that price. If you want the green, again, you get the green glitter pen. You've got the 0.3 fine liner and the 2 shades of green. Again, it's a wedge end, one end, brush on the other. $15.99 for that one, WS879. And then the purple is available too. Again, with the glitter pen, the fine liner. Are the fine liners in the colourways, same colourways?
Yes, they are.
Right, so not black, they're...
Yeah, they're the same colour as, so it'll be a green one.
Or,
so, yeah.
or a turquoise one.
Yeah, turquoise or purple.
Purple, there we
That's
go.
right, yeah.
$15.99 for that one, and that's YKS879 down from £20.49.
Yep.
Right, Julie, what do you want to show us?
Do you want me to colour something, or I can show you a few more techniques? What would you like to see?
Techniques.
Techniques?
Yeah,
okay, yep. So I've got the rainbow set that you just had.
Yeah.
So I've just started just to show you how you can be creating backgrounds and things with them. So not, like say, you don't need to just be colouring something in or drawing. You can be creating the backgrounds for your artwork or your card making. But this just shows like you can layer these colours together.
Do you need a special card?
I just use are super smooth. So, to be honest, I like the Nina from Crafters. We do a Sweet Dixie one, which is a super smooth one. I think that's what this is. That's also great.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Carnation do one. So we've got lots of brands that would be on the website. But yeah, just make sure that it's sort of like for stamping really, because you know then it's going to take the ink. But if you're unsure, just try it. If you've got a scrap piece, try it first, because there are some cardstocks where it will bleed because they're not up to quality. Yeah. You want a good quality, but like I say, I would tend to go with the Nina, the white one.
Okay.
So yeah, you can start bringing in colours that are in your packs, because all of your packs of colours like this rainbow, they all work together really well. So they're designed to sort of be able to work together. So
yeah, if you are a bit of a novice when it comes to colouring, go for the colour packs that COPIC have put together, because they'll all work together so well, so nicely.
Yeah.
We have got others that we've not even got to in the show, which are on the website. They're all going to drop in price as well. So if you want to order ahead of getting to there, if you've got things to do, going out to see a panto or something, just pop it in your basket, check out. Everyone pays the final low price, and you'll get your confirmation email overnight.
So you just keep going over like that, and you'll end up with something like this. So that's sort of like a finished one. It reminds me kind of like a Petri dish.
Yeah.
It is a bit like that, isn't
Chemistry.
it? A bit abstracty. But whichever of your colour palettes you're using, you're going to get that sort of effect just by doing that circular motion. And then you can darken areas. You can see how, even though you've sort of layered over them, they blend together.
Yeah.
So you get that sort of depth of colour.
I mean, I really do think the quality is coming through the lens of the TV. I mean, they are second to none when it comes to quality. And the Christmas cracker deals at the moment are, well, they are totally unexpected. They weren't that price this morning, I can tell you that.
No.
We had a little chat with Scott. We had a chat with the MD. And he went, you know what? It's Christmas. Let's do this. So they've never been this price before, any of these bundles that we've got in the show. Look at the coverage you get with the wedge
so this is just the chisel end. So I was just going to show you. You can also transfer colours from pen to pen.
Yeah.
So if I show you as quick as I can, can't colour quick enough, can I? Just so you'd bring
There's no lines there whatsoever.
No, that's it. Whether you work, the best way I would tell you that I find is if you work in a small circular motion, whichever end you're using, you don't get any streaking at all. It'll go on even every time. That I'm just putting down as a base layer.
Yep.
So then I'm going to bring in, I'm going to do it with this one again, because like I say, if I'm covering a larger area, I tend to use this end because I find it gives you a bit more speed in which you do it in.
But the wedge is a lovely size. You cover a large surface area in just one sweep.
You do. So just going to show you. So we'll bring that in. And I would just keep working backwards and forwards then with those colours to bring your lighter shade in. Always work from light to dark. So always do a base layer of your lightest colour, and then go with your medium and dark, but then on the areas then, bring your lightest colour back in and go over, and you'll see how they sort of like, there's no harsh line, it softens the line the more you do it. So do that. But then, if you then thought, I want this to be very dark, you can pick up some of that onto that.
Contaminate the...
No, and then if you just work it, you can do, so you can then bring in...
So you're making your own colour.
Yeah, you're bringing in another shade. So then if I then work that out, you can see, and then if I just pick it up again, and if you can see it on there now, but as I put that down, you'll see, the more I work it, it's gone.
I can see why you love these pens
so
much.
So you'll have fun, but you can see how that then has given me a darker shade on there, and then like I say, you'll end up with something like that.
So
where
using the techniques Julie's shown you, those 36 pens that you bought, or the 24 that
that's
you bought,
just a
suddenly
basic.
multiply.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Suddenly increases the amount of colours you've got on your palette.
Now, one thing I know lots of you tell us you struggle with is skin tones, hair, fur for animals, that sort of thing. So bearing that in mind, COPIC have put this portrait collection together for you. So whether you're wanting a dark skin, a rosy complexion, a pale skin, dark fur, if you do portraits, that sort of thing, or it's just, I don't know, you colour in someone's face or you colour in an animal's fur and it just looks so artificial and so fake. Look at what COPIC have put together for you today. This is the portrait version, exactly the same pen in that you've got a brush nib one end. Is that right? Brush nib one end and wedge the end?
Yes, yeah, they're exactly the same.
Okay, it's exactly the same. And you've got 2, 4, 6 pens in this collection. Normally, it should be £33.99. Now, bearing in mind, this is the #1 problem area that people always say to us they struggle with. I can't do hair, I can't do skin, I can't do portraits, I can't do animals. The fur doesn't look real. £33.99. Think about how many bear, cat, dog dies or stamps you've got. And how many times have you tried to colour them in, they just don't look right. They just look too, I don't know, wrong. £33.99. These have been put together especially by COPIC so you can get exactly the right skin tones, exactly the right fur tones. And bearing in mind, as Julie's shown you, you can put one layer down for one colour, add another layer on the top of the same colour, it goes a shade darker. So all these shades have got multiples of different darknesses you can achieve.
Yeah, I can show you very quickly how to colour in.
Should we just get the price down?
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll show you how to use these. £33.99, not today. Today, the Christmas cracker deal. Thank you, Scott, RMD.
Yeah.
£24.99.
That's incredible.
For all of those, all 6 of them. Refillable, and we'll have the refills going forward too.
I think your skin tones are a must. That is one that...
And these aren't in the big collections,
No, they're not. So this is one that I have purchased separately because if you are somebody that stamps and colours, you're going to use them, not like you say, not just for colouring your skin tones, you're going to use these if you do sort of like animals, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Hair, they're great for hair.
I mean, if you are going for the 24, which we still have stock of, the 36 sold out, yes, you are going to get some skin tones in there, but they'd be different to the ones in here. None of the ones in the separate packets are in the big bundles, okay?
Yeah. So if you're thinking, I've never coloured, you know, a person or anything before, how do I get it to look, you know, like light and shade? So what I would say is, like I said before, I would just put a base layer of the lightest shade that you want to use over first. Do that to start with. So I did this stamp. We did a TikTok and Instagram with it, and
I'll get you on TikTok.
I know. I do some of our TikTok, our hobby maker TikToks.
I watch TikTok, but I haven't been on it.
One of our marketing ladies, Olivia, she said, I didn't know Santa was bold. I was like, I don't know if he is, but he is in this
He's
stamp.
not got his hat on, hasn't he?
Yeah. So is it the fur of his hat, or is he does he actually have hair underneath? So you'll see, I've literally just put one layer over that.
And that looks good as it is.
Yeah, it does. But then, if you then want to add some depth and shade to him, so maybe you're wanting to make his cheeks a little bit rosier, just bring your colour, and I'm just working in small circular motions, and you'll see that will then darken that colour.
And it's so gradual, you're not going to make a mistake.
No. Maybe we'll bring a little bit of darkness over the top of his head. So you can see there how you can see the light here on his nose, but then maybe you want to just, like I say, if you go in very, very lightly, you can get in to that tiny area without covering the whole of his nose.
And you're using the same pen?
Yeah, I'm using the same pen. So then if I just bring some shade down on the side of his hands, maybe on the tips of his fingers.
I think this does away with that worry that if you go to another colour in another pen, is that going to be too dramatic?
No.
Is it going to be too dark? Use the same pen again.
Yeah.
You just get that
So
instant...
and if you then went over that again with the same tone, you're going to get a darker shade still. But you can bring in one of your others. So if you're then bringing in an area where you want it to be quite dark, so say we want it to be quite dark here, we'll bring this colour in, and you can see straight away. But then sometimes you might panic and think, oh, actually, that's too harsh. I didn't want such a difference between the two colours. So all you need to do then is go back into your lighter colour and then just go over it, and it will get rid of the harshness of... Can you see how that's then softened that?
And you've now made his head completely symmetrical and rounded.
That's it. And it sort of like it'll bring your characters, whether it's your animal, person, it brings them to life.
Honestly, these are in a league of their own, aren't they? They really are.
Yeah.
When it comes to quality that would normally cost you a fair few pounds. Today, we are doing the unthinkable in giving you Christmas cracker prices on every pack that we have from COPIC. This is their new home. Hobby Maker, we're going to be stockists of COPIC going forward, and the refills going forward. When you buy the pens, you never buy them again because you can refill them, and you can change if you need to. You probably never will, but if you wanted to, you can change the Japanese nibs as well. $24.99. Now, where are we on the availability on this now, Alex? A quarter of the entire stock is checked out, but more of you have got them in your baskets as well. Skin tones, fur, hair, all that sort of thing. This has been put together by COPIC. Loads of you with this in your baskets. TES892. Can we see names, Alex? Is that possible? See if I can get names on the screen so I can just say hi to everyone that's thinking about it and put it in their baskets. There they are. Wendy in Surrey, Marion in Cambridgeshire, Margaret in Cumbria, Michelle in Northumberland, Susan in Lancashire, Samantha. Check out your baskets. I reckon this is going to be a sellout. And look at this red.
Yeah, so I was just going to show you another technique to do with your colouring. So I've just put one layer down, but then if obviously, like we've already said, you can keep going with the same colour.
Yeah.
But if you've only got the, you know, if you've just brought the 36 set, there's only one red in it. And then if you get to a point where you think, actually, I still want it a little bit darker, you can bring in other colours that will cover the area but won't, it'll shade it. So
could you put the brown nib on the red?
So no, what I tend to do, so say I want it dark here, if you put the brown down, you'll see that's made that area darker. And if I do the same there, that's made that darker. But then if you bring your red back in over the top, it'll change that now. So the browns give it the dark where you want it, but if you just bring your red back over the top, it covers the brown, but it allows you to be able to create that shade. So can you see how that's sort of give it the definition now that you want it to? Same sort of around here. If I bring some brown round, just where it would be darker as it's coming under his tummy, then if I go in with my red again, then it just will blend that colour out.
These are brilliant, aren't they? Aren't they just absolutely superb? $24.99 then if you want your portrait. We've got some more to show you as well that they've put together for us. Now, I'm a massive fan of monochrome, especially when it comes to like Santangle. The sketch that I did for charity a few years ago now was black and white. I know Sandra likes to bring in colour for her Santangle and things like that, which is great, and I love it, coloured and I love it plain. But if you're a fan of monochrome, and you love everything to do with greys and fawns and blacks and that sort of thing, then this is a specific colour collection for you. They call them warm grey tones. You've got a 0.3 fine liner, you've got a black, and then you've got all these different shades of grey. But remember, each one can at least be 3, maybe even 4 shades of that colour as well. So the potential, I mean, look at that Eiffel Tower sketch there, that wonderful lantern sketch there as well. If that's the sort of art that you love to do, in different shades of grey, different shades of black and fawn. We're going down from $32.49. This collection, I think, I'm predicting this is going to be a popular one as well.
I would say alongside whatever of your colours you've gone for, with your nudes, a grey is an essential.
$23.99. And none of these greys or blacks, well, the black probably is in the collection, but none of the other colourways are in the set of 24 or the set of 36. But look at what you can do.
Yeah.
Wow.
If I don't know if the overhead will pick this up, but if you see there, that's the same stamp, but I've just coloured it 2 different ways. So this I've just coloured in my everyday colours. This I've used the warm greys, but it gives it a completely different effect. It's almost like a photograph, isn't it?
It is,
and I love that. I love that effect that you can do with them. They're great for, you know, if I just bring that back, I know it's not finished, but if you're then wanting to create some shading and shadowing, you can then bring them in around these areas that then sort of like brings it to life. Along the top of your, you know, this snow, you can use them along there to give some dimension to the snow on there and a bit here. The greys you're going to use for all kinds of things like this. So like I say, whether you're going to colour in sort of a full image and have that sort of grayscale effect, or just for your shadowing around your images and on your portraits and things.
So as ultimately the biggest COPIC fan I know, with the biggest COPIC pen collection that I know, if someone's gone for the 36 or the 24, would you recommend going for the pastel, so the portraits and the greys?
Yeah, I definitely. Because I think then you're covered for, like I say, most things. You know, your grey tones are great for if you are somebody that's an artist and you sketch. They're great for that because they give you that pencil effect, but you're doing it in alcohol ink, so it's a different medium for you
Absolutely.
to work with. They're just, I can't tell you how much I love them because they are the best of the best, and
Well,
you're gonna treat yourself. It is a treat.
Now, lots of you are checking out now on the grey tones. Julie recommends if you have gone for the 24 set of the multicolour or the 36 set, these, either one or both, if you could run to it, will be your next best friend. None of these colours are repeated in the set of 24 or 36, apart from the black. You will get, I mean, let's face it, the black one's probably going to be one that you'll use again and again and again and again. So it's good to have more than one of those anyway. But $23.99 for your grey tones. If you want your portraits for hair, skin, that is $24.99. And remember, these are all reduced prices. There's no guarantee next time we do a COPIC show that these prices can be repeated. So take advantage of them. They should have been $32.49. Earlier today they were. We had a chat with Scott and he said, okay, let's do something special for the show. It's only the second show we've ever done. Now we've got 5 more items to show, have we? Oh. Now we've got the pastels and we've got the brights. Right, now, this is your 5+1 set. So this is basically 5 of the double-ended pens, again, wedge end and brush end, and a 0.3 fine liner in black. So if pastels are your thing, maybe you love doing flowers, spring tones, that sort of thing. We've got, I'll tell you what, let's do both together. FDS 840, if you want the pastels, that is $37.49, but we're going to bring it down. Here we go. Let's get that price down because we'll show you the brights in a second as well. A bit like, when we're doing American craft cardstock, there's pastels and brights in the cardstock. $29.99 for the pastels, and that's FDS 840. And if you've gone for the pastels, you may well want to treat yourself to the brights as well. Remember, these colours are not in the set of 24, so don't worry about repeating some of the other colours. Same price, we'll get that down to $29.99 for the brights. So it's whether you're a brights or a pastel sort of person, you choose. That's K, isn't it? KES 838 if you want your brights.
If I show you
Are you a brights or pastel person?
I like both, but I was just going to show you. Yeah, I do. I mean, I'd probably, if I had to choose, I'd probably go pastel, but that's just because I like the more softer, muted tone to them. But on those, if you see, that's the pastels, that's the brights.
Right.
So I've coloured the same stamp again, different, depending on the colours that I've got within the sets. But you get a completely different effect each time. So,
Absolutely.
But yeah, I was just going to show you, I was just going to colour this flower. This is with the pastels. So they've still got that intense colour, even though they're a little bit softer. So I'm just going to go over that area there. But just to show you how, like I say, if this is the only set you buy, you can still create shade just with the pens, just by going over areas, so several times. Can you see the difference between that? And then this I would want quite dark because it's sort of like a fold, so you go over that, round your outside. And the more times you do this, the more depth you're going to get on your petals, because it's going to be darker every time. And you just keep going, really. And then if you want this area lighter, you just go over this area once.
I just can't believe the coverage you get.
Yeah, and they're so juicy. The ink in them is so juicy.
And also the nibs are spectacular. You always see people say the best nibs out there are the Japanese brush nibs, and that's what these are.
They are.
Both the wedge is a Japanese nib, so is the brush.
Yeah. So
I've never seen, I mean, it may be the case with other brands, I'm not sure, but I've never actually seen the same pen going over it twice, changing the colour.
I know, and it changes it so dramatic. The more times you do it, the more definition you're going to get between your colours. So.
And it's not saturating the paper,
no.
It's not making the card wrinkled.
Like I say, it's super smooth still. It's not sort of creating that bubbling effect. Like I say, sometimes the more sort of like moisture you put on the card, it damages the fibres, and then they start to like pucker and lift. It won't do that, and you could go over that 20 times and it won't.
Wow. That's the impressive nature of the quality of COPIC.
That's the quality, yeah.
And can I also, we've got 2 more things I think to show you that we haven't shown you yet. If you like to colour on the move, then COPIC have put this into the show. We've put this into the show. This is a Sense bag. So it's basically a black pencil case, very stylish, but perfect, of course, for keeping your pens as well, especially if you're going down to the riverbank in the spring or going maybe away at Christmas and you just want to do some sketching out of the window, that sort of thing. The fantastic quality this as well. It's made from a canvas with a carry handle too. We're going down from $11.49 on this to under £10. So all of your pens, whether they be COPIC or another brand that we do here at Hobby Maker, can go in there. Your pencils can go in there as well if you've got any Santangle pencils or anything like that. You know, great for the kids for school as well, but great for artists. I mean, it's a top quality storage case basically, and it's £9.99, and great that it's got a handle on it as well. So that's SBS 850, SBS 850. 2 more fine liners that we have available, which I haven't got in front of me, but they are available if you go to the website. And then all the prices have fallen on the website right now. We've got a single of the 0.3, a multi-liner in 0.3 in black, and that should be £6.49. If you want that on its own today, we're going to £5.99. So we're taking 50p off that price if you just want a fine liner in a 0.3 mil with COPIC's quality ink inside, archival. It's not going to fade if it's actually put in a frame, put on a wall in the sunshine. It's going to last. Archival ink is what basically legal documents are signed with and laws have been signed with for years. So £5.99 is your price, FYS 883 for that one. That's for the 0.3. And if you want the 1 mil, slightly thicker, then we've got that one for you. That's going to be £5.99 as well. And then we've given you everything. As soon as we put it on the screen, the price drops on the website. So all the prices on the website now are exact what you're going to be paying, okay? We've all dropped with the wonderful Christmas cracker prices. The price drops are on the website right now if you've missed any of them. Now, we sold out of the 36 very, very early on, straight away. No mess in there. So if you missed that, this is another opportunity to see the 24, which has been, again, remarkably, well, not remarkably, obviously very, very popular. None of the colourways in this are replicated in the other bundles that we've shown you. So if you are going for maybe the greys or you're going for the portraits or anything, you aren't going to get multiples of the same apart from maybe a black. But there you've got 24 different colourways. As Julie brilliantly demonstrated, go over one layer with a second and that colour changes, goes slightly darker. Go over it a third time, it changes, it goes slightly darker. I mean, I'll just show you the colour chart again. This is what Julie has put together for us. So there you can see one of these shades. Layer 1, go over it again, that's the next shade you're going to get. Next shade you're going to get with the third layer of the same pen.
Yeah.
So you've got multiple pens really in one pen.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Definitely. So, and the more you go, the more you're going to get. So you go 4, you go 5, you go 6, you're getting 6 shades of the same colour.
Yeah.
That's like 6 individual pens you would have to buy or have. You know, I've had pens in the past where you've had to buy the shades individually. And you buy per pen and they're like £2.50 a pen. It soon tots up because you want them all to blend, but you've got to buy them individually. These, they blend just with the one pen. And of course it comes in the organiser container as well, which keeps them all nicely arranged. Obviously, when you're using them and you're not using them, store them on the side because obviously they're double-ended, so you don't want the ink to go to one end and not the other. But if you want this set, what was the price originally, Alex, on this? £137.49 was the price earlier today. That's what we should have gone to air with, but thanks to our MD Scott, we've done a fantastic Christmas deal on this for this show. Whether it'll be this price next time it's on air, I've got no idea. You may not be feeling so generous in the new year after Christmas, I don't know. $99.99, and it's on 4 split pays, so that's $24.99 today is all you have to pay, and these will be shipped straight away. They're in our warehouse here at Hobby Maker, and they'll be with you in the next few days. If it is a gift for someone, they'll love you for it. Because honestly, until you try COPIC pens, there's nothing quite like them. No, there isn't. There isn't. And like I say, I have probably owned most brands of pens because I love to colour and stamp and colour and all of that kind of thing. But since I've had these, like I say, these are now my go-to because they just give me the finish that I want every single time I use them. They don't disappoint. No. You know, and I've had mine probably 18 months now and they're still as juicy as the day that I opened the packet. I love the fact that you've got the storage there with them. Yep. So you can keep them like this all the time. Like you say, I have mine on the side so that they're horizontal, so the ink stays in the middle. But then if I'm going out and about, I'd use my pencil case, but just take the colours that I know I'm going to need for whatever I'm doing. Perfect. And then I always put them back in there, keep them all together. You can see these are mine. I've sort of organised mine now so they're a bit more. I mean, whether you're buying so I can grab them straight away for fun, because you want to
used the best, or maybe you're buying them because someone in your family is starting college or going to fashion college or whatever it might be. Now, Sandra Rushton, lovely Sandra, she watches all the time, and Sandra says, hey, Dave and Julie, love these pens. This is where Julie first saw them being used and went to ask Sandra where she got them from. She says, I've had mine for years and have never let me down. Sandra, you're a star. Thank you ever so much. It's so great that we've got Sandra with us on Hobbymaker, but it's also fantastic that we've got now COPIC with us on Hobbymaker as well. If you want these or anything else and you've missed the show, you can watch the show back on our website easily, anytime. But also, you can watch the show back on the app, and you can also just go to the website and see everything that's available. The only thing that's sold out is the pack of 36, which we'll try and get back.
Yeah, hopefully we'll have.
Oh, and the colourless blender sold out as well.
Oh, yes.
Yep. But we've still got pack 24. We've still got the portraits. We've still got the greys. That's live at 7 o'clock nearly. So what will be the state of play in the morning when the show gets repeated? I'm not quite sure. Julie, you've been a star. Brilliant.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
See you again soon.
Yes, see you soon.
By the way, if you want the portraits, be quick. There's not many of those left, I've just been told.
Definitely get those.
Last final live hour of the evening then. The lovely cat from Hunkydory is on the way. We're talking about how to get the most out of your dies and some new ways of using them, but also a great celebration die set that you're not going to want to miss. That's on the way next. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobbymaker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
If you're shopping here at Hobbymaker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker. When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Evening all, it's your Thursday team this Thursday evening with myself, Dave. We've got Alex, no, he's not directing, he's producing. Dan's directing. We've got Becky on camera too. There they are, look, they're your team tonight. They're with you right the way through until 8 o'clock. We'll hear from the guys at Gem Collector before the end of the hour, as well as what they've got coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. But before we do any of that and talk about that, let us talk about Hunkydory. Now, Kat's been here all afternoon and she's hung around for the last show today. Great to see you.
You too.
Saturday on a Thursday.
Saturday on a Thursday. Yeah, very confusing.
Very confusing, absolutely. Now, we've got something that's a bit special for you here because, you know dies and your die cutting machine, you're probably very familiar with using them in a certain way, and you've probably used them in the same way for years and years and years, as we all have. But I didn't realise there are so many ways that you can use your dies to use them to do different things. So in this first collection, you're not only going to get an amazing die collection, you're also going to get a book, and I'll talk about the book in a minute. But let me show you the dies you're going to get first of all. This is the ultimate celebration collection, because what about this? These are the cutest things ever. Bunting, you think of bunting in the windows, you think about bunting maybe on the patio in the spring. Do you think about bunting on your cards? Why not? Make your cards personal, with names, with ages, and numbers, and verses, and celebrations, and best wishes. Look at this, just married. How cool is that? This is going to give you the personalisation, but in bunting form. Oh, it's been a long time since that happened. I'm nearly double that now, crikey. Yeah, 58, mate, 58. Shine bright, look at that. Look at that. I know I've got the mind of a 21-year-old, but yeah, body of a 58-year-old. So that's the first thing. I mean, I love those bunting. They're great tiles.
They are going to be so useful for everything.
I've got some more here. Well done. Now, not only do you get the bunting in this and the book, you're also going to get these. You're going to get your ultimate present pile. How many houses will have piles like that in the next day? Well, a few days or whatever. And then you've also got your beautiful balloons, and you've even got the bows that you can put on your prezzies as well. So this is a complete celebration. I always think nothing says celebration more than bunting does, really.
No, absolutely, yeah. And you can add it to anything and it automatically makes it a celebratory factor, doesn't it?
It really does. Now, as well as those dies, you're also going to get this. Now, this is something that Hunkydory do so well. This is your guide to die cutting. Now, I said, I'll be honest with you, I said earlier on to Kat, I said, well, if people have had that die cutting machine for years, they know how to die cut. And she said, well, yeah, but there are so many different ways of using dies that maybe Kat didn't realise. Yeah. I didn't realise. You won't realise at home. And can you just give us a little flick through it? Because there's lots of things you can do that I never thought you could.
Yeah, absolutely. So it starts at the beginning with the basics. So an introduction to die cutting. What is a die? Because we have tailored it for everybody across the board. So if you are brand new to die cutting, this is going to be really helpful. If you've been die cutting for years, I promise there's things in here you might have done at one point, but you've probably forgotten about, and it's going to reignite that imagination and really get you crafting in a different way with your dies again.
So you can kind of revisit your dies and use them in different ways.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's going to give you lots of inspiration as well. So we go through the different kinds of die cutting machines, your manual machines, your electronic machines. What are the different plates that you're going to use? Now, we know that there's lots of different machines on the market that all have different plates in different configurations. So it's going to explain to you that the first thing you want to do is practice with your machine and find out what works out best. We can't give you a guide for every single machine out there. Then we go on to handy tools and accessories. So all the things that you're going to be wanting to use to make your die cutting as easy as possible and make it really, really easy for you. So things like your die brush, your low tack tape, and how to use your embossing folders as well. And then we go through materials that can be used with dies, and lots of these are featured throughout the book as well, so you're getting a good insight to what's coming up and what you can get ready if you want to play. How to use a die cutting machine, again, does what it says on the tin. And then we give you a little brief overview of the essential dies within this book and what we think are essential dies, Hunkydory. So although this is launching as a bundle with our Party Time dies, it's not exclusive to our Party Time dies. They do feature in here, but with lots of other collections as well. Terrific. And of course, you can use any dies to do the techniques that are in here. Ways to use your nesting dies. So nesting dies are the core of die cutting.
Absolutely. And
they're such a great starting point. They're easy to cut, but there are so many things you can do with them, and this is going to run through them for you. So creating panels on a card. So this is giving you a sneak peek of some new nesting dies we've got coming up for you later.
They're in the show. They're in the show. They're on the way.
Creating shaped card blanks, obviously you do that with your nesting dies, creating frames with your nesting dies, and creating apertures with your dies. Fancy apertures and fussy cutting with your dies. You're using your dies and combos, which are the set that we do that have the big chunky die sentiment, and then the accompany matching stamps with them as well.
It's everything you needed to know about dies, but we're afraid to ask.
Yeah, absolutely. Using them on the edge. Splitting the card with combo dies, using our on the edge dies. We launched some of the new ones of these on Tuesday, so that's really fantastic too. How to create an aperture, creating panels. So how to tile using a smaller die and building it up so you get bigger and bigger backgrounds. How to emboss using a die. Now, if you go back to the show from 2 o'clock, I show you how to make this card. So this is not fully cutting through, it's just to give you that embossing effect. Paper piecing with dies, how to partially cut using a die. Hopefully I'm going to show you a demonstration how to partially cut later.
I just love Hunkydory's books because they're so comprehensive. They're so inspirational as well because the illustrations are so good, the photography is great, and the explanation is always brilliant.
Absolutely. A great one that we love to go back to is how to make a stamp from your dies. So hopefully I might get a chance to show you that later as well. Snipping into your die cuts, adding depth with your dies, creating shadow effects with your dies, creating a picture with your dies, using fancy frames. There is so much you can do. And then we go on to our little books, so using your dies and little books.
Well, already,
this is another great technique, the emboss one.
We've got loads of interest. Remember, you're not just getting the book. That would be a very expensive book at $59.96. You're getting the dies as well. Remember, you're going to get the dies that allow you to make these fantastic cards with your balloons. Let me just show you some of the finished cards of the balloons, for example. You can, of course, use them completely independently, go left to right. You can have them as like a balloon cluster. I mean, this is just pure joy, isn't it? Pure joy and celebration. Using maybe your COPIC pens or any of the, your alcohol pens or whatever that you've got from Hunkydory as well. You can colour in those balloons beautifully. You've then got your mirrored card. Look at that. Isn't that brilliant? So you can have multiple balloons going if you want to. And then the present pile, you can decoupage that, make it very three-dimensional. You've got the dies to give you the bows on the presents, of course, as well. How brilliant are these? Aren't they lovely? So you get your presents, you get your balloons, you get your bunting, which for me is the most exciting thing because now you can personalise. It could be someone's nickname that you want to put on a birthday card. It could be your business name. It could be your web address. It could be someone's age. It could be anything at all. You've got the little flags that are card-sized so that you can now... You also use them in your scrapbooking and journaling as well. They look fantastic. $59.96. No. No. This is the deal for all of it, including that brilliant book, which will make you use your dies in ways that you've probably never even realised. CYHD91 is the price, or is the product code. The price is only £44.99 for all of those. I mean, balloons are for every celebratory occasion you can think of. So are the wrapped up presents as well. That could be wedding presents, it could be birthday presents, Christmas presents, anniversary presents, doesn't matter. So these are dies you're going to use again and again and again, but my top tip is the bunting there. If you want them individually, I believe they are available individually on the website, which we'll actually put on the website for you so you can see them. If you just want the bunting, that's fine. If you just want the balloons, that's fine. Here's your bunting. On its own, $19.99, AYHD 49. If that's all you want, under 20 quid, please do feel free to enjoy that. Just a little bit of baker's twine will hold them together and yeah, spell out whatever you want to spell out. So that's AYHD 49. If you just want the balloons, we've got those on their own. £14.99 for the balloons on their own. There we go. And then lastly, if you want the presents and bows, we've got those on their own as well. And there we go. That's $14.99. HLHD 18. And the book to get the most out of your dies, if you want that on its own, that's $9.99. But remember, if you buy it in the big collection, you're getting the book for nothing and a good portion of one of those die sets for nothing as well. But if you want the book on its own, there it is. $9.99, a zipper magic, there it appears. QZHD 15, £9.99 for your Moonstone Guide to die cutting from Hunkydory. But put it all together, and maybe if you want the dice for yourself and you want to give the book to somebody else, that's absolutely fine, split it up. But the deal, remember, for everything, you get an extra, I think it's about £15 off, isn't it? Yeah, down from $59.96, tumble that price down to £44 and 99p. So yeah, £15 saved. So that's more than the cost of the book saved and a good portion of one of those die sets saved as well. Great deal.
It's a fantastic deal and there's so much inspiration for you there. And it's just one of those that you look at it and so many ideas pop into your head. Now, great for all year.
We have got the nesting dies in the show, but I think we'll do a demo first, shall we? Is that all right?
Should we do a demo first?
Let's do a demo first.
Let's,
yeah.
Absolutely. So, excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh, don't know where to start. I am going to start. I know we have got some of this coming up in the show later with a wonderful selection of colours from our new Matastic. Sorry, I've got something in my throat.
Got a glass of water.
So, they are all A4 sheets. I've already chopped into these. I'm just not wasting what I've already used. But what I'm going to do is cut all these down to, I think, let me see if I can remember correctly. They should just be under, yeah, just under, just over 7 inches. Okay. And I've chopped them down in that direction, and then we are going to chop them to 1 inch. And we're just going to create kind of that rainbow kind of effect.
And this is the brand new Matastic.
This is the brand new Matastic, yeah. So just work your way through, and we're just going to chop them all into inch strips, and then we are going to build them up. So I'm going to go, they're not perfect rainbow colours, but I'm going to try and build them as close as possible. So we're going to go red, Richard, I'm going to do Richard of York, red, orange, yellow, green.
I can never remember that rhyme.
Richard of York gave battle in vain.
That's it. I can never remember that.
And then I'm going to cheat and we're going to go pink and that. So there we go. And then I'm just going to take some tape. I'm just going to use finger lift here. Obviously be a bit neater than I am. Straighten them up, get them all nice and straight, and we're just going to join them all together. That one's gone a bit gappy, but you'll get the final effect. Mm-hmm. We're just going to get them all together, nice and straight.
Now, the adorable scorable, by the way, the new Matastic, we've got the deal. We launched it with Natalie the other day, actually, while you're just doing the sticking now. I'll just show everybody this. You've got the option of going for 30 sheets, all different colours, one of each colourway, for $9.99. Don't do that. Don't buy that. Go for the 60, because you only pay $14.99 for 2 of each colour. You get double the quantity for £5 more. And it is adorable scorable, but it's the Matastic, so you can ink it, you can distress it, you can do all your effects on it, and do what, of course, Kat's doing with it as well. So, yeah, and it's double the quantity. Why pay nearly £20 when you can get 60 sheets for $14.99 and 1 P&P for the whole day of $3.95? So perfect.
So we've got this nice large area to work with here. So I'm making sure that I am going to use the rest of this. I'm going to put my balloon die over there and we're just going to tack it down. Make sure you leave a little bit of a border because we are going to be really, really frugal with this piece of card. You've put the effort to make all those stripes. We're going to use as much of it as we possibly can.
Great.
So we are going to tack that down. And we are just going to make this through our die cutting machine Make sure that metal plate's in because we've got those bits of tape on there.
Also,
Now,
when you're cutting through adhesive as well, you recommend using the metal shim?
you don't have to, but it just ensures that
Right.
you're going to get through, hopefully, that first time. And I've used the double-sided tape with this one because it is going to help me adhere it later on as well, so it's dual purpose.
Right.
So we'll take this out of here. And you're going to we're going to pop this out. Now you could keep these little inner bits for paper piecing back into another project. Imagine if you then cut this again out of black and pop these multicoloured balloons back in inside there. There's so many different uses you could use this. But we're going to take this out and we're going to end up with this really cute rainbow effect.
So you've got the positive and the negative, haven't you, really?
You have, yeah. So that's it. So, like, if you wanted, like I said, to cut this out of black and then put the rainbow bits back inside and paper it up, that would be back up. So we're going to do this. Just make sure all my little pieces are right there. And like I said, the beauty of this is now it's already taped for us on the back.
Yep.
Because trying to get adhesive on there is not going to be the easiest.
What a great way of doing
easiest.
it.
Yeah. So we're going to do that. And then we are going to reuse this. And we're going to use this to do our mat and layer for the back of the card. So this should be, we're just going to trim it down to 7 inches. It's just under. I must have already trimmed that in anticipation. And we'll trim that to 5. So that, even though we've got this out the middle, we're going to mat and layer over the top, so nobody's going to see that, but we'll still have that great rainbow detail coming through.
Yeah.
And then with this piece, we are going to take our bunting die. Now, I'm going to use the bunting slightly differently here. You've seen lots of examples of it used how it should be on the cards.
Yep.
So let me just put these up so I can see them in the right order. And I did do a demo using the bunting to the full effect in the earlier show. So this time, all I'm going to want is like the middle bits, the little letters out of the thing. So I am going for Jen is 30.
Okay.
And this just shows how you can personalise it. So I'm
You
going to
can
try
have fun
and
with
lay
personalisation.
try and lay these over.
Could be someone's nickname,
Yeah.
an unusual spelt Christian name.
So we can get a couple of colours within each of those letters. It might work better on some than others, but we're just having a play around. Lay them up on there. I'm going to have to tack these down. Let me get my...
Hunkydory washi tape.
low tack tape. Let's pop this down. It was on the previous show.
Oh, okay. So that should be on the website now if you want to have a little look for it, or on the app.
So we are going to get this down here. So we're going to pop that down. And we're going to drop that on there. Again, let's go through with that. We're just going to run this through the die cut machine.
So each of the dies are little flags. Not only cut the flags out, but it also cuts the letters out as well. So you've got the positive and the negative of those.
Absolutely. So let's pop these out of here. Let's get these off. I'm just going to try and keep this together just for a moment while I do my mat and layer. So I've just brought in, one little sneaky one escape there.
Rogue one.
Rogue one. So I'm just going to take some black stamping card, but you could just use your black adorable scoreable as well. And we're just going to cut this down to a mat and layer. So just under what we had there. That 7 was a little short before, so I'm just going to double check that I've got this right. Yeah, so we've just got this beautiful rainbow border on there now.
And it means that you're not wasting anything, you're not throwing that away. You look at that and think, well, what can I use that for? There's lots of ways of using it.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add some construction glue. I'm not going to go in the middle bit because
I think we're out of stock of construction glue, aren't we?
I know I'm very, very naughty, but I've got to do it. So let's just pop that on there. And then I need to find where I've put that original die cut. So we know we've got lots of bits of the finger lift hidden on the back here. I'm just going to take a few off just so you get the idea on this one. But this is what was great by putting those bits of adhesive on to hold the cardstock together.
That. Brilliant.
It's already on there for you. So in real life, you take all those bits off, but we're going to pop that down in the middle.
I mean, although that is a relatively thin outline, look at how vibrant that rainbow looks. Really effective.
It is.
Against the black.
So I'm just going to pop a couple of these little letters out of here. She says she's trapped them all in with that tape. We're going to pop them out, and then we're just going to use, there might, if you're lucky, be a little bit of tape on the back of them, but if not, you can just go in with your purple glue and pop them on. So I think 30 would be around there. Ooh. Need a little bit not rushing like I am here.
I mean, tweezers for those would probably be a good idea, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would.
Or if you've got any of those little pickup tools that lots of you have got from us in the past.
Yeah. So you just go through and write your message into the balloons, and when you are all done, you should end up with something that looks a little bit like this.
Oh, I love it. Jen is 30.
She is. So I'm just going to finish with a couple of our gemstones. I did mean to pick up some purple ones, but just some that pick up the colours that we've used in the design, just to really make this pop, just be really random.
You've still got,
around the design.
those solid balloons, which you're not going to throw away, and you've also still got the flags of the bunting over.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you could easily do a 2-for-1 card with this.
Or you could do a next year's birthday card at the same time.
Yeah, that would be great, yeah. Just cut a 1 and then you're all done to go. So we just pop that onto a card blank. It would be 5x7, and you just...
Isn't that amazing? Now, the options we've got for you, remember, in this show, this is the last live show of the day, by the way, and I know Kat's been here since the early part of the afternoon, and they've been incredibly popular shows. Let me show you what you're going to get, because you get, to start off with, the bunting die set, every letter of the alphabet, every number you need as well, and you've also got your question mark, your exclamation mark, your and, your dash in there as well, and your plain flags, which you can personalise yourself as well. And of course, it cuts the actual shape of the flag out, but it also cuts out the letter. So you've got the positive letter which pops out, so it leaves the kind of opening, and you can paper piece them if you want to with different colourways. You've then got your balloons, which gives you that wonderful outline, that we showed you on the last card. But then, of course, it gives you the solid balloons. It cuts those out as well at the same time. So again, you can paper piece those or use them on a different project. So there's absolutely no waste. It's like a twofer. You're getting 2 different uses out of each card that you're making, or each card that you're cutting with the die, which is pretty amazing. So again, total celebration. This one's been paper pieced here as well. Isn't that beautiful? So you get the die set for the balloons, you get the die set for the bunting, and you get the die set for the presents, and you've got the separate dies that cut out the bows to put on the presents as well. And you can be making cards like this with just an age on it, let's say. How amazing is that? And of course, you can actually, although that's not been done with the bunting, you can actually use the letters from the bunting to spell out happy birthday as well if you wanted to too. And there's the presents on this one as well. But it's not just these dies you're going to be getting in this collection. You're also going to be getting the really brilliant Get the Most Out of Your Die Cutting book, the guide to die cutting. You think, well, I've been die cutting for years. I know how to die cut. Yeah, but did you realise you could do different techniques? Make your dies into stamps. That's one thing that Kat said earlier on, using some funky foam. You can use them to emboss if you get the plate formations correct. So there's lots of ideas and tips that even if you've been crafting for years, you may not realise you can do with the dies that you've already got in your collection. The whole thing, you're not paying for the book. The book's free because we're giving you £15 off, and that's worth £9.99, and you get a chunk of money off the dies as well, down to £44.99 for all of that, which I think is just great. If you're looking for a celebratory investment, you can't do much better than this collection. And just like here, for example, a new baby card. We've got 21 today, So it's personalisation, but in a really novel, unique and fun way. And they'd look great in scrapbooking pages, of course, as well. You can spell out the name of the island you went to on holiday, or the resort you went to on holiday, or whatever it might be. People's nicknames. Happy anniversary, Matilda. There we go. It's Matilda's anniversary. How about that? And then, again, it was a long time ago, but thanks for the sentiment. $44.99 gets you all of that. And if I show you quickly the boards that they've given me for this as well, well, I like this one. Shine bright. So put some gold mirror card behind the actual flags. Isn't that lovely? Love that. So there's your flags for your bunting. There's your balloons and there's your presents. But of course, you've got the positive and the negative of all of that bunting and all the balloons, of course, there as well, plus the book. $44.99. Now, one thing I've not shown you yet, but we do nod to it in the book, are these brand new nesting dies. Now, these were popular earlier on, Kat, weren't they?
They are absolutely beautiful. And we always love a new nesting die to add to the collection.
Absolutely. Now, these have got, as you can probably see, circular cut-in detail around the edge. Now, $39.98, so they're $19.99 a set, which for nesting dies of that quality and that quantity is pretty amazing. And just to show you a couple of finished cards here that Kat's given me. Look at this. Natalie's made this one from the Hunkydory team. But look at the difference, having the circles around the edge. If you wanted to, you could put some baker's twine through those holes if you wanted to.
Oh, you
and
could,
thread it.
yeah, or some really thin ribbon, definitely.
Yep. What about more than one layer? 3 layers of the circular, or is that 4? That's actually 4 layers, isn't it? 4 layers, mats and layers make all the difference. So the circles and the rectangles, you get both of them, and we're going to give you a discount. $19.99 on their own. If you buy the two together, and they work together so well, $34.98 for both. Brand new today, UGHD31, and they feature in the book, in the main collection as well. Do remember that. So UGHD31, and you can make all sorts with this. Oh, okay, it's great for apertures, it's great for mats and layers, it's great for making your own card blanks. I mean, these are just essential dies, aren't they?
Absolutely essential. Your nesting dies are going to find a place every single day that you die cutting, but I love that we're venturing into these ones now with the fancier edges just to give it that extra little bit of je ne sais quoi.
And I've got a few more here. I've got a whole box full of finished cards I just want to show you so you get an idea of how versatile they are and to give you an idea of the sort of thing you can do with them. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Those rectangular ones used as basically message tiles. 3 different nesting styles on the top, the middle and the bottom. Here we are using them as backgrounds. Oh, up the wrong way. Here we've got the circular ones. Aren't they lovely? This is great. I love this. I think that's my favourite. Craft card and white card.
Yeah, it's just such a classic combination, isn't it? And then that black really makes it pop.
$34.98 gets you both sets. And I think there's, how many dies are there in total then? You've got 8 in the rectangular and you've got 9 in the circular. So there's 17 dies for £34.98. They're big dies as well. UGHD31 is the product code. Now, Stephanie, hello Stephanie, thank you for getting in touch. Sandra, sorry. Oh no, it is Stephanie in Peterborough. Hi Stephanie, good evening. Can you buy the book separately at all? Thank you. Yes. Yes, you can. Absolutely, Stephanie. If you want the book on its own, £9.99. If maybe you've been die cutting for a long time and you just know you don't use your dies in as many ways as possible, this is a guide. Moonstone guides from Hunkydory are brilliant. There's some for ink pads, there's some for pens, there's some for paints, there's some for everything. And they do, it's like having a tutor with you, isn't it, really?
Yes, very much so, yeah.
And the whole team get involved in making
Yeah,
these.
we did, especially with this book as well. The whole creative team had a hand put in it. So you're getting lots of people's ideas and inspiration in there.
I mean, just looking at the back, creating an owl card with dies. I mean, how would you start to make that? Well, if you've got dies, you can do it. Circular dies, using fancy frames, creating shadow effects with the dies, how to do the drop shadow effect that you've seen, I'm sure, lots of times on Hobbymaker, snipping in die cuts, creating a stamp from a die and foam. Yeah, make your dies into stamps. How do you do that? It's in the book. Not going to show you anymore. But $9.99 if you want that. QZHD 15. QZHD 15. Right, Kat.
Okay. So I'm going to combine our new nesting dies and a technique that you might find in a book, but just put on a slight little angle for you. So I am going in again with our Matte-tastic. I'm going to take this beautiful spearmint colour here. We are going to cut this down to 10 inches by 5 inches. And this is going to make a basic 5-inch card blank shape, but we're going to fold it back just a little. So first of all, we're going to score this at 5 inches. And then to create a fold back, we're just going to score this again at 2.5 inches. And this is just going to create us a basic fold back if I fold it in the right direction. There we go. So the aim of this now is to do some partial die cutting. So I am going to take my new nesting die, I'm going to place it over here, but I only want it to cut on this side of the cardstock. So the first thing I'm going to do, if you're just using a straight edge, you can place this wherever you want, but because I know I've got these little holes going around here, I'm going to try and line my score line up in between two of the holes, so I'm not going to end up with an ugly finish. We're going to pop this down, I'm going to secure it in place.
And remember, this is the brand new colourway for 2023, or 2024, beg your pardon, of the adorable scoreable Matte-tastic, okay? And the Matte-tastic hasn't got a coating on it. You can add your distress inks and do all sorts of effects on it, but it's still got the bendy ink technology.
So, this is the tricky bit now. I'm going to get my plates together, and this is where you need to try and get them as close to the edge as possible, all lined up. And then we are going to pop this right over the edge of the board. So now it's only going to cut to where the edge of the board is. It's not going to cut past that because there's no pressure for it to do so. So
it's tips like this you'll get in the book.
Yes, yeah. Just to help, I'm going to secure that in place with a little bit more of the low tack tape just directly onto the sheet. So we're going to secure that on there, and then again layer up our plates, run this through.
Have you ever used your dies in this way before? That's what the book's all about, to give you ideas. You bought them, why not, get the most out of them? Makes sense.
And we will pop this out, fingers crossed. You know when you start doubting yourself halfway through?
Yeah.
We're going to pop this off. Let's take our tape off carefully. Don't want to ruin the card. So, as I take this off, you can see it's not cut on that part of the...
So the bit that was sticking out from the plates hasn't cut, there's no pressure.
Hasn't cut. So when we put this back, then we go get this tape off me, and we fold it back, and hopefully then the magic will be revealed once I've stopped messing about with low tack tape. And let's just reveal, pop out your extra die cuts as possible.
Now this is the 3-in-1 tool actually. It's got the brush for cleaning out your die. It's also got the pokey tool and the little spatula in the end.
And
they're in stock too.
When we fold this back now, you've got this partial circle fold on the front of your card. Cool. So you could work that into an easel shape, or you could add another card at the back. There's so many different things you could do with that now. I'm going to pop this on the scoreboard to add some more detail into this left-hand side. So I'm going to turn it over, and then I'm going to score for the back so it's embossed rather than debossed. And I'm just scoring at every 1/4 inch.
This is a great effect actually. Well worth getting a scoreboard just to do something like this.
Definitely is, isn't it? I love doing that. So we're going to end up with something that looks a little bit like this. I'm going to take some of the pigeon blue. I'm going to skip a couple of steps because I would love to squeeze things in at the end. I've taken pigeon blue to the matte and layer size, just to pop that in there. And then I have die cut the circle, the next colour, sorry, the next size down in another corresponding colour. And this is it. I've picked 3 different colours out of our Matastic range here.
But don't they go together
and
well?
they go together so beautifully. So I've just used the score tool effect on this piece for the inside as normal.
I'll give you a flick through the colours of the Adorable Scoreable after we've done the demo, so you can see exactly. They're all brand new colours for this year and next year. So, oh, we've got 4 available of the construction glue. 6 bottles, £9.99. The first 4 of you to check out your baskets. I'm sure someone said to me earlier on today it was sold out, but we've got 4 available if you want it. YEHD04. Good luck. The first 4 will get it, and then it will be out of stock for a little while. So.
And then I've gone again with that pigeon blue, and I've die cut one of our, these are quite recent, our centrepiece sentiment dies that again feature in the book quite a lot.
Yeah.
And I've gone for Be Your Own Kind of Beautiful. I've just popped that on some foam pads. We're just going to pop that in the middle. And that is how we partial die cut.
I love that. And more tips like that in the book that's coming with the dies. Or if you want the book on its own, we were asked about that. It is available if you want the book on its own for $9.99, okay? We've got the details still on the screen of the tool. What we're going to now, can I quickly show you the colours of the Adorable Scoreable? Because this only launched the other day with Natalie. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these sold. You've got the option of going for 30 sheets, which I wouldn't buy myself. I really wouldn't. Because $9.99 for 30 sheets is great. But when you get 60 sheets, 2 of each colour rather than 1 of each colour for $14.99, it's like you're getting another 30 sheets half price. So that's the one that everybody went for. Look, these colourways are brand new. This is the 60, so it's a big wodge of cardstock that's coming your way. Delivered for $3.95 unless you've already bought something. Otherwise, that's a delivered price. But look at all the different shades of green that you've got in there as well. And this is not coated Adorable Scoreable. This is your Matastic. So if you don't want the shine and you want the versatility of being able to distress it, ink it, put your distress inks onto it, that sort of thing, create all sorts of wonderful effects. You can emboss it, you can sand it back. There's loads and loads of ways of using the Matastic, but it's still got the bendy ink technology. So just like the coated version that's got the shine to it, this is the matte version, but still bendy ink technology. 60 sheets for 40. What does that work out to a sheet, Alex? I can't do that math. $14.99 divided by 60. JMHD06, JMHD06, $14.99 gets you 60 sheets delivered for 1p, 24p a sheet for Adorable Scoreable.
Amazing, isn't it?
It is amazing. And just to know that when you crease it and score it, you haven't got that sudden worry that, ooh, if this cracks, I'm back to the drawing board. It won't. Bendy ink. You could go every couple of centimetres along the whole A4 and fold it backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. It will not crack. That's what it's all about. $14.99. Buy it and see why it's so good. JMHD06. And if you normally only bought the coated Adorable Scoreable, try the matte, because it means you can do more with it. You can just put more effects on it, can't you?
You certainly can, yes.
Fabulous. What was it you wanted to squeeze in?
I was going to try and make a stamp for you.
Oh, yeah, out of foam.
Yeah.
OK.
Do you want to...
Because that's one of the tips in the book. Remember, the main offer, if you just switched on, is the Moonstone Guide to Die Cutting, coming with these dies, coming with the balloons, coming with the presents, coming with the bunting. The bunting is just brilliant. They're diddly little flags, but remember, it also cuts out the letter. So not only have you got the flag, the letter is cut out separately. So you can use it as like a see-through letter and put some blank card behind it or mirror card behind it or something like that, or just leave it cut out. But you've then got the physical letter that you can use, like Kat showed you in the previous demo. So there's loads and loads, positive and negative for the balloons as well. And if you're not sure what I mean by that, look, there it is. Hang on a second. Yeah, you can have it with the outline, like we showed you with Kat in the last demonstration. I'm trying to find another one. Have you got your card there that you did right at the beginning?
Oh, I think
the rainbow
packed it
one.
away.
You packed it away.
The balloons?
Yeah, you can use the outline. That one there, thanks, Kat. So basically, you can use the balloon die like that, and then just use the letters that the bunting flags have cut out, And then that's not using the flags at all, and it's not using the solids of the balloon. But then, of course, you've not only got the outline, you've then got the die that's cut the solids. So you can fill them in, paper piece them, personalise them, put the flags on top if you want to. It's all about versatility, and you can use them in so many funky ways. There it is just with the cutout words. So you've still got the W, the E, the L, and the L as tiny letters, which you can put in a little envelope and use again later on. Or paper piece them in different colours, up to you. $44.99 gets you the book and everything. Remember, you're not paying for the book, because the book's worth $9.99. We're giving you £15 off the price, and you get another £5 off one of the die sets as well. So even if you don't want the book yourself, gift it to somebody else that you know who maybe's just started crafting or something like that. But I think you'll be, even if you've been crafting a while, there'll be loads of hints and tips in that book that you maybe didn't realise yourself. How to make a stamp out of a die.
Okay. And it's much simpler than it sounds. So all we're going to take is some of your like fun craft foam. You can pick this up anywhere. You know the stuff, the kids craft foam. Yeah, that funky foam. Take your die.
Yep.
Now I would recommend don't go overcomplicated with your dies on this. It's not something for your really, really intricate dies. But it will take something with a little bit of cut-in detail. But just don't overcomplicate it. And then we are just going to die cut it like normal. So let's pop this on here.
Maybe you realised that you could make stamps out of dies, or maybe you didn't. You're thinking, hang on, what sort of dies have I got up in my stash? What shapes that are quite simple have I got that I've never ever used as stamps? Get some funky foam from somewhere. I mean, it's readily available out there. We've probably got it on our website, to be fair. If not, you'll find it in the high streets, I'm sure, very easily. Just kind of, it's like toy foam, isn't it, really?
So this is going to be super quick. So we might have time to try and show you another technique as well.
Okay. More the merrier.
So we just pop that out of there. Now, I've been quite lucky that the one I managed to pick up from my stash at home was self-adhesive. So I can just pop it straight onto my block. But if, oh, it's not quite big enough for my block. Never mind, you'll still get the idea. Oh, that's annoying. And then you just ink it up as normal. Just make sure you get a really, really good coverage. Now, as you can see, my block is a little bit too small, so I might not get the perfect stamp here, but I will try my very bestest. We're making sure we're getting it on those things.
So all your dies now magically, but well, not all your dies, most of them become now stamps.
They do. So I'm just going to use this to try and add some pressure on those bits where I didn't have the pressure.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be perfect, but sometimes with this kind of look is what you want anyway. So, and then you get
look,
your star stamp.
At once.
And then of course you're going to get, it's going to soak in quite a bit of ink, so you can easily get your second and your third generation stamp.
You've turned the die into a stamp, and that's one of the tips and techniques in the book, but there are many, many, many more. The likes of Kat, obviously, and Pauline, and Natalie, and Anne-Marie, and Becca, all the brilliant team at Hunkydory, and the bosses, of course, Dan and everybody else, have all had their input into this book. So they, on their crafting journeys over the years, everybody kind of discovers new tips and tricks and techniques that maybe they'd never really thought of. And maybe those dies weren't actually originally made with that in mind, but they're all in there. All their knowledge, the Hunkydory knowledge, is in that book, together with these fantastic brand new dies today. And don't forget the nesting dies we've got, the circles and the rectangles. They're brand new today with a £5 discount if you go for both of them as well. What else do you want to show us then?
So the next one I'm going to go for is to show you a couple of things from the book. So this technique that I'm going for here, if I can find it, is the embossing and sanding back technique.
Embossing
so this,
what?
Embossing from the back, like die cutting from the back,
right.
But so it doesn't fully cut through, and then you like sand it back so you get this beautiful kind of translucent effect on the front. Now in the book we are using the Gemini machine, so it tells you how to do it with the Gemini machine, but like we always say, just have a play around with yours.
Yep.
So this is exactly what I'm going to do live on air here.
So presumably you want to take a plate or two away, so it doesn't cut all the way through. Right.
So I've got a couple of spare pieces because I'm not 100% it's going to work first time, but that's okay. This is what you need to do at home, is play around with it. So I'm taking that present die from before, and this time we are going to place, we want the white side, we want it to come through up onto the front.
Okay.
I think I might even take out, because I can always add it back in if it's too thick.
Now, if you want the
plastic shim there.
If you want the present dies on their own that come with the separate dies for the bows as well, that's only $14.99 if that's all you want. If you want the balloons on their own, they're available separately. If you want the bunting on its own, that's available separately. But the biggest offer where you save the most money, you're saving basically 15 quid. So think of it like you're getting one of those die sets free, or you're getting the book free and another £5 off one of the die sets. It's up to you.
So it felt a little bit loose just when I popped it in, so I've gone back and just added that metal shim in. And we'll see how we get on. But if you can't find the right combination with your plates, remember you can always add in sheets of paper as a bit of a shim and stuff as well. So I don't think that's had the effect that we want. So let's try adding this one back in.
So it's trial and error really, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. And you shouldn't be afraid
it's like
to do that.
It's like a car. Every car is different. Every car has its own personality. So does every die cutting machine and embossing machine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you got an electronic one at home or a manual one, or?
Yeah, I've got a little handheld manual one, and then I've got a big handy one. Now you see this one has cut it through a little bit too much, but I can still show you the effect. The idea is that it stays in the card stock, but we're going to get the same effect. So because we've cut through onto the top now, if we buff over here, we're going to pick up.
I suppose you could always pop it back into the aperture and put a bit of tape on the back.
Absolutely, of course you could, yeah. And then because it's pushing up those details into the front of the cardstock, it gives us a surface that we can now go and buff onto and give a completely different look. So again, it's just doing lots of different things with them. I think the colours I've picked there make it look a bit like sandpaper, but you get the idea.
Yeah, I get the idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, because obviously if it's got a white core, which the Matte-tastic would have, it's always going to kind of reveal that white, so it makes it kind of pop and makes it stand out.
Definitely.
So remember, if you want to go for, what have we got on the screen at the moment? We've got the Moonstone Dies, that's the Presents one. So the Presents is basically that there. That's what you're going to get for $14.99, okay? If you want the balloons, that's available separately as well. If you want the book on its own, we did get asked about that, $9.99 for the book, that's available as well. And we've also got the bunting on its own too, which that's what I'm most excited about, the banner bunting. I just think that's lovely because now you can personalise cards, you can personalise pages in scrapbooks and journals. They're just the right size, they're not too big. And of course you also not only get the actual flags, you also get the letters that come out of the middle of the flags as well at the same time. £14.99 if you want your bunting. Is that the bunting one? Oh, balloons, that's the balloons, beg your pardon. Okay, then we've got the adorable scoreable. Look at this, 60 sheets. Don't buy the 30. I mean, you can if you want to, but that's $9.99. If you buy the 60, you get 2 of each colour rather than 1 of each colour, and you don't pay $19.98, which you should be, you pay $14.99. So that was the one that everybody seemed to go for when they launched. And these are brand new colourways for the last bit of this year into next year. So there they are, look, and they're the matte finish adorable scoreable. Matte-tastic is what it's called. But bendy ink, each and every one of them. And you can use them for, obviously, card bases. Kat did some great demos. They're scoring them, showing you how to use half of a matting and layering die to create a beautiful card blank. No ink will crack. And that can't be said of all cardstock. It really, really can't. I've got loads of finished samples here to inspire you. Let me show you some of these. So I know lots of people have spent a lot of time making them. Now, with the main collection, with those Christmas presents or those birthday presents or anniversary presents, they come as a kind of a tower of stacked prezzies, but you can snip them and make them into individual presents if you want to as well. And then you've got the bows that can go on them too. Then we've got some of these using the mats, the circular mats and the rectangular mats. Remember that we showed you earlier on, they're brand new today. Both of those are only $34.99 if you want those. They're lovely. I mean, look at this one, using the bunting and the presents with craft card and some white colour.
I demoed that. That's what I demoed in the first show, trying to use as much as possible from the collection, as you can see.
That to me is a really kind of rural look. It's got almost like a Hansel and Gretel feel to it, hasn't it? Like the gingerbread house, the icing of the gingerbread house. What else have we got here? There we go. Oh, now, one of my favourite things, white on white. And there you've got, of course, that beautiful doily die. And remember, you're going to get, I think it's 9 in there, 9 of the circular dies.
That is a card from the handbook, so you will get full instructions on how to make that one in the handbook.
Oh, it's in the handbook? Yeah. Fantastic. Are all of these from the handbook as well? Is that one?
That one is, yeah.
From the handbook?
A selection of all.
How to make that aperture. So a lot of these will be in drop shadowing, how to do that. That's in, oh, I love that.
Oh, thank you.
I do. I really like that. It's like it's kind of just jumping out at you. Love that. Beautiful. And then again, more ways of using the nesting dies. There we are. Look, isn't that lovely? It's like a stepper. Best day ever. The thing about the bunting is you can say whatever you want to.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the point. Yeah. It's great. The way you can use it for personalisation. We mentioned names earlier on. Names have changed so much, I think, over the last 20 years that even if it's a traditional name, people have decided to spell it a little bit differently and stuff, and you just can't get them and all the personalised stuff that you used to. By having this option, you can do that. You can spell anything that you want to. Tell you what, shall we just run through the individual die sets and then also show you the option of everything together? Shall we do that? So if you want to go for the bunting dies on their own, let's give you details of those straight away. So if that's what you've been looking for, if that's what you've been wanting, every letter of the alphabet, every number, and you've also got your exclamation mark, question mark, and your and there as well. Details coming up for that, I think. There's the bunting. Here comes your bunting. Here it comes. So if you want every letter, every number, and the plain flags as well, that's AYHD 49, only $19.99. That's the recommended retail price today. It's not that price. We dropped it, didn't we? That's the price? $19.99 on its own. Right, beg your pardon. Okay, $19.99 if you want those. Also, we've got the balloons. If you want the balloons on their own, they're available. I think they were $14.99, weren't they? Is that right? Yeah, $14.99 for your balloons. And of course, you've got the outline, but you've also got, of course, the actual balloon shapes too for paper piecing. They are FPHD 51. And there's your stack of presents with the bows that are separate to decorate them. Again, they're $14.99 as well. That's where I got the $14.99 from. And if you want the book on its own, the guide to die cutting, that's only $9.99. But the whole thing together, that's where you save nearly £15. So you're getting basically one of those die sets for nothing if you buy the whole collection. Book and the dies together, that was $44.99. Now, in a few minutes' time at 8 o'clock, the lovely Emily is here. She follows us in the studio next door. Gem Collector.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm
very excited. I'm very excited to be live with you tonight in the world's largest gem store. At 8 o'clock, we actually have very special guest Toby Cavill joining us as we bring you some phenomenal pieces of natural Himalayan beryl. They're the purest beryl in the world. Then at 9 o'clock, we have a garnet special. Lots of different varieties of garnet. If you've never seen garnet that wasn't red, you're going to be in for a treat because we've got a whole rainbow of them. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got a zircon special. Big, sparkly, specialist Asher cut gemstones to enjoy. So hopefully I'll get to see you there in about 4 minutes, is it now?
Yeah, about that.
On this very channel. I'll see you there.
Cheers, Emily. See you there. Brilliant. So much variety with us. Remember, you get Sewing Street, you get Jewellery Maker in the morning, you get us in the afternoon into the evening, then Emily and Jim come along with Gem Collector as well. So that's every day, entertainment and variety with us right the way through the day. We're here every day between 1 and 8 p.m. And we're even going to be here on Christmas Day live as well, Boxing Day too. So it's every day of the year we're going to be here with you at Hobby Maker. So if you're wondering what to do with yourself over Christmas and maybe you're on your own or you're not planning much, maybe Christmas isn't your favourite day of the year, then tune in to us and we'll have some fun. Brilliant demonstrations, Kat. We're nearly out of time, unfortunately, but that book is genius.
It is amazing. We are so proud of it. We all enjoyed working on it so much, and we know you are going to get so much out of it.
Absolutely. And there's so many pages of inspiration. I love the fact that everything's illustrated beautifully as well. You've got 67 pages of step-by-step and inspiration. And lots of the cards we've shown you actually in the show are in here. So if you thought, oh, I'd like to do that, I'd like to make that, then how to do it, it's all in there.
pictured and described brilliantly. Kat, when's the next Caturday?
I am back on my regular schedule on the 17th.
17th,
Yeah,
Sunday, yeah?
Sunday the 17th.
I think I'll be with you, I think, on that
Oh,
day.
good.
That'd be good.
Glad to know.
Thank you for your company today. I've got a few days off now. Thanks to the crew as well. Becky on camera too, on fire as ever. In the gallery, we've got Alex. We've got Dan. Glamorous Dan. Good to see you, mate. Thank you for your company. Emily will follow me then with Gem Collector. Enjoy the rest of your evening and a bag of gem or two and a bargain or two with Emily right after a short break.